never thought a cheap motel could be the setting for the most terrifying night of my life. But as I lay here in the dark, listening to the footsteps outside my door, I realize how wrong I was. It all started when my car broke down on the outskirts of a small town I'd never heard of. The sun was setting, and I knew I needed to find a place to stay for the night. That's when I saw the flickering neon sign of the Pinewood Motel, its vacancy light a beacon of hope in the growing darkness. As I pulled into the parking lot, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The place looked run down, with peeling paint and overgrown weeds pushing through cracks in the asphalt. But beggars can't be choosers, and I was desperate for a bed and a hot shower. The bell above the office door jangled as I stepped inside. The smell of stale cigarettes and musty carpets hit me like a wave. Behind the counter stood a man who looked like he'd seen better days. His greasy hair hung in limp strands around a face that seemed permanently set in a scowl. "Need a room?" I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The man's eyes roamed over me, lingering a bit too long for comfort. "Just you?" he asked, his voice rough as sandpaper. I nodded, suddenly wishing I wasn't alone. He handed me a key attached to a faded plastic tag. "Room 13, he said, the ghost of a smirk playing on his lips. "Lucky you." As I walked to my room, I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on my back. I glanced over my shoulder, catching a glimpse of curtains quickly closing in one of the other rooms. My skin prickled with unease. The room was about what I expected, small, musty, with furniture that had seen better decades. But it was a place to sleep, and that's all I needed. I dropped my bag on the bed and headed for the shower, hoping the hot water would wash away the tension knotting my shoulders. The pipes groaned and sputtered before finally producing a weak stream of lukewarm water. As I was rinsing my hair, I could have sworn I heard the door to my room open and close. My heart leapt into my throat. I shut off the water and listened, hardly daring to breathe. Silence. Cautiously, I peeked out of the bathroom. The room was empty, exactly as I'd left it. I must have imagined it, I told myself, but I couldn't quite believe it. I quickly dried off and got dressed, unable to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. As night fell, the motel came alive with strange sounds. Footsteps paced back and forth in the room above me. Voices murmured in the parking lot, too low to make out words but charged with an intensity that made me uneasy. Occasionally, I'd hear a thump or a muffled cry from somewhere nearby, setting my nerves on edge. I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but the ancient set only picked up 2 channels, both filled with static. I flipped through a dog-eared magazine left in the nightstand drawer, but the articles were outdated and uninteresting. Sleep seemed impossible, but I knew I needed to rest if I was going to deal with my car in the morning. Just as I was about to turn off the light, I heard a knock at my door. I froze, my hand halfway to the lamp switch. Who could it be at this hour? The knock came again, more insistent this time. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and scared in the quiet room. No answer, just another knock. Heart pounding, I approached the door. Through the peephole, I could see a woman standing outside. She looked ordinary enough, middle-aged, with graying hair pulled back in a messy bun. But there was something in her eyes, a wild, desperate look that made me hesitate. "Please," she said, her voice muffled through the door. "I need help. Let me in." Every instinct screamed at me to keep the door closed. But what if she really was in trouble? I undid the chain and opened the door a crack. "What's wrong?" I asked, ready to slam it shut at the first sign of danger. The woman's eyes darted around nervously. "They're coming," she whispered. "We have to get out of here, now." Before I could respond, she pushed past me into the room. I stumbled back, shocked by her sudden movement. She immediately went to the window, peeking out through the curtains. "Who's coming?" I demanded, fear and confusion battling for dominance in my mind. "What's going on?" She turned to me, her face pale in the dim light. "You don't know?" she asked, disbelief coloring her tone. How long have you been here? I just checked in this evening, I said, growing more uneasy by the second. My car broke down. The woman laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Oh, honey, she said, shaking her head. That's how they get you. Your car didn't break down by accident. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean? She opened her mouth to answer, but froze as the sound of footsteps echoed outside. Heavy, deliberate steps that stopped right in front of my door. They're here, she whispered, her eyes wide with terror. The doorknob began to turn slowly. I realized with horror that in my confusion, I hadn't relocked the door after letting the woman in. She grabbed my arm, pulling me towards the bathroom. Quick, she hissed. We have to hide. We crammed ourselves into the tiny bathroom, barely daring to breathe as we heard the room door open. Heavy footsteps entered the room, accompanied by the sound of drawers being opened and furniture being moved. Where are they? A gruff voice demanded. Not here, another voice answered. Check the next room. The footsteps retreated, and the door closed. I let out a shaky breath, realizing I'd been holding it. What the hell is going on? I whispered to the woman. She put a finger to her lips, shaking her head. After a few moments of tense silence, she spoke, her voice barely audible. This isn't just a motel, she said. It's a trap. They lure in travelers, people who won't be missed, and then... She trailed off, swallowing hard. And then what? I pressed, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. They take them, she said simply. Sell them, kill them for sport, use them for God knows what. I've been trying to escape for weeks. My mind reeled, struggling to process what she was saying. It sounded insane, like something out of a horror movie. But the fear in her eyes, the sounds I'd heard, the strange behavior of the staff, it all started to fit together in a terrifying picture. We have to get out of here, I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. She nodded. There's a window in the back, behind the dumpsters. If we can make it there, we might have a chance. Slowly, cautiously, we emerged from the bathroom. The room was a mess, drawers pulled out and mattress overturned. They had searched thoroughly, but thankfully hadn't thought to check the bathroom. We crept to the door, listening intently for any sound of movement outside. Hearing nothing, we slipped out into the night. The parking lot was eerily quiet, the only sound the faint buzz of the neon sign. We stuck to the shadows, making our way around the edge of the building towards the back. Just as the dumpsters came into view, a shout rang out behind us. There they are! We ran, no longer caring about stealth. I could hear heavy footsteps pounding after us, gaining ground quickly. The woman reached the window first, struggling to push it open. I turned to look behind us and saw 3 men running towards us, their faces twisted with rage. With a final heave, the window creaked open. The woman scrambled through, then turned to help me. I was halfway through when I felt a hand grasp my ankle. I kicked wildly, connecting with something solid. The grip loosened, and I tumbled through the window onto the ground outside. We ran into the woods behind the motel, branches whipping at our faces as we crashed through the underbrush. I could hear our pursuers crashing through the trees behind us, but their voices grew fainter as we put distance between us. After what felt like hours, we finally stopped, gasping for breath. In the faint pre-dawn light, I could see a road ahead. We had made it. As we walked towards the road, hoping to flag down a passing car, the woman turned to me. "I'm Sarah," she said, offering a tired smile. "Alice," I replied, still trying to process everything that had happened. "Thank you, Alice," Sarah said softly. "I couldn't have made it out alone." I nodded, words failing me. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds, I realized how close I had come to never seeing another dawn. The Pinewood Motel faded into the distance behind us, but I knew its horrors would haunt my dreams for years to come. The neon neon sign of Joe's Pizza flickered in the rearview mirror as I pulled away, the aroma of pepperoni and cheese filling my car. Little did I know that this routine delivery would lead me into a nightmare I never could have imagined. Sometimes, the most terrifying journeys begin with the most innocent of destinations. It was a slow Tuesday night, and I was grateful for the ping of the delivery app. Any extra cash was welcome, especially with rent coming due. The address was unfamiliar, somewhere on the outskirts of town where the streetlights grew sparse and the houses were few and far between. I hummed along to the radio, my headlights cutting through the darkness as I navigated the winding country roads. The GPS directed me to turn onto a narrow gravel driveway, barely visible among the overgrown bushes. As I drove deeper into the property, the trees seemed to close in around me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Finally, I spotted a house, if you could call it that. It was more like a dilapidated shack, its windows dark and its paint peeling. A single bulb flickered weakly above the front door, casting eerie shadows across the porch. I grabbed the pizza box and approached the house, gravel crunching under my feet. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. I took a deep breath, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease, and knocked on the door. For a long moment, there was no response. I was about to knock again when I heard movement inside. Slow, shuffling footsteps approached the door. It creaked open, revealing a man who looked like he'd stepped out of a horror movie. He was tall and gaunt, with wild, unkempt hair and a scraggly beard. His eyes, sunken deep in their sockets, fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Pizza delivery, I stammered, holding out the box. The man's face split into a grin, revealing yellow, crooked teeth. Yes, he said, his voice raspy. Come in, I'll get your money. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, but I reminded myself that I was just being paranoid. It was just an odd old man in a creepy house, nothing to be afraid of. I stepped inside and immediately regretted it. The smell hit me first, a musty, sour odor that made my nose wrinkle. The interior was dimly lit and cluttered, with stacks of newspapers and old furniture creating a maze-like path through the room. Just wait here, the man said, disappearing into another room. I stood awkwardly in the entryway, shifting my weight from foot to foot. My eyes darted around, taking in the strange decor. Faded photographs covered one wall, their subjects and eyes seeming to follow me, too. On a nearby table, I spotted something that made my blood run cold. A collection of newspaper clippings, all about missing persons in the area. The man returned, but instead of money, he held a gun. My heart leapt into my throat as he pointed it at me, that unsettling grin still plastered on his face. Now, he said, his tone casual as if he were discussing the weather, you're going to do exactly as I say. I raised my hand slowly, the pizza box falling to the floor with a dull thud. Look, man, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't want any trouble. Just take my wallet and let me go. He laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Oh, I don't want your money, boy. You're going to help me with something far more important. He gestured with the gun, directing me further into the house. I had no choice but to comply, my mind racing with possible escape routes. We passed through a kitchen that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years, pots and pans piled high in the sink, before entering what appeared to be a study. The room was dominated by a large desk covered in papers and strange-looking devices. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with old volumes and jars containing things I didn't want to examine too closely. Sit, the man commanded, pointing to a chair in the corner. I sat, my legs feeling like jelly. What do you want from me? I asked, hating how my voice quavered. The man's eyes gleamed with a manic light. You, my young friend, are going to help me get my revenge. You see, the owner of that pizza place you work for, Joe, he ruined my life. He launched into a long, rambling story about how Joe had supposedly cheated him out of his life savings, driven him to bankruptcy, and destroyed his family. With each word, his agitation grew, spittle flying from his lips as he gesticulated wildly with the gun. I listened in horror, realizing I was dealing with someone who had completely lost touch with reality. This wasn't just a robbery gone wrong. This was the lair of a madman with a grudge. So you see, he concluded, leaning in close enough that I could smell his rancid breath. Joe needs to pay, and you're going to help me make that happen. How? I asked, my mouth dry with fear. He grinned again, that terrible yellow grin. You're going to call him, tell him you've had car trouble and need him to come out here. And when he arrives, he made a slashing motion across his throat. I felt sick. This lunatic wanted me to lure my boss to his death. I can't do that, I stammered. Please, just let me go. I won't tell anyone about this, I swear. The man's face darkened. You don't have a choice, boy. You'll do as I say, or you'll never leave this house alive. He shoved a phone into my hands. With trembling fingers, I dialed Joe's number, praying he wouldn't answer. But after 3 rings, I heard his familiar voice. Hello? I swallowed hard, the man's gun pressed against my temple. Hey, Joe, it's Mike. I've had some car trouble out on Old Mill Road. Could you come give me a hand? There was a pause, and for a moment I thought Joe might refuse. But then he sighed. All right, Mike, I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Sit tight. The call ended, and the man snatched the phone away, cackling with glee. Excellent, excellent, he crowed. Now, we wait. The next 20 minutes were the longest of my life. The man paced back and forth, muttering to himself and occasionally stopping to peer out the window. I sat frozen in the chair, my mind racing. I knew I had to do something, but with the gun trained on me, any move seemed impossible. As the sound of an approaching car reached us, the man's excitement grew palpable. It's time, he hissed, grabbing my arm and yanking me to my feet. Remember, one wrong move and you're dead. He dragged me to the front door, positioning me so that I was visible but keeping himself hidden behind it. I heard car doors slam, then footsteps on the gravel. Mike, Joe's voice called out. You out here, kid? I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. The man jabbed the gun into my ribs, and I managed to croak, Over here, Joe. As Joe approached, I could see the confusion on his face. He was a good man, always fair to his employees. Whatever grudge this madman held against him, I knew it couldn't be justified. Just as Joe reached the porch, I made my decision. I couldn't let this happen. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I shoved backwards, catching my captor off guard. We tumbled to the floor in a tangle of limbs, the gun skittering across the wooden planks. Run, Joe! I yelled, struggling to keep the man pinned down. Call the police! Joe, to his credit, reacted quickly. He scooped up the gun and trained it on the man, his hand steady despite the shock evident on his face. What the hell is going on here? He demanded. The man beneath me had gone still, all the fight seeming to drain out of him now that he was disarmed. He began to sob, great heaving cries that shook his entire body. The police arrived within minutes, alerted by Joe's call. As they led the man away in handcuffs, I sat on the porch steps, my legs too shaky to stand. Joe sat beside me, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. You okay, kid? He asked, concern etching his features. I nodded, though I knew it would be a long time before I was truly okay. Yeah, I said. I don't think I'll be making any more deliveries for a while. Joe chuckled, a welcome sound after the night's horrors. I think you've earned a nice, long vacation and a raise. As we watched the police cars drive away, their red and blue lights fading into the distance, I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. The night's events had shown me how quickly an ordinary situation could turn into a nightmare. But it had also shown me my own strength, a resilience I didn't know I possessed. I knew the memory of this night would stay with me, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk behind closed doors. But as the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, I also felt a glimmer of hope. I had faced my worst fear and survived. Whatever came next, I knew I could handle it. The pizza, forgotten on the floor of that horrible house, had long since gone cold. But as Joe and I drove back to town, I found I had never been more grateful for a ruined delivery in my life. The snap of a twig under my boot echoed through the forest like a gunshot. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. That's when I saw them, shadowy figures moving between the trees, and I knew in that instant my leisurely hike had just become a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. I'd been feeling stressed at work, and my therapist suggested I try spending some time in nature. Reconnect with the earth, she'd said, her voice soothing and reassuring. It'll do wonders for your anxiety. So here I was, 3 hours into a hike in the Cascade Mountains, my backpack full of trail mix and bottled water, and not another soul in sight. Or so I thought. The day had started beautifully. The sun filtered through the canopy of evergreens, dappling the forest floor with warm light. The air was crisp and clean, filled with the scent of pine and damp earth. I felt my worries melting away with each step, the rhythm of my boots on the trail becoming a meditation of sorts. I'd veered off the main path about an hour ago, drawn by the sound of rushing water. I found a pristine stream, its clear water bubbling over smooth rocks. I stopped to refill my water bottle, marveling at how clean and fresh it tasted compared to the tap water back home. That's when I heard it, voices carried on the wind, too faint to make out words, but clearly human. I felt a twinge of disappointment. I'd been enjoying the solitude, but I reminded myself that other hikers had just as much right to be here as I did. I shouldered my pack and started walking again, figuring I'd either catch up to the group ahead or they'd move on and I'd have the trail to myself again. But as I rounded a bend, I saw something that made me stop dead in my tracks. In a small clearing just off the trail, I saw a group of men. They weren't hikers. They wore dark clothes, and even from this distance, I could see they were armed. Surrounding them were crates, dozens of them. One was open, and I could see packages wrapped in brown paper inside. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. This deep in the woods, this far from any road. It had to be something illegal. Drugs, maybe, or weapons. My pulse quickened as I realized I was witnessing something I definitely wasn't supposed to see. I took a step backward, intending to quietly retrace my steps and get as far away from here as possible. That's when I stepped on the twig, the crack seeming to echo through the entire forest. The men's heads snapped in my direction. For a moment, we all froze, locked in a tableau of mutual surprise. Then, one of them shouted, and they started moving towards me. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush with no regard for the trail or direction. All that mattered was putting distance between me and those men. I could hear them behind me, their shouts growing fainter as I ran but never disappearing entirely. My lungs burned, and branches whipped at my face, but terror kept me moving. I don't know how long I ran. It could have been minutes or hours. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the green blur of the forest. Finally, when my legs felt like they were about to give out, I spotted a dense thicket of bushes. Without thinking, I dove in, ignoring the thorns that scraped my arms and face. I lay there, trying to quiet my ragged breathing, straining my ears for any sound of pursuit. For a long while, all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. Then, distantly, I heard voices again. "He couldn't have gotten far," one said, his voice gruff and angry. "Spread out," another responded. "He's got to be around here somewhere." I pressed myself closer to the ground, hardly daring to breathe. They were looking for me, and based on what I'd seen, I had a sickening feeling about what would happen if they found me. The voices grew closer, and I could hear the crunch of leaves underfoot. I closed my eyes, as if not seeing them could somehow prevent them from seeing me. "Check those bushes," a voice said, alarmingly close. I tensed, ready to bolt, though I knew it was hopeless. I was trapped. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the air, a loud, electronic beeping. One of the men swore. "It's the perimeter alarm," he said. "Someone else is in the area." "Shit," another voice responded. "We need to get back and secure the product. This guy will have to wait." I heard their footsteps retreating, moving quickly away from my hiding spot. Even after I could no longer hear them, I remained frozen in place, afraid to move a muscle. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the reality of my situation sank in. I was lost in the woods, being hunted by dangerous men, with no idea which direction would lead me to safety. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed by fear and indecision. The light began to fade, the forest growing darker around me. I knew I couldn't stay here forever, but every snapping twig or rustling leaf sent a jolt of terror through me. Finally, as true darkness began to fall, I forced myself to move. My muscles protested as I crawled out of the thicket, thorns catching on my clothes and skin. I stood on shaky legs, trying to orient myself. The forest looked different in the twilight, shadows turning familiar shapes into looming monsters. I picked a direction that I hoped would lead me away from the clearing and started walking, moving as quietly as I could. Every sound made me jump. An owl's hoot nearly sent me into a panic, convinced for a moment that it was a human call. The crack of a branch in the distance had me diving for cover, only to realize it was probably just a deer or some other animal. I walked for what felt like hours, the darkness growing more complete. I was afraid to use my flashlight, worried it might attract attention, so I stumbled along by the faint light of the moon filtering through the trees. Just when I was beginning to lose hope, convinced I was walking in circles, I saw something that made my heart leap. Lights in the distance. Not the harsh glare of flashlights, but the warm glow of windows, civilization. I quickened my pace, hope giving me a second wind. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of buildings, a small cluster of cabins, a campground or ranger station, perhaps. I burst out of the tree line, probably looking like a madman with my torn clothes and wild eyes. A couple sitting around a campfire looked up in alarm. "Please," I gasped, my voice hoarse. "I need help. There are men in the woods, dangerous men. We need to call the police." The next few hours passed in a blur. The couple, Tom and Sarah, were kind enough to let me use their phone to call 911. They gave me water and a blanket, and sat with me while we waited for the authorities to arrive. I told my story to the park rangers, and then again to the police when they arrived. They took my statement seriously, immediately organizing search parties to sweep the area I'd come from. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in brilliant pinks and oranges, a police officer approached me. "We found the clearing you described," he said. "There was evidence of recent activity, but whoever was there is long gone now. We'll keep investigating, but it looks like you stumbled onto a major drug operation." I nodded, too exhausted to feel much beyond a dull relief. The officer assured me they would need to ask more questions later, but for now, I was free to go. Tom and Sarah offered to drive me back to my car, an act of kindness I'll never forget. As we drove down the winding mountain road, I stared out the window at the peaceful forest. It looked so different in the morning light. Beautiful, serene, hiding no darker purpose. But I knew the truth now. I had seen the darkness that could lurk in even the most picturesque places. I knew it would be a long time before I could look at a forest the same way again. My therapist had suggested nature as a cure for my anxiety, but instead, it had given me a whole new set of fears. Yet as we drove further from the mountains, I felt a strange sense of strength growing within me. I had faced true danger and survived. Whatever challenges lay ahead in my normal life, I knew I could face them. The weekend getaway hadn't gone as planned, but as I finally reached my car and began the long drive home, I realized it had changed me in ways I never could have anticipated. The forest had shown me both the darkest and brightest aspects of human nature, the dangerous men who had hunted me, and the kind strangers who had taken me in. As the mountains receded in my rearview mirror, I made a silent promise to myself. I would not let this experience break me. Instead, I would use it as a reminder of my own resilience. The woods may have held danger, but they had also shown me my own strength, and that, I realized, was the greatest gift of all. The crackling of our campfire was suddenly drowned out by a sound that made my blood run cold, the unmistakable click of a rifle being cocked. As I turned, I saw them emerge from the shadows, their eyes glinting with malice. In that moment, I realized our family camping trip had just become a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a perfect getaway. My wife, Sarah, and I had been planning this trip for months. Our kids, Ethan and Lily, were finally old enough to appreciate the great outdoors, and we were excited to share our love of nature with them. We'd chosen a remote spot in the Adirondacks, far from the crowded campgrounds and tourist traps. "It'll be an adventure," I told the kids, not realizing how prophetic those words would become. The first 2 days were everything we'd hoped for. We hiked through lush forests, marveled at crystal-clear streams, and spent our evenings roasting marshmallows around the campfire. Ethan, at 12, was full of questions about the plants and animals we encountered. 9-year-old Lily delighted in collecting pretty rocks and leaves. Sarah and I exchanged contented smiles, feeling like we'd made the right choice in unplugging from the world for a while. On the third day, we decided to venture further into the wilderness. I'd spotted a beautiful valley on our map, about a day's hike from our campsite. We packed enough supplies for an overnight stay, planning to camp in the valley before heading back the next day. The hike was challenging but rewarding. The kids complained a bit about the distance, but their grumbles turned to exclamations of wonder when we reached our destination. The valley was a picturesque paradise, with a small lake surrounded by towering pines and rocky outcroppings. We set up camp near the lake, and I took Ethan fishing while Sarah and Lily looked for wildflowers. As the sun began to set, we gathered around our campfire, tired but happy. That's when everything changed. The first sign that something was wrong was a rustling in the bushes, too heavy to be a small animal. I saw Sarah tense up, her eyes scanning the tree line. Before I could say anything, they appeared. 3 men stepped into the firelight, and I felt my heart skip a beat. They weren't fellow hikers or park rangers. These men looked rough, with unkempt beards and tattered clothes. But it was their eyes that truly frightened me, cold and hard, filled with a hostility that made my skin crawl. Well, the tallest one drawled, his lips curling into a sneer. "Looks like we've got some city folk trespassing on our territory." I stood up slowly, trying to position myself between the men and my family. "We didn't realize this area was off limits," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "We'll pack up and leave first thing in the morning." The man laughed, a harsh sound that echoed across the valley. "Oh, I don't think so. See, you've wandered into our neck of the woods, and we don't take kindly to outsiders." That's when I heard the click of the rifle and saw the glint of the barrel in the firelight. My mind raced, trying to figure a way out of this nightmare. Sarah had pulled the kids close to her, her face pale with fear. "Look," I said, holding my hands up in a placating gesture. "We don't want any trouble. We have some money, camping gear. It's all yours. Just let us go." The man with the rifle stepped forward, his eyes narrowing. "It ain't about the money," he growled. "This is our land, has been for generations, and we've got ways of dealing with trespassers." A chill ran down my spine at his words. I realized with growing horror that these men had no intention of letting us leave. They were toying with us, like cats playing with mice before the kill. In that moment, some primal instinct took over. "Run!" I shouted, grabbing the nearest thing I could use as a weapon, a burning log from the fire. I hurled it at the men, the sparks flying as it hit the one with the rifle. Chaos erupted. Sarah scooped up Lily and bolted for the trees, Ethan right behind her. I heard the crack of the rifle, the bullet whizzing past my ear as I dove to the side. Adrenaline surged through me as I scrambled to my feet and ran after my family. We plunged into the dark forest, branches whipping at our faces as we fled. I could hear the men crashing through the underbrush behind us, their angry shouts echoing through the trees. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but terror drove me forward. "This way," I gasped, veering off to the right. I had a vague idea of the terrain from our hike earlier, and I was desperately trying to lead us towards rougher ground where we might lose our pursuers. We stumbled through a shallow stream, the cold water shocking my system. Lily was crying softly, her face buried in Sarah's shoulder. Ethan's breath came in ragged gasps, but he kept pace, his face set with determination. The sound of pursuit seemed to fade slightly, and I dared to hope we might be gaining some distance. But then I heard a yelp behind me, and turned to see Ethan sprawled on the ground, clutching his ankle. "I tripped," he whimpered, trying to stand but collapsing again with a grimace of pain. My heart sank. We couldn't leave him, but staying put wasn't an option. I could hear the men getting closer again, their voices carrying through the night air. "I'll carry him," I said to Sarah. "You take Lily and keep going. There's a ravine about a half-mile ahead. Hide there and wait for us." Sarah's eyes widened with fear. "John, no, we can't split up." "We don't have a choice," I insisted, already lifting Ethan onto my back. "Go, we'll be right behind you." With one last anguished look, Sarah turned and ran, Lily clinging to her like a lifeline. I adjusted Ethan's weight and set off as fast as I could manage, my son's arms wrapped tightly around my neck. We hadn't gone far when I heard a shout much too close for comfort. "There they are!" A bullet splintered the trunk of a tree just inches from my head. I ducked and weaved, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Ethan buried his face in my shoulder, his body shaking with silent sobs. I spotted a dense thicket of bushes and made a split-second decision. "Hold on tight," I whispered to Ethan, then plunged into the undergrowth. The thorns tore at my clothes and skin, but I pressed on, burrowing as deep into the thicket as I could. We lay there, hardly daring to breathe, as the men's footsteps drew near. I could smell their sweat and hear their labored breathing as they paused just feet from our hiding spot. "Where'd they go?" one of them growled. "They can't have gotten far," another replied. The boy was limping. My arms tightened around Ethan, silently willing him to stay quiet. For what felt like an eternity, we remained frozen, every snapping twig or rustling leaf sending a jolt of terror through me. Finally, mercifully, the men moved on, their voices fading into the distance. I waited several more minutes before cautiously emerging from our thorny sanctuary. "You okay, buddy?" I asked Ethan, brushing leaves from his hair. He nodded bravely, though I could see the fear in his eyes. "Dad, who are those men? Why are they chasing us?" I wish I had a good answer for him. "I don't know, son," I said honestly. "But we're going to be okay. We just need to find Mom and Lily, then we'll get out of here." We set off again, moving as quietly as we could through the dark forest. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat, every sound a potential danger. But gradually, I began to recognize landmarks from our earlier hike. We were getting close to the ravine where I'd told Sarah to hide. As we approached, I heard a faint whisper. "John? Ethan?" Relief flooded through me as Sarah and Lily emerged from behind a large boulder. We embraced fiercely, all of us shaking with a mixture of fear and gratitude at being reunited. But we couldn't afford to relax yet. Those men were still out there, and we were lost in the wilderness with no supplies and an injured child. We needed a plan. "There's a ranger station about 10 miles from here," I said, trying to recall the details of our map. "If we can make it there, we'll be safe." It was a daunting journey, especially in our condition, but as I looked at my family, tired, scared, but alive and together, I knew we had no choice. We had to try. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the trees, we set off. The forest that had seemed so welcoming just days ago now felt oppressive and dangerous. But with each step, we were moving closer to safety and further from the nightmare behind us. I didn't know if we'd make it. I didn't know if those men were still hunting us or what would happen if they caught up. But I did know one thing. I would do whatever it took to protect my family. We had survived the night against all odds, and somehow, some way, we would survive this too. As we walked, I realized that this ordeal had changed us all. The carefree family that had arrived in these woods was gone. In its place was something stronger, forged in the crucible of fear and desperation. Whatever happened, we would face it together. And so we pressed on, into the unknown, clinging to hope and to each other. The moment I saw his thumb jutting out from the shadows, I knew I should have kept driving. But something, pity, curiosity, or just plain stupidity, made me slow down. Little did I know, I was about to pick up a nightmare. It had been a long day on the road. I was on my way back from a business trip, the monotony of the highway broken only by the occasional flicker of headlights from oncoming traffic. The radio kept me company, playing a mix of old rock songs and late-night talk shows. As I rounded a bend, my headlights caught a solitary figure standing on the shoulder. He was tall and thin, with a backpack slung over one shoulder. His thumb was outstretched, the universal sign of a hitchhiker. I'd passed dozens of hitchhikers in my life without a second thought, but something about this one made me pause. Maybe it was the lateness of the hour, or the fact that we were miles from anywhere. Whatever the reason, I found myself easing onto the shoulder, gravel crunching under my tires as I came to a stop. The man approached my passenger window, and I rolled it down a crack. Up close, he looked to be in his mid-30s, with a scruffy beard and intense eyes that seemed to bore right through me. "Where you headed?" I asked, trying to sound casual despite the unease creeping up my spine. "Just up the road a ways," he replied, his voice surprisingly soft. "My car broke down a few miles back. Just need to get to the next town." I hesitated for a moment, my hand hovering over the door lock. Every instinct told me to drive away, to leave this stranger in my rearview mirror. But the rational part of my brain argued that I was being paranoid. He was just a guy down on his luck, right? "Hop in," I said, unlocking the door. He slid into the passenger seat, his backpack nestled between his feet. As we pulled back onto the highway, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke and something else I couldn't quite place. "I'm John," I said, more to break the silence than out of any real desire to chat. "Mike," he replied, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the hum of the engine and the occasional static from the radio. I kept sneaking glances at Mike, trying to get a read on him. His hands were clasped tightly in his lap, his knuckles white with tension. "So, what happened to your car?" I asked, hoping to ease the tension. Mike shrugged. "Engine trouble. Been having problems with it for a while now." "That's tough," I sympathized. "At least you'll be able to get it looked at in the next town." He nodded but didn't respond. The silence stretched on, growing more uncomfortable by the minute. As we passed a sign indicating the next town was still 30 miles away, Mike suddenly spoke up. "Mind if we take a little detour? There's a rest stop coming up. I could use a bathroom break." I hesitated. The idea of stopping in the middle of nowhere with this stranger didn't sit well with me, but refusing seemed paranoid and rude. "Sure," I said, trying to keep my voice neutral. I could use some coffee anyway. We pulled into the rest stop a few minutes later. It was deserted, the vending machines and restrooms islands of light in the darkness. As Mike got out of the car, I noticed him grab his backpack. Something about the way he clutched it made my skin prickle. "I'll just be a minute," he said, heading towards the restrooms. I watched him go, then got out to stretch my legs. The night air was cool, a welcome change from the stuffiness of the car. I walked over to the vending machines, fishing some change out of my pocket for a coffee. As I waited for my drink, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Mike had been gone for a while now, too long for a simple bathroom break. I glanced towards the restrooms, half expecting to see him emerging, but there was no sign of him. Curiosity and unease warred within me. Part of me wanted to get in the car and drive away, leaving whatever was going on far behind. But another part, the part that had made me stop in the first place, wouldn't let me leave without knowing. I approached the restroom cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the quiet night. "Mike?" I called out. "Oh, everything okay in there?" No response. I pushed open the door, the hinges creaking ominously. The fluorescent lights flickered, casting strange shadows. The stalls were empty. Mike was gone. My heart began to race. Had he run off? But why? And where to? In the middle of nowhere? That's when I saw it. A small piece of paper tucked under the soap dispenser. With trembling fingers, I unfolded it. "I'm sorry," it read in hasty scrawl. "They're after me. I had to use you as cover. Check your trunk." Ice flooded my veins. I sprinted back to my car, fumbling with the keys. The trunk popped open, and I recoiled at what I saw. Bundles of cash, stacks and stacks of it, and underneath, a gun. My mind reeled. What had I gotten myself into? Who was Mike really, and who was after him? The sound of approaching engines snapped me back to reality. Headlights appeared on the horizon, growing rapidly closer. Without thinking, I slammed the trunk shut and jumped into the driver's seat. My tires squealed as I peeled out of the rest stop, my heart pounding in my ears. In my rearview mirror, I saw two black SUVs pull into the rest stop. They paused only momentarily before resuming their pursuit. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring as I pushed it to its limits. The speedometer crept past 90, then 100, but the SUVs kept pace. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel as I weaved through traffic, narrowly avoiding collisions. Questions raced through my mind. Was Mike some kind of criminal? A thief? Or was he running from something more sinister? And what would happen to me if these people caught up? I took an exit ramp at the last second, hoping to lose my pursuers, but they were relentless, matching my every move. I found myself on a winding back road, trees looming on either side. The SUVs were gaining, their headlights filling my mirrors. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the road ahead. I slammed on the brakes, the car fishtailing as I fought for control. As I skidded to a stop, I realized with a jolt that it was Mike. He ran to the car, yanking open the passenger door. "Drive," he yelled, jumping in. I hesitated for a split second, but the sound of screeching tires behind us made the decision for me. I floored it, the tires spinning on the asphalt before finding purchase. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded, my voice shaking with fear and adrenaline. Mike was rummaging in his backpack. He pulled out another gun, checking it with practiced ease. "I'm CIA," he said, his eyes scanning the road behind us. "Deep cover. Those guys back there, they're not the good guys." My mind struggled to process this information. "The money in my trunk?" "Evidence," he replied grimly. "Enough to bring down a major criminal organization, but they found out I was onto them. Been running ever since." The SUVs were closing in again. I heard the crack of gunfire, and my rear window exploded in a shower of glass. Mike leaned out the window, returning fire. "There's a safe house about 10 miles from here," Mike shouted over the noise. "If we can make it there, we'll be okay." I nodded, too focused on driving to form words. We careened around corners, the car's suspension groaning in protest. The gunfire was constant now, bullets pinging off the metal around us. As we rounded a bend, I saw salvation, a bridge spanning a deep ravine. On the other side, barely visible in the darkness, was a cluster of buildings, the safe house. "Almost there," Mike yelled. "Don't stop for anything." We were halfway across the bridge when I heard a massive explosion behind us. In the rearview mirror, I saw one of the SUVs flip, engulfed in flames. The other swerved to avoid it, crashing into the guardrail. We made it across, skidding to a stop in front of a nondescript building. Mike was out of the car in an instant, shouting something I couldn't make out. Armed men emerged from the building, quickly surrounding us. As the adrenaline began to fade, the reality of what had just happened hit me like a truck. I sat there, hands still gripping the steering wheel, as Mike talked urgently with the other agents. Eventually, he came back to the car. "You okay?" he asked, his voice gentler than I'd heard it all night. I nodded numbly. "What happens now?" "Now, you're a hero," he said with a small smile. "You helped bring down a major criminal operation, but for your safety, we'll need to keep you here for a while, just until we tie up all the loose ends." As I followed Mike into the building, my mind was still reeling. In the span of a few hours, my life had been turned upside down. I'd gone from a simple businessman to an unwitting accomplice in an international sting operation. But as the door closed behind us, sealing us off from the chaos outside, I felt an odd sense of calm. I'd faced death and come out the other side. Whatever came next, I knew I could handle it. After all, I'd already survived the ride of my life. The moment I saw that blue minivan cruise past my house for the third time, I knew something was terribly wrong. What I didn't know was that my quest for a second-hand stroller would lead me into a nightmarish game of cat and mouse. It all started innocently enough. I'd recently given birth to my daughter, Emma, and like many new parents, I was feeling the financial pinch. Diapers, formula, and all the other baby essentials were eating into our budget faster than I'd anticipated. So when I needed a stroller, I turned to Craigslist, hoping to score a good deal on a gently used model. After scrolling through countless listings, I found what seemed perfect, a high-end stroller in great condition for a fraction of the retail price. The seller, Susan, lived just a few neighborhoods over. We arranged to meet at her apartment the next day. Susan's place was in a part of town I didn't know well. The buildings were older, a bit run down, but I reminded myself not to judge. As I climbed the creaky stairs to her third-floor apartment, I hugged Emma closer to my chest, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. But Susan turned out to be perfectly pleasant, a smiling woman in her mid-30s with kind eyes and a soft voice. She cooed over Emma while showing me the stroller, which was indeed in excellent condition. "I'm just glad it's going to a good home," Susan said as I counted out the cash. My daughter outgrew it so quickly. We chatted for a bit about the joys and challenges of motherhood. Before I left, she even gave me a bag of baby clothes her daughter had outgrown. I left feeling like I'd not only gotten a great deal, but maybe made a new mom friend. That evening, as I was putting Emma to bed, my phone buzzed with a text from Susan. "Hope you got home safely. Enjoy the stroller." I thought it was a nice gesture, if a bit unnecessary. I sent back a quick thanks and thought nothing more of it. But over the next few days, I started noticing things. Small things at first, easy to dismiss. A car that looked like Susan's parked down the street from our house. A glimpse of someone who resembled her at the grocery store, quickly disappearing down another aisle when I looked again. I told myself I was being paranoid. Lack of sleep and new mom anxiety were playing tricks on my mind. But then came the blue minivan. I first noticed it on a Tuesday afternoon. I was in the front yard pushing Emma in her new stroller when it drove by slowly. The driver, a man I didn't recognize, seemed to be looking right at us. A chill ran down my spine, but I shook it off. Just a coincidence, I told myself. An hour later, it passed by again. This time, I was sure the driver was watching us. When it came around a third time, my heart began to race. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. That night, I confided in my husband, Mark. "I think someone's watching us," I said, feeling slightly ridiculous even as the words left my mouth. Mark listened patiently, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. "Honey, you're exhausted," he said gently. "Your mind is probably just playing tricks on you. Why would anyone be watching us?" I wanted to believe him. But the next day, as I was coming back from a walk with Emma, I saw Susan. She was across the street, partially hidden behind a tree, watching my house. When she saw me notice her, she quickly walked away. Now I was sure something was wrong. I called the non-emergency police line, but they weren't much help. Without any concrete evidence of a threat, there wasn't much they could do. They advised me to keep a record of any suspicious activities and call 911 if I ever felt in immediate danger. Over the next week, the sightings continued. The blue minivan, glimpses of Susan. Once, I even got a text from an unknown number. "Your baby is beautiful. Her eyes are so bright." I was a nervous wreck. I stopped going out unless absolutely necessary. I triple-checked the locks on our doors and windows every night. Mark was becoming worried, suggesting that maybe I should talk to someone about postpartum anxiety. But I knew this was real. I could feel eyes on me constantly, watching, waiting. But for what? The answer came on a rainy Thursday night. Mark was working late, and I was home alone with Emma. As I was washing dishes, I heard a noise from the baby monitor, a creak that didn't sound like Emma stirring in her crib. My heart in my throat. I crept upstairs. As I approached the nursery, I heard whispers. I peered around the doorframe and saw a sight that turned my blood to ice. Susan was there, leaning over Emma's crib, reaching for my baby. Without thinking, I burst into the room. "Get away from her!" I screamed. Susan whirled around, her eyes wide with shock. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the only sound Emma's confused whimpers. "I'm sorry," Susan said, her voice trembling. "I'm so sorry. I had to see her, to hold her." "What are you talking about?" I demanded, moving to stand between her and the crib. "Why are you in my house? Why have you been following me?" Tears welled up in Susan's eyes. "My baby," she whispered. "I lost my baby. She looks so much like your Emma. I couldn't let go." The pieces started to fall into place. The stroller that was barely used. The baby clothes. Susan's obsession with my daughter. A wave of pity washed over me, quickly replaced by fear and anger. "You need to leave," I said, my voice shaking. "Now, before I call the police." Susan nodded, tears streaming down her face. As she turned to go, she looked back at Emma one last time. The longing in her eyes was painful to see, but I stood my ground. After she left, I called the police. They came and took my statement, promising to look into Susan and advise her to stay away. They also suggested I get a restraining order, just to be safe. In the days that followed, I learned more about Susan's story. She had indeed lost a baby, just a few months earlier. The grief had apparently driven her to fixate on Emma as a replacement. The man in the blue minivan turned out to be her brother, who had been trying to keep an eye on her, worried about her mental state. It took a long time for me to feel safe again. We installed a security system, and I went to therapy to deal with the anxiety the ordeal had caused. Gradually, life returned to something resembling normal, but I never forgot the lesson I learned, that sometimes the greatest dangers can come from the most unexpected places, that a simple act of kindness, selling a used stroller to a fellow mom, could open the door to a nightmare. Now, years later, I still think about Susan sometimes. I hope she got the help she needed, and while I'm more cautious now, I try not to let fear rule my life. After all, Emma is growing up fast, and I don't want to miss a moment of it worrying about what might be lurking in the shadows. As I watch Emma play in our backyard, her laughter ringing out in the summer air, I'm reminded of how precious and fragile life can be. And I'm grateful, not just for her safety, but for the strength I found within myself during those terrifying days. It's a strength I carry with me always, ready for whatever challenges life might bring next. The moment I saw Nurse Samantha slip those vials into her purse, I knew I was in for the longest night shift of my life. What I didn't know was that it would also be the most dangerous. My name's Mike, and I've been working as a janitor at St. Andrew's Hospital for almost a year now. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills, and most nights, it's pretty quiet. I do my rounds, mop the floors, empty the trash, and generally keep the place tidy for the day shift. Nothing too exciting. That all changed on a Tuesday night in October. I remember it clearly because it was unseasonably cold, and I'd forgotten my jacket at home. I was shivering as I pushed my cart down the dimly lit corridors of the third floor, the wheels squeaking slightly with each turn. It was around 3 a.m. when I first noticed something off. Nurse Samantha, one of the night shift regulars, was acting strange near the supply closet. Now, Samantha had always been a bit intense. She was a big woman, tough as nails, with a reputation for being volatile. Most of the staff gave her a wide berth. But this was different. She kept glancing around nervously, checking over her shoulder as she fumbled with the door lock. My curiosity got the better of me, and I quietly wheeled my cart closer, pretending to be engrossed in wiping down a handrail. What I saw next made my blood run cold. Samantha carefully opened the closet and began removing vials of medication, stashing them in her bag. This wasn't just grabbing an extra Band-Aid or some gauze. These were serious drugs, the kind kept under lock and key. I froze, unsure of what to do. Part of me wanted to confront her right then and there, but another part, the part that valued my safety, told me to keep quiet. Samantha was a big woman, and I'd seen her lose her temper before. Plus, if she was stealing drugs, who knew what else she might be capable of? I decided to keep my head down and observe. For the rest of my shift, I kept a discreet eye on Samantha. She moved from room to room, administering medications as usual. But every now and then, when she thought no one was looking, she'd slip something into her pocket or purse. As the night wore on, my anxiety grew. I couldn't just ignore what I'd seen. Patient lives could be at stake. But how could I expose her without putting myself in danger? Around 4 a.m., I saw my chance. Samantha disappeared into the supply closet again. This time, I positioned myself nearby, pretending to mop the floor. When she emerged, I could see her bag was bulging, the outline of vials visible through the fabric. I took a deep breath and decided to confront her. "Samantha," I said quietly, trying to keep my voice steady. "I saw what you were doing in the supply closet." She froze, her eyes narrowing as they met mine. "What are you talking about?" she snapped, her tone defensive. "I saw you taking medication," I replied, fighting to keep my voice low. "You're smuggling drugs out of here." Her face turned red with anger. Before I could react, she lunged forward, grabbing me by the collar of my uniform. "You don't know what you're talking about," she hissed, her face inches from mine. "Mind your own business." I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. Samantha was unpredictable, and I knew I had to tread carefully. "I'm not going to let this go," I said firmly. "I have to report it." Her grip tightened, and for a moment, I thought she might actually hit me. But then she let go, shoving me backward. I stumbled, nearly losing my balance. "If you say anything," she growled, "I'll make sure you regret it." With that, she stormed off, leaving me shaken and unsure of what to do next. I knew I couldn't just let this slide, but I was terrified of what Samantha might do if I reported her. For the next hour, I went about my duties in a daze, constantly looking over my shoulder, half expecting Samantha to jump out at me. My mind raced with possible scenarios. What if she cornered me in a deserted part of the hospital? What if she had accomplices? As dawn approached, I made my decision. I couldn't live with myself if I stayed silent. What if a patient got the wrong medication or not enough because of Samantha's theft? I had to do something. With trembling hands, I picked up the phone in the janitorial closet and dialed the hospital administrator's emergency line. To my relief, Dr. Patel, one of the senior physicians, answered. "Dr. Patel," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I need to report something. It's about Nurse Samantha. She's been stealing medication from the supply closet." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "That's a serious accusation, Mike," Dr. Patel said gravely. "Are you sure about this?" I recounted what I'd seen, my voice growing steadier as I spoke. Dr. Patel listened intently, asking a few clarifying questions. "All right, Mike," he said finally. "You did the right thing by reporting this. Stay where you are. I'm coming down there now, and we'll handle this together." The next few minutes felt like hours as I waited for Dr. Patel. Every sound made me jump, convinced it was Samantha coming to confront me. When Dr. Patel finally arrived, accompanied by 2 security guards, I nearly wept with relief. We found Samantha in the break room, pouring herself a cup of coffee. Her face drained of color when she saw us enter. "Samantha," Dr. Patel said, his voice firm but calm, "we need to talk about some missing medication." What happened next was a blur. Samantha tried to run, but the security guards blocked her path. As they restrained her, her bag fell to the floor, spilling out dozens of vials and syringes. The evidence was undeniable. Samantha broke down, alternating between sobbing and shouting threats at me. As the security guards led her away, Dr. Patel put a hand on my shoulder. "You did a brave thing, Mike," he said. "You may have saved lives today." In the days that followed, the full extent of Samantha's theft came to light. She'd been stealing drugs for months, selling them on the street to feed her own addiction. The hospital implemented stricter security measures, and I was commended for my bravery. But the experience left its mark on me. For weeks, I jumped at every shadow, convinced Samantha or one of her contacts might come seeking revenge. I considered quitting, finding a job where the most dangerous thing I might encounter was a slippery floor. But then I remembered Dr. Patel's words. I had made a difference. I had potentially saved lives, and that thought gave me the courage to keep going. Now, months later, I still work the night shift at St. Andrews. The halls are quiet once again, but I approach my job with a new sense of purpose. I'm not just keeping the floors clean, I'm keeping an eye out, staying vigilant. Because I learned something important that night. In a hospital, every role is crucial. From the surgeons to the janitors, we're all part of a team dedicated to saving lives and keeping patients safe. And sometimes, that means having the courage to speak up, even when it's scary. As I push my cart down the corridor, the wheels squeaking softly in the night, I feel a sense of pride. I'm not just a janitor. I'm a guardian, a protector of this healing place. And if another Samantha ever shows up, well, I'll be ready. The night shift may be long, and at times it may be dangerous. But it's my shift, my responsibility, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The moment I saw the envelope slip under my hotel room door, my heart stopped. In a foreign country, with no money, no ID, and a growing sense that I was being hunted, that innocent-looking piece of paper might as well have been a ticking bomb. I'd always dreamed of traveling the world. When I finally saved up enough for a solo trip to Greece, I thought I was embarking on the adventure of a lifetime. Little did I know, it would turn into a nightmare that would test every ounce of my strength and wit. The first few days in Athens were everything I'd hoped for. I explored the Acropolis, savored authentic Greek cuisine, and lost myself in the vibrant streets of Plaka. The city was a sensory overload in the best possible way, and I fell in love with its blend of ancient history and modern energy. On my 4th night, I returned to my small hotel room, exhausted but exhilarated from a day of sightseeing. As I was getting ready for bed, I noticed something was off. My bag, which I distinctly remembered leaving on the chair, was now on the floor. At first, I brushed it off as faulty memory, but when I checked inside, my stomach dropped. My wallet, passport, and phone were gone. Panic set in immediately. I was alone in a foreign country with no way to prove who I was or contact anyone for help. I rushed to the hotel reception, my hands shaking as I explained the situation. The receptionist looked concerned and called the local police for me. The officers who arrived took my statement, but I could tell from their expressions that they didn't hold out much hope. Thefts like this were common, they explained, especially in tourist areas. They advised me to go to the American embassy in the morning to get a temporary passport. That night was one of the longest of my life. I barely slept, jumping at every sound in the hallway, convinced the thief might return. When morning finally came, I made my way to the embassy, my nerves frayed and my spirit dampened. The embassy staff were sympathetic but bureaucratic. They took my details and said it would take a few days to process everything. In the meantime, they provided me with some emergency cash and helped me find a cheaper hostel to stay in while I waited. As I settled into my new, more Spartan accommodations, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the theft. There was something more sinister at play. I kept catching glimpses of people watching me. A man in a dark suit at a cafe across the street. A woman who seemed to be following me through the market. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, that the stress of the situation was making me imagine things. But then came the envelope. I had just returned to my room after another frustrating day of waiting for news from the embassy. The plain white envelope lay there on the floor, innocuous yet terrifying. With trembling hands, I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a message scrawled in messy handwriting. "Stay away. This is your only warning." My blood ran cold. What did it mean? Stay away from what? Who was warning me? And why? I called the front desk immediately, explaining about the envelope. They assured me they would take it seriously and increase security measures. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the old hostel made me jump. I kept imagining footsteps outside my door, shadows moving under the crack. When morning finally came, I was a wreck. I decided I couldn't stay in my room feeling like a sitting duck. I needed to be around people, to feel some semblance of safety. I went down to the lobby, planning to camp out there for the day. As I sat in a worn armchair, pretending to read a book while actually scanning every person who entered, I noticed a man watching me. He was middle-aged, with salt and pepper hair, and a face that looked like it had seen too much sun. When he realized I had spotted him, he approached. "American?" he asked in a thick accent I couldn't place. I nodded warily, my body tensing for flight. He leaned in close, his voice barely above a whisper. "You're in danger. They think you have something that belongs to them." Before I could ask who they were or what they thought I had, he was gone, melting into the crowd outside the hostel doors. My mind raced. Was this connected to the theft? Had I somehow stumbled into something bigger than a simple robbery? I felt like I was in the middle of a spy thriller, except this was terrifyingly real. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilance, constantly looking over my shoulder. Every stranger on the street became a potential threat. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, hunted. As night fell, I knew I couldn't go back to my room. It didn't feel safe anymore. I walked the streets of Athens, moving from one 24-hour cafe to another, never staying in one place too long. The city that had seemed so magical just days ago now felt oppressive and dangerous. Around midnight, I saw them, two men in dark clothes, moving with purpose through the thinning crowds. They were scanning faces, and I knew instinctively they were looking for me. I ducked into a narrow alleyway, my heart pounding so loud I was sure they would hear it. I heard their footsteps at the entrance of the alley. "She must have gone this way," one of them said in Greek-accented English. I pressed myself against the wall, hardly daring to breathe. They were so close I could smell the cigarette smoke on their clothes. Just when I thought they would discover me, a cat knocked over a trash can further down the alley. The noise startled them, and they moved past my hiding spot to investigate. I didn't wait to see if they would come back. As soon as they were out of sight, I ran. I had no destination in mind, just an overwhelming need to get away. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I finally stopped to catch my breath, I found myself near the ancient agora. The ruins stood silent in the moonlight, a reminder of a civilization that had endured far greater challenges than what I was facing. Somehow, that thought gave me strength. I spent the rest of the night moving from shadow to shadow, always alert, always watching. As dawn broke, I made my way back to the American embassy. I didn't know if I could trust them, but I had nowhere else to turn. To my surprise, there was already someone waiting for me. The salt and pepper-haired man from the hostel. He flashed a badge identifying him as an Interpol agent. "We've been watching you," he said, his tone softer than I expected. "You unknowingly checked into a hotel that's a front for a major counterfeiting operation. They thought you were one of us." The relief I felt at finally understanding what was happening was overwhelming. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't paranoid. The danger had been real. The next few days were a whirlwind. I gave statements to Interpol and the local police. My stolen belongings were recovered, minus the cash. The Interpol agent, whose name was Dmitri, explained that the theft had been a standard tactic to keep tourists quiet about what they might have seen in the hotel. As I finally boarded my flight home, my emotions were mixed. I was relieved to be safe, but also strangely exhilarated. I had faced my worst fears and survived. I had been alone in a foreign country, hunted and afraid, and I had made it through. The Greece I was leaving wasn't the Greece I had arrived to see. The romantic notions of ancient ruins and Mediterranean beaches had been replaced by a grittier, more complex reality. But I was leaving with something far more valuable than tourist snapshots. I was leaving with a newfound confidence in my own resilience. As the plane took off, I looked out at the twinkling lights of Athens below. I knew that somewhere down there, life was going on as usual. Tourists were exploring the Acropolis, locals were enjoying late-night souvlaki, and yes, probably some criminals were plotting their next move. But I was different now. I had seen the darker side of travel, and I had survived it. Whatever challenges lay ahead in my normal life back home, I knew I could face them. After all, they couldn't be scarier than being hunted through the streets of a foreign city, right? As Greece faded into the distance, I smiled to myself. This might not have been the trip I planned, but it was certainly one I would never forget. And isn't that, after all, what travel is all about? The moment I saw his eyes in the flickering lamplight, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. The man I'd rescued from the churning sea wasn't a victim of the storm. He was its human embodiment, and I'd just invited chaos into my sanctuary. I've been the keeper of the Morro Point Lighthouse for nearly 2 decades. It's a solitary life, but one I've grown to love. The rhythmic flash of the beacon, the crash of waves against the rocky shore, the cry of seagulls. These have been my constant companions. I've weathered countless storms from my perch high above the ocean, always feeling safe and secure within these sturdy stone walls. But nothing could have prepared me for that night. The storm had been raging for hours, one of the worst I'd seen in years. The wind howled like a banshee, rain lashed against the windows, and lightning split the sky in jagged bursts. I was up in the lantern room, making sure the light stayed strong and true, when I saw him. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Surely, no one could be out in that maelstrom. But there he was, a lone figure clinging to a piece of driftwood, being tossed about by the angry waves like a rag doll. My training kicked in immediately. I radioed the Coast Guard, but they were swamped with other emergencies and couldn't reach us for hours. I knew that by then, it would be too late. I've always prided myself on being a decent man, the kind who'd help a stranger in need. So, I did what any good lighthouse keeper would do. I went out to save him. The journey from the lighthouse to the shore was treacherous. The wind nearly knocked me off my feet several times, and the rain made it almost impossible to see. But somehow, I made it to the water's edge. I waded in, the icy waves slapping against my chest, threatening to pull me under. The man had drifted closer to shore, but he was clearly exhausted, barely hanging on. With a surge of adrenaline, I managed to grab him and drag him onto the beach. He was a sorry sight, soaked to the bone, shivering violently. his eyes wild and unfocused. I helped him to his feet and half carried, half dragged him back to the lighthouse. Once inside, I sat him by the fire, wrapped him in blankets, and pressed a mug of hot tea into his trembling hands. It was only then, in the warm glow of the hearth, that I got a good look at him. He was younger than I'd first thought, probably in his early 30s. His face was gaunt, with hollow cheeks and deep-set eyes that seemed to burn with an inner fire. There was something unsettling about those eyes, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Thank you," he said, his voice raspy from the salt water. "I thought I was done for out there." "What happened?" I asked. "How did you end up in the water?" He looked down at his mug, a shadow passing over his face. "My boat capsized. I was the only survivor." I nodded sympathetically, but something about his story didn't sit right. His clothes weren't those of a sailor, and he had no other signs of having been on a boat. No life jacket, no identifying tags, nothing. "I'm John," I said, trying to shake off my unease. "I'm the lighthouse keeper here." He looked up at me, those unsettling eyes boring into mine. "Martin," he replied simply. As the night wore on, Martin became more talkative. He asked questions about the lighthouse, about my life here, about the surrounding area. His interest seemed innocent enough, but there was an intensity to his queries that put me on edge. I tried to radio the Coast Guard again, but the storm was interfering with the signal. We were on our own, at least until morning. As I prepared a makeshift bed for Martin in the living quarters, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd made a mistake in bringing him here. But what choice did I have? I couldn't have left him to drown. I showed Martin to his room and retreated to my own, locking the door behind me, something I'd never felt the need to do before. Sleep eluded me that night, my mind racing with doubts and fears. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke with a start to the sound of movement outside my door. The storm had died down, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. I glanced at my clock, 3:27 a.m. Quietly, I got up and pressed my ear to the door. Footsteps, moving stealthily down the hallway. I held my breath, listening intently. The steps paused outside my door for a moment, then continued on. My heart pounding, I cracked open the door and peered out. In the dim emergency lighting, I saw Martin's figure disappearing around the corner, heading towards the lantern room. I followed, trying to keep my footsteps silent on the metal stairs. As I reached the top, I heard Martin's voice. He was talking to someone, his tone urgent and low. "I'm in," he was saying. "The old fool bought my story hook, line and sinker. We can move forward with the plan." I felt my blood run cold. Who was he talking to? What plan? I must have made a noise because suddenly, Martin fell silent. I barely had time to duck back down the stairs before he emerged from the lantern room. "John," he called out. "Is that you?" I didn't answer, my mind racing. I needed to get to my radio to call for help. But to do that, I'd have to get past Martin. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out into view. "Just checking on you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Thought I heard something up here." Martin's face was a mask of innocence, but his eyes, those burning eyes, told a different story. "Just admiring the view," he said smoothly. "It's quite something up here." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak further. We stood there in uncomfortable silence for a moment before I excused myself, saying I needed to check on something downstairs. As soon as I was out of sight, I raced to the radio room. My hands shook as I tried to establish a connection with the Coast Guard. "Mayday, Mayday," I whispered urgently into the mic. "This is Morrow Point Lighthouse. I need immediate assist." A hand clamped down on my shoulder, spinning me around. Martin stood there, all pretense of friendliness gone from his face. Now, John," he said, his voice cold and hard. "We can't have you doing that." What followed was a desperate struggle. Despite my age, I'm still strong from years of maintaining the lighthouse. But Martin was younger, quicker, and driven by a manic energy I couldn't match. We crashed around the room, knocking over equipment and furniture. I managed to land a solid punch to his jaw, but he retaliated by slamming my head against the wall, leaving me dazed. Through the fog of pain, I saw Martin pick up a heavy wrench from my toolbox. He raised it high, a look of grim determination on his face. "I'm sorry it had to come to this, old man," he said, "but I can't let you interfere." Just as he was about to bring the wrench down, a blinding light flooded the room. We both turned to see a Coast Guard helicopter hovering outside the window. Its searchlight trained directly on us. Martin's moment of distraction was all I needed. I lunged forward, tackling him to the ground. We grappled on the floor as shouts and footsteps thundered up the lighthouse stairs. Moments later, the room was filled with Coast Guard officers. They pulled Martin off me, quickly restraining him. As they led him away, I learned the truth. Martin was part of a smuggling ring that had been using remote lighthouses as drop-off points. They'd been planning to take over Morrow Point for months, seeing it as the perfect, isolated spot for their operations. The storm that had brought Martin to my door had been entirely manufactured, a ploy to gain entry to the lighthouse and overpower its solitary keeper. In the days that followed, as I nursed my bruises and gave statements to various law enforcement agencies, I couldn't help but reflect on how close I'd come to disaster. My desire to help, my basic human decency, had nearly been my undoing. But as I stood in the lantern room, watching the beams sweep out over the calm sea, I realized something. Yes, there was darkness in the world, men like Martin who would exploit kindness for their own gain. But there was also light, the Coast Guard who had come to my rescue, the officers who worked tirelessly to bring the smugglers to justice, even my own stubborn refusal to give in. These were all beacons of hope in their own way. I decided to stay on as keeper of Morrow Point. This lighthouse had been my home for too long to abandon it now, but I'd be more cautious in the future, more discerning about who I let into my sanctuary. As night fell and I lit the beacon once more, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I was more than just a lighthouse keeper. I was a guardian, a protector of this small corner of the world. And come storm or smuggler, I would stand my ground. The light flashed out across the waves, strong and steady, and I stood watch, ready for whatever the night might bring. The moment he slid into my back seat, I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary ride. There was something in his eyes, a wild, desperate look that sent a chill down my spine. Little did I know, I was about to become an unwitting accomplice in a night that would push me to my limits. I'd been driving for Uber for about 6 months, mostly to supplement my day job income. It was usually pretty uneventful. Drunk college kids, business people running late, tourists trying to cram in as many sites as possible. But this night was different from the start. It was around 2 a.m., that dead time when the bars have closed but the city hasn't quite woken up yet. I was thinking about calling it a night when the ping came through on my app. The pickup location was in a part of town I didn't know well, mostly abandoned warehouses and shuttered factories. I hesitated for a moment, my gut telling me to ignore it and head home. But the promise of one last fare won out, and I found myself navigating through the maze of darkened streets. As I pulled up to the address, I saw him, a man in his mid-30s, dressed in dark clothes, standing in the shadow of a graffiti-covered wall. He was looking around nervously, like he expected someone to jump out at him at any moment. "You the Uber?" he called out as I approached. I nodded, forcing a smile. "That's me. Where are we headed tonight?" He didn't answer immediately, just slid into the back seat and shut the door. The car filled with the smell of sweat and something metallic that I couldn't quite place. "Just drive," he said, his voice low and tense. "I'll give you directions as we go." Every instinct I had was screaming at me to kick this guy out and speed away, but I was already moving, merging back onto the empty street. We drove in silence for a while, the man occasionally muttering directions. We were heading out of the city, towards the more rural outskirts. The buildings grew sparse, replaced by fields and the occasional farmhouse. "So," I said, trying to break the tension, "late night or early morning for you?" He grunted in response, his eyes fixed on the side mirror. "You always this chatty?" I shut up after that, focusing on the road ahead. The silence in the car was oppressive, broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional ping from my phone. After about 20 minutes, he suddenly barked, "Pull over here." We were in the middle of nowhere, a dirt road stretching out on either side of us. There was nothing around except for an old, dilapidated barn about 100 yards off the road. "Look, man," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "I don't know what's going on here, but shut up and listen." He cut me off. For the first time, I saw something glint in his hand, a knife. My blood ran cold. "Here's what's going to happen," he continued, his voice eerily calm. "You're going to wait here. I'm going to take care of some business in that barn. When I come back, you're going to drive me back to the city. No questions asked. Got it?" I nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. "Good," he said. "And just so we're clear, if you try to leave or call anyone, things will get very unpleasant for you. Understand?" Another nod. He got out of the car and walked towards the barn, disappearing into the shadows. As soon as he was out of sight, I let out a shaky breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. My mind was racing. What had I gotten myself into? Was this guy a drug dealer? A killer? Should I try to make a run for it? I looked at my phone. No signal, of course. Minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. Every sound made me jump. The rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant hoot of an owl. I kept expecting to hear gunshots or screams, but there was nothing. After what felt like an eternity, I saw movement by the barn. The man was coming back, and he wasn't alone. There was someone else with him, stumbling along like they were injured or drugged. As they got closer, I could see it was a woman. Her hands were tied behind her back, and there was a gag in her mouth. Her eyes were wide with terror. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. This wasn't just some shady deal. This was a kidnapping, and I was in the middle of it. The man shoved the woman into the back seat, then got in beside her. "Drive," he commanded. I put the car in gear, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. As we pulled away, I caught the woman's eye in the rearview mirror. The fear and desperation I saw there made my decision for me. I had to do something. We'd been driving for about 10 minutes when I saw my chance. Up ahead was a sharp bend in the road, with a steep drop-off on one side. I took a deep breath, sent up a silent prayer, and made my move. As we approached the turn, I suddenly jerked the wheel hard to the right. The car skidded, tires squealing on the asphalt. The man yelled, caught off guard. Before he could react, I slammed on the brakes and threw the car into park. In the moment of chaos, I scrambled out of the driver's seat and yanked open the back door. The woman tumbled out, and I grabbed her arm, pulling her with me as I ran. I could hear the man shouting behind us, the sound of his footsteps getting closer. We ran towards a dense patch of trees, the uneven ground making us stumble. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The man had a gun. The woman stumbled, letting out a muffled cry through her gag. I pulled her behind a large tree, both of us breathing hard. Come out, the man called, his voice echoing in the night. "You're only making this worse for yourselves." I looked at the woman, trying to convey with my eyes that she should stay quiet. Slowly, carefully, I untied her hands and removed the gag. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice hoarse. Another shot rang out, closer this time. We flinched, pressing ourselves against the tree trunk. "I have an idea," I whispered back, "but it's risky." She nodded, willing to try anything. I picked up a large rock and threw it as far as I could in the opposite direction. The sound of it crashing through the underbrush caught the man's attention. We heard him moving away from us, towards the noise. "Now!" I hissed. We ran, no longer caring about being quiet. Our only hope was to get back to the road to find help. We burst out of the tree line, the road just ahead of us, and there, like a miracle, was a pair of headlights approaching. I waved my arms frantically, yelling at the top of my lungs. The car slowed, then stopped. It was an old pickup truck, driven by a bewildered-looking elderly man. "Please," I gasped. "We need help. There's a man with a gun." Before I could finish, another shot rang out. The old man's eyes widened in fear, but to his credit, he didn't drive off. Instead, he reached over and flung open the passenger door. "Get in," he yelled. We didn't need to be told twice. We piled into the truck, the woman practically in my lap in the cramped cab. As we sped off, I saw the man emerge from the trees in my side mirror, his face contorted with rage. The old man, who introduced himself as Frank, drove us straight to the nearest police station. The next few hours were a blur of statements and questions. The woman, whose name was Lisa, had been kidnapped by the man, her ex-husband, who had been stalking her for months. As dawn broke, I sat on a bench outside the police station, exhausted but relieved. Lisa came out and sat beside me. "I don't know how to thank you," she said softly. "You saved my life." I shook my head. "I'm just glad we both made it out okay." She squeezed my hand, and we sat there in silence, watching the sun rise on a new day. In the weeks that followed, I gave more statements, identified the man in a lineup, and eventually testified at his trial. He went away for a long time. I stopped driving for Uber after that night. The experience had shown me how quickly an ordinary situation could turn dangerous, but it had also shown me something about myself, that when pushed to the limit, I was capable of more courage than I ever thought possible. Now, whenever I see an Uber drive by, I say a little prayer for the driver and their passengers, because you never know when a simple ride might turn into the most harrowing journey of your life. I never thought a garden gnome could be a harbinger of terror, but as I stared at the ceramic figure mysteriously placed on my porch, its painted eyes seeming to follow my every move, I realized my quiet life in this small town was about to take a sinister turn. My name's Sarah, and I moved to Millbrook about 6 months ago. After years of hustling in the big city, I was ready for a change of pace. Millbrook seemed perfect, a quaint rural town where everyone knew their neighbors and life moved at a slower rhythm. I bought a charming little house on the outskirts of town, with a spacious yard that I dreamed of turning into a vegetable garden. The first few months were idyllic. I spent my days working remotely from my sunny home office, and my evenings tending to my budding garden or chatting with neighbors over the fence. One neighbor in particular, Tom, seemed especially friendly. He lived in the house next door, a middle-aged man with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and an easy smile. He was always offering to help with yard work or home repairs, which I appreciated as a single woman living alone. It was Tom who first pointed out the gnome. I was watering my tomato plants one evening when he called over the fence. "Hey, Sarah, when did you get the new garden decoration?" I looked up, confused. "What decoration?" He pointed to my front porch. "The gnome. Cute little fella." I felt a chill run down my spine. I hadn't bought any gnome. Excusing myself, I walked around to the front of the house. There it was, a typical garden gnome, about a foot tall, with a red hat and a cheerful expression, but something about it felt off. I picked it up gingerly, looking for any clue as to where it came from. There was nothing. No tag, no marking, nothing. Just smooth, cold ceramic. Probably just a welcome gift from one of the neighbors. I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. I placed the gnome back on the porch and went inside, determined to forget about it. But I couldn't. That night, I kept waking up, sure I had heard something moving outside. Each time I looked out the window, the gnome was there, its fixed smile visible in the moonlight. The next morning, I woke up exhausted and on edge. As I stumbled to the kitchen to make coffee, I glanced out the front window and froze. The gnome had moved. It was now facing the house, as if looking directly at me. My heart raced. I told myself I must have bumped it last night and not noticed, but deep down, I knew I hadn't touched it. Over the next few days, a pattern emerged. Every morning, the gnome would be in a different position. Sometimes it would be facing a different direction. Sometimes it would be in a completely new spot in the yard. I started taking pictures, trying to convince myself I wasn't going crazy. I thought about talking to Tom about it, but something held me back. Maybe it was the way he had been watching me lately, his friendly smile not quite reaching his eyes. Or maybe it was the fact that I had seen him outside at odd hours, always seeming to be looking towards my house. A week after the gnome appeared, I came home from grocery shopping to find my front door unlocked. I was sure I had locked it, I always did. Heart pounding, I entered the house, half expecting to find an intruder. Everything looked normal, but there was a faint smell I didn't recognize, a mix of cigarette smoke and something metallic. I called the police in, but they found no signs of forced entry. They suggested I might have forgotten to lock the door, or that perhaps a draft had blown it open. I nodded and thanked them, but I knew better. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the house settling made me jump. I kept thinking I heard footsteps outside my bedroom door. When my alarm went off in the morning, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. Bleary-eyed, I went to make coffee and saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on my kitchen table, was the gnome. Its cheerful smile now seemed sinister, mocking. I backed away, my mind reeling. This wasn't possible. I never brought the gnome inside. Someone had been in my house, in my safe space. With shaking hands, I called my best friend Lisa. "I need you to come over," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Something's wrong." Lisa arrived within the hour, concern etched on her face. I told her everything, the appearing gnome, the strange movements, the unlocked door, and now this. To her credit, she didn't dismiss me or tell me I was imagining things. "Have you noticed anything else unusual?" she asked, her brow furrowed. I hesitated, then told her about Tom, his over-friendliness, the odd hours, the feeling of being watched. Lisa's eyes widened. "Sarah, this isn't just paranoia. Someone is definitely messing with you. We need to call the police again." This time, the police took my concerns more seriously. They dusted for fingerprints and found several that didn't match mine. They promised to increase patrols in the area and suggested I install security cameras. Lisa stayed with me that night, and we spent hours setting up cameras around the house and yard. We moved the gnome to the backyard, placing it where it would be clearly visible on the cameras. The next morning, we reviewed the footage. For hours, nothing happened. Then, at around 3 a.m., a figure appeared on the screen. My heart stopped as I recognized Tom's silhouette. We watched in horror as he crept around the yard, eventually picking up the gnome and moving it to the front porch. "Oh my God," Lisa whispered. "Oh, Sarah, he's been gaslighting you this whole time." I felt sick. All those friendly interactions, the offers of help. It had all been a ploy to get close to me, to learn my routines. We called the police immediately. They arrived quickly, reviewed the footage, and went to Tom's house with a warrant. What they found there chilled me to the bone. Tom's house was filled with pictures of me, sleeping, working in my garden, even through my windows. He had been obsessively stalking me for months. The police also found detailed plans about how he intended to make me his. As they led Tom away in handcuffs, he looked at me with a mixture of anger and something that looked unsettlingly like love. "We were meant to be together," he called out. "I was just trying to protect you." In the days that followed, I learned more about Tom's history. He had a record of stalking women in other towns, always moving on before he could be caught. Millbrook had been his latest hunting ground, and I had been his target. The gnome, it turned out, was his sick way of playing with me. He got a thrill out of making me question my sanity, of invading my space without me knowing. Each move of the gnome was a message. I can get to you anytime I want. It took a long time for me to feel safe in my home again. I installed better locks, got a security system, and even adopted a large dog. Lisa stayed with me for a few weeks, helping me process what had happened. Slowly, life in Millbrook returned to normal, or a new normal at least. My neighbors, horrified by what had happened, rallied around me. They checked in regularly, helped me reinforce my house, and made sure I was never alone if I didn't want to be. As for the gnome, I couldn't bring myself to keep it. Instead, I decided to turn it into something positive. I donated it to a local art project that raised awareness about stalking and domestic violence. Seeing it transformed, broken apart, and reformed into a beautiful mosaic helped me start to heal. Today, a year after that terrifying ordeal, I'm still in Millbrook. I've reclaimed my home and my peace of mind. My garden is thriving, and I've made genuine friendships with my neighbors. But I'll never forget the lesson I learned, that sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones hiding in plain sight, wearing a friendly smile and offering a helping hand, and that a seemingly innocuous object, like a garden gnome, can be a silent sentinel of terror. Every now and then, when the wind blows just right, I think I hear the faint sound of ceramic scraping against wood. In those moments, I take a deep breath, remind myself that I'm safe and that the nightmare is over. But I always check my locks, just in case. The moment I heard the first gunshot echo through the forest, I knew our camping trip had just become a fight for survival. What started as a peaceful getaway with friends had suddenly turned into a nightmare, and the woods that once seemed welcoming now felt like a deadly maze. It was supposed to be a perfect weekend. My best friend Jake, his girlfriend Sarah, and my boyfriend Tom had been planning this camping trip to the Adirondacks for months. We were all desperate to escape the noise and stress of the city, to reconnect with nature and each other. If only we'd known what was waiting for us in those seemingly peaceful woods. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun already starting to dip behind the tall pines. The drive had been long, but the excitement of the adventure ahead kept our spirits high. We found a beautiful spot to set up camp, far from the designated campgrounds. Jake had insisted on going off the beaten path, saying it would give us a more authentic experience. None of us thought to argue. Setting up camp was a breeze. Jake and Tom handled the tents while Sarah and I gathered firewood. As darkness fell, we sat around the crackling fire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. The night sky above us was a blanket of stars, more than I'd ever seen in my light, polluted city life. It was breathtaking. "This is perfect," Sarah sighed, leaning her head on Jake's shoulder. "We should do this more often." We all murmured in agreement, feeling content and at peace. If only we'd known it was the calm before the storm. The next day, we decided to go for a hike. Jake had found a trail on his map that led to a secluded waterfall. "It'll be a bit of a trek," he said, "but the view will be worth it." We set off early, the morning dew still clinging to the leaves. The hike was challenging but exhilarating. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and small animals, the air fresh and invigorating. We stopped occasionally to take photos or admire particularly beautiful vistas. It was around midday when we reached the waterfall. Jake had been right. It was stunning. Crystal clear water cascaded down moss-covered rocks into a serene pool below. We decided to take a break, eat our packed lunches, and maybe even take a dip in the cool water. That's when we heard it, voices carrying on the wind. At first, we thought it might be other hikers, but as the voices got closer, we realized something was off. The tones were angry, aggressive. "We need to hide," Tom whispered urgently, his eyes wide with fear. Without a word, we gathered our things and ducked behind some large boulders near the water's edge. From our hiding spot, we could see a group of men emerge from the trees on the other side of the clearing. They were rough-looking, carrying rifles and speaking in hushed, angry tones. "This is our territory," one of them growled. "We need to send a message to those city folks, showing them they're not welcome here." My blood ran cold. Were they talking about us? How did they know we were from the city? We stayed hidden, barely daring to breathe, as the men continued their discussion. It became clear that they were some kind of local militia group, angry about outsiders coming into their woods. They talked about setting up traps, about teaching lessons to trespassers. After what felt like hours, but was probably only about 20 minutes, the men moved on. We waited until we couldn't hear their voices anymore before we dared to move. "We need to get out of here," Sarah said, her voice shaking. "Right now." No one argued. We began to make our way back down the trail, moving as quickly and quietly as we could. The forest that had seemed so welcoming just hours ago now felt oppressive and dangerous. Every snapping twig made us jump. Every rustle in the underbrush could be a threat. We were about halfway back to our campsite when we heard the first gunshot. It rang out loud and clear, followed by shouts and more gunfire. "Run!" Jake yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand. We took off, all thoughts of stealth forgotten in our panic. Branches whipped at our faces as we crashed through the undergrowth, the sound of pursuit growing closer behind us. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the green blur of the forest. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but terror kept me moving. Suddenly, Jake stumbled, crying out in pain. He'd twisted his ankle on a hidden root. Tom and I grabbed him, supporting him between us as we continued to move, slower now but still driven by desperation. We found a dense thicket and ducked into it, helping Jake sit down. Sarah worked to bandage his ankle with supplies from the small first aid kit she carried, while Tom and I kept watch. "What are we going to do?" Sarah whispered, fear evident in her voice. "We need to get back to the campsite," Tom said. "Get our phones, call for help." "But what if they're waiting for us there?" I asked, the thought sending a fresh wave of panic through me. Before anyone could answer, we heard voices nearby. We froze, hardly daring to breathe. "They couldn't have gotten far," a gruff voice said. "The girl left a trail even a blind man could follow." I looked down in horror, realizing my shirt had torn on a branch, leaving behind small scraps of fabric. "We need to move," Jake whispered urgently. "They'll find us if we stay here." Despite his injured ankle, Jake insisted he could move. We helped him up, and once again we were on the run. But this time we moved more carefully, doing our best to leave no trail. As we crept through the forest, the sounds of our pursuers seemed to be all around us. A twig would snap to our left, voices would carry from the right. It was like we were caught in some twisted game of cat and mouse. Night began to fall, making our progress even slower. We were lost, exhausted, and terrified. But we kept moving, driven by the primal need to survive. It was Tom who spotted the cave. Hidden behind a curtain of vines, it seemed to offer a temporary sanctuary. We ducked inside, grateful for a moment's rest. "We can't keep running forever," Sarah said, voicing what we were all thinking. "We need a plan." "I say we wait until full dark," Jake suggested, "then try to circle back to the campsite. If we can get to our phones, we can call for help." It was a risky plan, but it was the only one we had. We settled in to wait, huddled together for warmth and comfort. Hours passed. The forest outside grew quiet, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle of a small animal. When we could no longer see anything beyond the cave entrance, we knew it was time to move. Our progress was painfully slow. Jake's ankle had swollen, making each step agony for him. We had to stop frequently to listen for any signs of pursuit. But somehow, miraculously, we made it back to our campsite. The sight that greeted us made my heart sink. Our tents had been slashed, our supplies scattered. It was clear the men had been here. "Quick," Tom whispered. "Grab anything useful and let's go." We worked fast, gathering what we could. I found my phone buried under some torn sleeping bags. The battery was low, but it was still working. With shaking hands, I dialed 911. The next few hours were a blur. We kept moving, always on alert, as I tried to describe our location to the emergency dispatcher. When we finally heard the whir of helicopter blades, I nearly wept with relief. The forest rangers found us just as dawn was breaking. We were dehydrated, exhausted, and traumatized, but alive. As they led us to safety, we learned that the men who had been chasing us were part of a known anti-government group. They had been causing trouble in the area for months. In the days that followed, as we gave statements to the police and tried to process what had happened, I found myself reflecting on how quickly our peaceful retreat had turned into a nightmare. The Adirondacks, which had seemed so beautiful and serene, had revealed a darker, more dangerous side. We had gone into those woods seeking adventure and connection. We had found those things, but not in the way we expected. Our brush with danger had bonded us in a way that no ordinary camping trip could have. We had seen each other at our most vulnerable, our most terrified, and we had pulled through together. As I sit here now, safe in my city apartment, I can still hear the echo of those gunshots, still feel the panic of being hunted through the darkness, but I also remember the strength we found in each other, the resilience we didn't know we had. Will I ever go camping again? I'm not sure. But I do know that whatever challenges life throws at me, I can face them. After all, I survived a night of terror in the Adirondacks. What could be scarier than that? The moment I saw their eyes in my rearview mirror, I knew I had stumbled into something far more sinister than a simple pit stop. What should have been a quick refuel had just become a desperate fight for survival, with an entire town seemingly intent on making sure I never left. It was supposed to be a straightforward road trip. I'd been driving for hours, making my way across the country to start a new job in California. The monotony of the highway had lulled me into a sense of security, the miles rolling by as I sang along to the radio and daydreamed about my fresh start. As the sun began to set, I noticed my gas gauge dipping dangerously low. I hadn't seen a station for miles, and the vast emptiness of the desert was starting to make me nervous. Just when I was beginning to worry, I spotted a sign, "Last Chance Gas, 5 miles." It wasn't a name I recognized, but beggars can't be choosers when you're running on fumes in the middle of nowhere. The exit ramp led me to a small, dusty town that looked like it hadn't changed since the 1950s. Faded storefronts lined the main street, their windows dark and uninviting. The gas station stood at the far end, its neon sign flickering weakly in the twilight. As I pulled up to the pump, I noticed a group of locals gathered near the station's convenience store. They fell silent as I got out of my car, their eyes following my every move. I tried to shake off the unease creeping up my spine, telling myself I was just being paranoid. "Evening," I called out, trying to sound friendly. "You folks know if this place is still open?" One of the men, a tall, lean figure with a weather-beaten face, stepped forward. "Sure is," he drawled, his tone oddly flat. "Why don't you go on inside and see Mitch? He'll get you sorted." I nodded my thanks and headed into the store, the bell above the door jingling cheerfully, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere outside. The interior was dimly lit and cluttered, shelves stocked with dusty cans and faded packages. Behind the counter stood a man I assumed was Mitch, his rheumy eyes regarding me with an unsettling intensity. "Just passing through?" he asked as I approached, his voice gravelly from years of cigarettes. "Yeah, on my way to California," I replied, fishing out my wallet. "Could I get 40 on pump 3, please?" Mitch's eyes narrowed slightly. "California, huh? Long way from here. You sure you want to keep going tonight? We got a motel just down the road. Might be safer to rest up before hitting the road again." Something in his tone made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Thanks, but I'm good to keep driving." I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I'll just get that gas and be on my way. Mitch shrugged, but I could see a hardness in his eyes that wasn't there before. He rang up the purchase silently, and I couldn't help but notice how his gaze kept flicking to something behind me. I turned, half expecting to see someone there, but there was only the empty store. As I walked back to my car, I could feel the weight of dozens of eyes on me. The group by the store had grown larger, and they made no effort to hide their stares. I kept my head down, focusing on the task of filling up my tank, willing the numbers to tick by faster. Just as I was finishing up, I heard the crunch of gravel behind me. I turned to see the tall man from earlier, flanked by two others. Their expressions were grim, almost predatory. "You know," the tall man said, his voice low and menacing, "we don't get many outsiders round here. Folks tend to get lost, if you catch my meaning." My heart began to race. I fumbled with the gas cap, trying to appear calm. "Well, I appreciate your concern, but I really should be going." I made to get into my car, but one of the other men stepped forward, blocking my path. "Now hold on there," he said, his meaty hand coming to rest on my car door. "We can't in good conscience let you drive off into the night. Why don't you come with us? We'll make sure you're taken care of." In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that if I went with these men, I would never be seen again. With a surge of adrenaline, I shoved past them and dove into my car, slamming the lock down just as hands grabbed for the door handle. I gunned the engine, tires squealing as I peeled out of the gas station. In my rearview mirror, I could see the men running to their trucks. The whole town seemed to come alive, lights flicking on in houses and more vehicles pulling onto the road behind me. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel as I accelerated, pushing my car to its limits. The desert night flew by in a blur, punctuated by the glare of headlights in my mirrors. I could hear engines roaring behind me, growing closer with each passing second. I took a sharp turn onto a side road, hoping to lose them, but they knew these roads far better than I did. Every twist and turn I made, they matched. My mind raced, trying to come up with a plan. I couldn't outrun them forever, and my gas tank wouldn't last indefinitely. As I crested a hill, I saw salvation, a highway in the distance, its steady stream of traffic a beacon of hope. If I could just make it there, I'd be safe. I pressed the accelerator to the floor, my engine protesting as I pushed it beyond its limits. The pursuing vehicles were right on my tail now. I could hear shouts and the occasional ping of something hitting my car. Were they shooting at me? The highway was so close, just a few more seconds. With a final burst of speed, I shot onto the on-ramp, merging into the flow of traffic. I weaved between cars, putting as much distance as I could between myself and my pursuers. When I finally dared to look in my rearview mirror again, I saw their headlights receding into the distance. They couldn't risk following me onto a busy highway. I didn't slow down until the sun began to rise, casting a pale glow over the desert landscape. My hands were cramped from gripping the steering wheel, and my whole body ached with tension. But I was alive, and I was free. When I finally felt safe enough to stop, I pulled into a busy truck stop, my legs shaking as I got out of the car. The events of the night felt surreal in the harsh light of day. Had I imagined it all? But the dents in my car door and the empty gas tank were stark reminders that it had all been terrifyingly real. I called the police from a payphone, my voice shaking as I recounted my experience. They took my statement, but I could hear the skepticism in the officer's voice. A whole town of crazed kidnappers. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. As I waited for my car to fill up, surrounded by the comforting bustle of normal travelers, I couldn't shake the memory of those cold, predatory eyes. What would have happened if I hadn't gotten away? How many others hadn't been so lucky? I never did find out the truth about that town. In the years since, I've scoured maps and searched online, but I've never been able to find any trace of Last Chance Gas or the nameless town that nearly became my final destination. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if it even existed at all, or if it was some kind of mass hallucination brought on by exhaustion and desert heat. But then I look at my car, at the small dents that no body shop has ever been able to fully repair, and I know it was real. I know that somewhere out there, hidden in the vast expanse of the American desert, there's a town that preys on unsuspecting travelers. And I know how close I came to becoming just another missing person, another mystery for someone else to solve. I still take road trips sometimes, but I never drive at night anymore. And I always make sure my tank is full before I hit those long, lonely stretches of highway. Because you never know what might be waiting for you at that next exit, in those small towns that seem frozen in time. Sometimes, a pit stop can become a fight for survival, and the difference between life and death can be as simple as a full tank of gas. The moment I saw the boy's eyes, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. What I thought was an act of kindness had led me straight into a trap, and now I was facing a nightmare I never could have imagined. I've always been an adventurous soul. That's why, when I felt the stress of my job in the city becoming too much, I decided to take a solo camping trip in the vast wilderness of Maine. I craved the solitude, the chance to clear my head and reconnect with nature. If only I'd known what was waiting for me in those woods. The first few days were everything I'd hoped for. I hiked through dense forests, marveling at the towering pines and the chorus of bird song that accompanied me. I set up camp near crystal clear streams, falling asleep to the gentle babble of water over rocks. For the first time in months, I felt at peace. It was on the fourth day that everything changed. I had ventured further into the wilderness than I'd planned, drawn by the promise of a beautiful valley I'd spotted on my map. The hike was challenging, but the views were worth it. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks, I started to make my way back to my campsite. That's when I heard it, a faint cry, almost lost in the rustle of leaves and the evening calls of birds. I paused, straining my ears. There it was again, definitely human, and definitely in distress. Without hesitation, I veered off the trail, following the sound. As I pushed through the undergrowth, the cries grew louder. Finally, I broke into a small clearing and saw him, a young boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old, lying on the ground and clutching his leg. "Hey there," I called out softly, not wanting to startle him. "Are you okay?" The boy looked up, his face streaked with tears and dirt. I fell," he whimpered. "My leg hurts. I can't move it." I approached slowly, my heart aching for this lost child. "It's all right," I soothed. "I'm here to help. Can you tell me your name?" "Tommy," he sniffled. "Okay, Tommy. I'm Sarah. Let's take a look at that leg, shall we?" As I knelt beside him, I noticed his clothes were torn and dirty, as if he'd been out here for a while. How long had this poor kid been lost in the woods? I gently examined his leg, relieved to find no obvious breaks. It seemed to be just a bad sprain. "Good news, Tommy. I don't think it's broken. But we should get you back to your family. Are they camping nearby?" Tommy nodded, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. "Yeah, not too far, but I don't know how to get back." I smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, we'll find them together. Can you walk if I help you?" He shook his head, his lower lip trembling. "It hurts too much." "All right then," I said, making a quick decision. "I'll carry you. Just point me in the right direction, okay?" Tommy nodded, and I carefully lifted him onto my back. He was lighter than I expected, and I could feel his small arms wrapped tightly around my neck. We set off, Tommy giving me vague directions. The sun had fully set now, and the forest was growing dark. I flicked on my headlamp, the narrow beam of light creating eerie shadows among the trees. As we walked, something began to nag at the back of my mind. Tommy's directions seemed to be leading us deeper into the woods, away from any areas where I'd expect to find campsites. But I pushed the thought aside. Kids often got confused in the woods, I told myself. We'd find his family soon enough. After what felt like hours of walking, I saw a faint light through the trees. "Look, Tommy," I said, relief flooding through me. "I think we've found them." But as we got closer, my relief turned to unease. It wasn't a campsite I was seeing, but a ramshackle cabin, barely visible in the gloom. The light was coming from a single, grimy window. "Is this where your family is staying?" I asked, a note of skepticism creeping into my voice. "Yep," Tommy chirped, suddenly sounding much more cheerful. "You can put me down now. I can walk the rest of the way." Alarm bells were ringing in my head, but before I could react, the cabin door burst open. 3 men emerged, their faces hidden in shadow. One of them called out, "Good job, Tommy, you can come here now." Tommy scrambled off my back with an agility that belied his supposed injury. He ran to the men, disappearing behind them into the cabin. I stood frozen, my mind struggling to process what was happening. One of the men stepped forward, roused, and I could see his face clearly now, weathered, with cold eyes that sent a chill down my spine. Well, he drawled. "Looks like Tommy brought us a guest. Why don't you come inside? We insist." I took a step back, my heart pounding. "No, I should be going. My campsite isn't far, and people will be expecting me." The man's laugh was harsh and humorless. "Oh, I don't think so. You see, you're a long way from any campsite out here, and no one's expecting you. No one even knows you're here." With shocking speed, he lunged forward, grabbing my arm in a vice-like grip. I tried to pull away, but he was too strong. The other 2 men approached, and I saw the glint of a knife in one of their hands. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be," the first man growled. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I brought my knee up hard, catching my captor in the groin. As he doubled over, I wrenched my arm free and ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face. I could hear shouts behind me, and the crashing of heavy footsteps in pursuit. I ran blindly, with no idea where I was going, driven only by the primal need to escape. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare slow down. I could hear them getting closer, their angry shouts echoing through the trees. Suddenly, the ground disappeared from under me. I tumbled down a steep embankment, rocks and branches tearing at my clothes and skin. I came to a stop at the bottom, dazed and in pain. As I struggled to my feet, I realized I'd fallen into a shallow ravine. The sound of rushing water reached my ears, a river hidden in the darkness. Without thinking, I plunged in, letting the current carry me downstream and away from my pursuers. The water was icy cold, shocking the breath from my lungs. I fought to keep my head above water as the river swept me along. Behind me, I could hear distant shouts of frustration. They'd lost my trail. I don't know how long I was in the water. It could have been minutes or hours. Finally, exhausted and half frozen, I managed to drag myself onto the riverbank. I lay there for a long time, shivering and gasping for breath. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of my situation sank in. I was lost in the wilderness, soaking wet, with no supplies and no idea which direction to go. And somewhere out there, those men were still looking for me. I forced myself to my feet, knowing I couldn't stay in one place. I picked a direction and started walking, using the stars to try and orient myself. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. I walked through the night and into the next day, stopping only when exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. I found berries to eat and drank from streams, always looking over my shoulder, always listening for the sound of pursuit. It was late afternoon when I finally heard something that wasn't the forest, the distant rumble of a car engine. With renewed energy, I pushed towards the sound. Eventually, I broke through the tree line and saw a road stretching out before me. I flagged down the first car that passed, probably looking like a wild woman with my torn clothes and tangled hair. The elderly couple inside were alarmed at first, but after hearing my story, they quickly offered to drive me to the nearest town. At the local police station, I recounted my harrowing experience. The officers were skeptical at first, but as I described the cabin and the men in detail, their expressions grew serious. They told me there had been rumors of a group living off the grid in those woods, possibly involved in criminal activities. My statement was the first solid lead they'd had. In the days that followed, as I recovered in a small motel, I learned that the police had found the cabin, but it was empty, the men and the boy long gone. They'd vanished into the vast wilderness, leaving behind only questions and the haunting memory of what might have been. I still go camping sometimes, but never alone, and never in unfamiliar territory. The experience taught me that while nature can be beautiful, it can also hide terrible dangers. And sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones that look just like us. Every time I see a lost child now, I'm torn between the instinct to help and the memory of Tommy's betrayal. It's a harsh lesson, but one I'll never forget. That sometimes, an act of kindness can lead you straight into a trap. And in the wilderness, the line between savior and victim can disappear in the blink of an eye. The moment I saw the desk clerk's eyes widen in fear as he handed me the room key, I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. But by then, it was too late. We were already trapped in a nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. It was supposed to be a romantic getaway for me and my girlfriend, Lily. We'd been dating for a year, and with both of us swamped at work, we desperately needed some time alone together. When I found a great deal on a secluded motel online, it seemed perfect. The reviews were sparse but positive, and the photos showed charming, rustic rooms surrounded by picturesque woodland. We booked it without a second thought. The drive took longer than expected. By the time we pulled into the motel's gravel parking lot, night had fallen, and a thick fog had rolled in, obscuring everything beyond the dim glow of the vacancy sign. The building loomed before us, a hulking shadow against the starless sky. "Well, this is atmospheric," Lily said, trying to sound upbeat, but I could hear the uncertainty in her voice. I squeezed her hand reassuringly. "It'll look better in the daylight. Come on, let's check in and get some rest." The reception area was small and poorly lit, with faded wallpaper peeling at the corners. A musty smell hung in the air, like old books and damp wood. Behind the desk stood a thin, nervous-looking man with darting eyes and a perpetual frown. "Welcome to the Pinewood Motel," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Do you have a reservation?" I gave him our names, and he began typing slowly on an ancient computer. As he worked, I noticed his hands were shaking slightly. "Is everything okay?" I asked, concern creeping into my voice. He looked up sharply, fear flashing across his face for a split second before he composed himself. "Of course, sir. Just a long night. Here's your key. Room 13. As he handed over the key, our fingers brushed, and I felt him press something into my palm, a small scrap of paper. Before I could react, he turned away, busying himself with some paperwork. Confused, I pocketed the paper and led Lily to our room. The corridor was dimly lit and eerily quiet. Our footsteps echoed off the walls, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Room 13 was at the end of the hall. The door creaked as I pushed it open, revealing a space that looked nothing like the photos online. The furniture was old and battered, the carpet stained, and a single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows across the room. "Maybe we should find somewhere else," Lily said, wrinkling her nose at the musty smell. I was about to agree when I remembered the scrap of paper. I pulled it out and unfolded it, my blood running cold as I read the hastily scrawled message. "Don't sleep. Don't shower. Get out." "What's that?" Lily asked, noticing my expression. I showed her the note, watching as her face paled. "We need to leave. Now," I said, grabbing our bags. But as I turned the handle, my heart sank. The door wouldn't budge. I yanked harder, then threw my shoulder against it, but it was like trying to move a brick wall. "What's going on?" Lily's voice was tight with fear. "I don't know. But we're getting out of here, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. I moved to the window, but it was sealed shut, the glass too thick to break easily. That's when we heard it. Footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate, coming closer. Lily and I froze, staring at each other in horror as the footsteps stopped right outside our door. For a long moment, there was silence. Then, a key turned in the lock. My mind raced, searching for a way out, a weapon, anything. But there was nowhere to go, nothing to use. We were trapped. The door swung open, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered man with a face like chiseled stone. Behind him stood two others, equally imposing. Well, the first man said, his voice a low growl. Looks like we've got some new guests. I stepped in front of Lily, my heart pounding. What do you want from us? The man's lips curled into a cruel smile. Want? Oh, we don't want anything. You're the ones who came to us, remember? Checked in of your own free will. A chill ran down my spine as the implications of his words sank in. This wasn't a random attack. This was planned. We'd walked right into their trap. Please, Lily said, her voice shaking. Just let us go. We won't tell anyone, I swear. The man laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. Oh, we know you won't tell anyone. No one ever does. They advanced into the room, and I knew we had to act. In a desperate move, I grabbed the lamp from the bedside table and swung it at the nearest man. It connected with a satisfying crunch, and he stumbled back, clutching his face. Run! I yelled to Lily, shoving past the stunned men and pulling her with me. We sprinted down the hallway, the sound of angry shouts and pounding footsteps close behind. The reception area was empty, the nervous clerk nowhere to be seen. We burst through the front doors and into the foggy night. Our car was where we'd left it, and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. Just as the engine roared to life, a hand smashed through the driver's side window, grabbing at my throat. Lily screamed, and I stomped on the gas pedal. The car lurched forward, the hand releasing me as we sped away. In the rearview mirror, I could see figures emerging from the fog, growing smaller as we put distance between us and that hellish motel. We drove for hours, not daring to stop, jumping at every set of headlights we saw. When the sun finally began to rise, we pulled into a busy truck stop, both of us exhausted and shell-shocked. What just happened? Lily asked, her voice hoarse. I shook my head, still struggling to process it all. I don't know, but we need to call the police. The local sheriff's department was skeptical at first, but as we recounted our story, providing details about the motel and the men who'd attacked us, their attitude changed. They told us there had been rumors about disappearances in that area for years, but never any solid evidence. In the days that followed, as we gave statements and identified suspects from photo lineups, the full horror of what we'd escaped became clear. The Pinewood Motel wasn't just a front for kidnapping. It was part of a larger trafficking operation that had been operating undetected for years. The police raid on the motel uncovered hidden rooms and evidence of countless victims, but many of the key players, including the men who'd attacked us, had vanished without a trace. Lily and I tried to move on with our lives, but the memory of that night haunted us. We both started having nightmares, jumping at shadows, always looking over our shoulders. Our relationship, strained by the trauma we'd endured, eventually fell apart. Even now, years later, I can't drive past a motel without feeling a surge of panic. The flashing vacancy signs that once promised rest and comfort now seem like warnings, beckoning unsuspecting travelers into darkness. I often think about that nervous clerk who tried to warn us. Did he escape too? Or did he pay the price for his moment of conscience? I'll probably never know. What I do know is that evil can hide in the most ordinary places, waiting for the unwary. A simple booking, a quest for a quiet getaway, can turn into a fight for survival in the blink of an eye. So the next time you're planning a trip, and you come across that perfect deal for a secluded motel, think twice. Because sometimes, the real price of a room is far higher than you could ever imagine. And sometimes, the guests who check in don't check out. The moment I heard the click of the door locking behind me, I knew this wasn't going to be a typical food delivery. The man's eyes, wild and desperate, told me I had just walked into something far more dangerous than a late-night pizza craving. My name's Mike, and I've been delivering pizzas for Joe's Pizza for about 6 months now. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills, and usually, the biggest excitement is hoping for a good tip. That all changed on a quiet Tuesday night in October. It had been a slow evening, and I was about to call it quits when one last order came in. The address was on the outskirts of town, in one of those areas where the houses are few and far between. I'd delivered out there before, so I didn't think much of it. As I drove, the houses became more sparse, the street lights fewer and farther between. The darkness seemed to press in on all sides, broken only by my headlights. I finally pulled up to the house, a large, somewhat run-down two-story that looked like it had seen better days. I grabbed the pizza and made my way to the front door. The porch light flickered ominously, casting strange shadows across the overgrown yard. I rang the doorbell, hearing it echo inside the house. After a moment, the door creaked open. A man stood there, middle-aged, with disheveled hair and a 5 o'clock shadow. His eyes darted nervously behind me before settling on my face. "Joe's Pizza," I said, forcing a smile. "That'll be $15.50. The man nodded, his movements jerky. Come in. I've got the money inside." Warning bells went off in my head. We're not supposed to enter customers' homes, but before I could protest, he had grabbed my arm and pulled me inside. The door slammed shut behind me, and I heard the distinct sound of a lock clicking into place. The interior of the house was dimly lit and cluttered. The air was thick with the smell of stale cigarettes and something else I couldn't quite place. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure the man could hear it. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I really should just wait out." "Shut up," the man hissed, his eyes wild. "They'll hear you." "Who will hear me?" I asked, confusion mixing with my growing fear. The man didn't answer. Instead, he moved to the window, peering out through a gap in the curtains. "They're out there," he muttered. "Watching. Always watching." I was starting to think I'd walked in on some paranoid delusion when I heard it. A muffled cry coming from upstairs. The man's head snapped towards the sound, panic flashing across his face. "What was that?" I demanded, my fear giving way to a surge of adrenaline. "Nothing," he said quickly. "Just the TV. Now, about that pizza." But I wasn't listening anymore. The cry came again, louder this time. It sounded like a woman, and she was in distress. "There's someone up there," I said, taking a step towards the stairs. "They need help." The man moved with surprising speed, blocking my path. "No one's up there," he growled, all pretense of normality gone. "You're not going anywhere." That's when I saw the gun tucked into his waistband. My blood ran cold as I realized the gravity of the situation I'd stumbled into. "Please," I said, raising my hand slowly. "I don't want any trouble. Just let me go and we can forget this ever happened." He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound. "It's too late for that. You're part of this now." Another cry from upstairs, followed by the sound of something heavy falling. The man's eyes widened in panic. No, he muttered, turning towards the stairs. In that moment of distraction, I acted on instinct. I threw the pizza box at his face, the hot cheese and sauce momentarily blinding him. As he stumbled back, I bolted for the door. My fingers fumbled with the lock, precious seconds ticking by as I struggled to open it. Behind me, I could hear the man recovering, his footsteps heavy on the wooden floor. Just as my hand closed around the doorknob, I felt a searing pain in my side. The man had tackled me, sending us both crashing to the ground. We grappled on the floor, my pizza grease-slicked hand slipping as I tried to fend him off. "You don't understand," he panted, his face inches from mine. "I can't let you leave. They'll kill her if anyone finds out." Another scream from upstairs. this one clearer. "Help! Someone please help me!" The man's grip loosened for just a second, his head turning toward the sound. It was all the opening I needed. I brought my knee up hard, catching him in the stomach. As he doubled over, I scrambled to my feet and ran for the stairs. I took them two at a time, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear the man behind me, his curses mixing with the woman's cries for help. The upstairs hallway was dark, but I could see a sliver of light coming from under one of the doors. I ran towards it, throwing my shoulder against the wood. The door burst open, revealing a scene that would haunt me for years to come. A woman was tied to a chair, her face bruised and tear-stained. Her eyes widened in surprise and hope as she saw me. "Please," she gasped, "help me." I didn't hesitate. I ran to her, my fingers working frantically at the knots binding her wrists. Behind me, I could hear the man's heavy breathing as he reached the top of the stairs. "Get away from her!" he roared, his footsteps thundering down the hall. The last knot came loose just as he reached the doorway. The woman stood on shaky legs, clinging to me for support. "We have to jump," I said, gesturing to the window. It was our only chance. She nodded, understanding in her eyes. We moved as one, rushing towards the window as the man lunged for us. Glass shattered around us as we crashed through. For a moment, we were falling, the cool night air whipping past us. Then we hit the ground hard, rolling across the overgrown lawn. Pain shot through my body, but adrenaline kept me moving. I staggered to my feet, pulling the woman up with me. We ran, not daring to look back, the sound of the man's enraged shouts fading behind us. We didn't stop running until we reached a gas station about a mile down the road. The attendant took one look at our battered, bleeding forms and immediately called the police. What followed was a whirlwind of police statements, hospital visits, and media attention. The woman, whose name was Lisa, had been kidnapped by the man, her ex-husband, over a week ago. He had been holding her captive, convinced that shadowy figures were out to get them both. As for me, I was hailed as a hero, though I didn't feel like one. I had just been doing a job, delivering a pizza. It was chance, or fate, or maybe just dumb luck that had put me in the right place at the right time to save Lisa's life. In the weeks that followed, as the story faded from the news and life began to return to normal, I found myself unable to shake the memory of that night. Every time I got into my car for a delivery, I felt a twinge of fear. Every darkened house, every strange sound made my heart race. I stuck with the job, though, partly because I needed the money, but also because of something Lisa had said to me in the hospital. "You were my guardian angel," she'd told me, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You came when I had almost given up hope." Those words stayed with me, reminding me that sometimes a simple act, like delivering a pizza, can change someone's life forever. It's a heavy responsibility, knowing that any routine call could turn into a life or death situation. But it's also a powerful reminder of the impact we can have on each other's lives, often without even realizing it. So I keep driving, keep delivering pizzas to strangers, homes. And if sometimes I'm a little more cautious, a little more observant of my surroundings, well, can you blame me? After all, you never know when a simple delivery might turn into something much more. The moment I saw the glint of metal under the driver's seat, I knew this wasn't just any used car. What I thought was a great deal had just become a death sentence, and I was now in the crosshairs of people who wouldn't hesitate to kill for what was hidden in this vehicle. It all started innocently enough. I'd been saving up for months to buy my first car, scouring online listings and local dealerships for something reliable but affordable. When I came across the ad for a classic '67 Mustang at a price that seemed too good to be true, I should have known better. But the photos looked great, and the seller, a guy named Mike, seemed friendly enough over the phone. We agreed to meet at a garage on the outskirts of town. It was a bit out of the way, but Mike assured me it was where he kept the car stored. As I pulled up, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. The Mustang sat gleaming in the sunlight, its cherry red paint job looking far better than I'd expected for the price. Mike was there waiting, a tall guy with an easy smile and a firm handshake. "She's a beauty, isn't she?" he said, patting the car's hood affectionately. I circled the vehicle, trying to appear knowledgeable even though I knew next to nothing about cars. "Looks great," I said, peering at the engine. "Why are you selling it so cheap?" Mike's smile faltered for just a second. You know how it is. Times are tough, need the cash quick. Plus, it's just been sitting here gathering dust. Rather see her go to someone who'll appreciate her." It all sounded reasonable enough, and after a short test drive where the car performed beautifully, I was sold. We did the paperwork right there. Cash exchanged hands, and suddenly I was the proud owner of a classic Mustang. As I drove home, I couldn't stop grinning. The purr of the engine, the admiring looks from other drivers. I felt on top of the world. It wasn't until I got home and started really exploring the car that things took a turn. I was adjusting the driver's seat when I noticed something odd. There was a small tear in the upholstery, and something was glinting inside. Curious, I reached in and felt around. My fingers closed around something cold and metallic. When I pulled it out, my heart nearly stopped. It was a gun, a sleek, deadly-looking pistol that had been carefully hidden in the seat cushion. My mind raced. What was a gun doing hidden in the car? Had Mike forgotten about it? Or was there something more sinister going on? Before I could process this, I heard the screech of tires outside. I looked out the window to see a black SUV pull up. 2 men in dark suits stepping out. They didn't look like police, and the way they were scanning the street sent a chill down my spine. Instinctively, I ducked down, my heart pounding. Through the gap in the curtains, I watched as they approached my house, their hands hovering near their jackets in a way that suggested they were armed. A sharp knock on the door made me jump. "Open up!" a gruff voice called. "We know you're in there." I stayed silent, my mind whirling. Who were these men? What did they want? And what had I gotten myself into by buying this car? The knocking came again, more insistent this time. "Last chance. Open up or we're coming in." In that moment, I made a decision. I couldn't stay here. Whatever was going on, it was clear these men meant business, and I doubted they were here to welcome me to the neighborhood. As quietly as I could, I made my way to the back door. I could hear the men at the front, the sound of splintering wood telling me they were forcing their way in. With shaking hands, I unlocked the back door and slipped out into the evening air. I ran to the Mustang, fumbling with the keys. Just as I got the door open, I heard shouts from the house. They'd discovered I was gone. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out of the driveway, tires squealing. In the rearview mirror, I saw the men running back to their SUV. The chase was on. I sped through the neighborhood, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The SUV was right behind me, gaining ground with every turn. I had no plan, no idea where I was going. All I knew was that I had to get away. As I hit the highway, a thought struck me. The gun, whatever these men wanted, it had to be connected to the gun I'd found. Maybe there was something else hidden in the car. Keeping one eye on the road and one on the pursuing SUV, I reached down and felt around the tear in the seat. My fingers brushed against something else. A small, hard object wrapped in cloth. I pulled it out, nearly swerving off the road as I saw what it was. A USB drive. Innocuous looking, but clearly valuable enough for these men to chase me across town. A bullet pinged off the rear of the car, making me duck instinctively. They were shooting at me now, apparently done with the pretense of a peaceful resolution. I knew I couldn't outrun them forever. The Mustang was fast, but the SUV had the advantage of weight and power. I needed a plan, and fast. Up ahead, I saw the exit for the old industrial district, a maze of abandoned warehouses and factories. It was my best shot at losing them. I took the exit hard, the Mustang fishtailing as I struggled to keep control. The SUV was right behind me, the men inside surely grinning at having cornered their prey. But I had one advantage they didn't: desperation. I weaved through the narrow streets, taking turns at random, praying I wouldn't hit a dead end. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter, and for a moment, I dared to hope I'd lost them. Then, as I rounded a corner, my heart sank. A chain-link fence blocked the road, too high to drive through. I was trapped. The SUV appeared behind me, cutting off any chance of retreat. The men got out, guns drawn, triumphant looks on their faces. "End of the line, kid," one of them called out. "Hand over the drive and we'll make this quick." I looked at the USB in my hand, then at the guns pointed at me. In that moment, I made a choice. I revved the engine, the Mustang's powerful motor drowning out the men's shouts. With a silent prayer, I floored it. The car shot forward, straight at the fence. The men fired, bullets pinging off the metal around me. But I didn't slow down. The Mustang hit the fence at full speed. There was a moment of resistance, then the satisfying sound of metal giving way. I burst through onto an empty lot beyond, leaving the stunned men behind. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, my hands shaking as the adrenaline wore off. I found a 24-hour diner and collapsed into a booth, ordering a coffee I knew I wouldn't drink. As I sat there, the USB drive heavy in my pocket, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Clearly, I'd stumbled into something big, something dangerous. The car, the gun, the drive, it was all connected, and people were willing to kill to get their hands on it. I knew I should go to the police, but would they believe me? And what if these men had connections in law enforcement? No, I realized with a sinking feeling, I was on my own. Whatever was on this drive, whatever I'd gotten myself mixed up in, I had to see it through. As dawn broke, I made my decision. I couldn't go home. It wasn't safe. I couldn't trust anyone. But I had to know what was on the drive, what was worth all this trouble. I paid for my untouched coffee and walked out to the Mustang. As I slid into the driver's seat, I felt a mix of fear and determination. I didn't know where this road would lead, but I knew one thing for certain. My life would never be the same. The engine purred to life, and I pulled out onto the empty morning streets. Whatever came next, I was ready. Or at least, I hoped I was. Because something told me this was just the beginning of a very dangerous journey. The moment I heard the muffled voices and saw the flickering lights in the supposedly abandoned factory, I knew my boring night shift had just turned into a fight for survival. What I didn't know was that uncovering this secret operation would push me to my limits and change my life forever. My name's Jack, and I've been working as a night security guard at the old Riverside factory for about 6 months now. It's not the most exciting job in the world, but it pays the bills and gives me plenty of time to work on my novel. Most nights, my biggest challenge is staying awake during my rounds. That all changed on a chilly Tuesday night in October. I just started my shift, settling into the small security office with a thermos of coffee and my laptop. The factory had been shut down for years, a relic of the town's industrial past. Now it was just a hulking shadow on the outskirts of town, waiting for someone to either renovate it or tear it down. Around 2 a.m., I started my first round. The factory was huge, a maze of old machinery and empty storage rooms. My footsteps echoed in the cavernous space as I made my way through the building, flashlight in hand. I was about halfway through my round when I heard it, a faint sound, like voices coming from the far end of the factory. At first, I thought I was imagining things. Maybe it was just the wind whistling through the broken windows, or some stray animals that had found their way inside. But as I got closer, the sound became clearer, definitely voices, and definitely human. My heart started to race. In 6 months, I'd never encountered anyone else in the factory at night. Something was very wrong. I switched off my flashlight, not wanting to alert whoever was there to my presence. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed a faint glow coming from under one of the old storage room doors. Cautiously, I crept closer, straining my ears to make out what was being said. The voices were low and urgent, talking about shipments and deadlines. This wasn't just some teenagers looking for a place to party. This sounded serious. I reached for my radio, ready to call for backup, when suddenly the voices got louder. They were coming towards the door. Panic surged through me as I realized I had nowhere to hide. The hallway was long and empty, offering no cover. Just as the door started to open, I made a split-second decision. I ducked into a small alcove, pressing myself against the wall and holding my breath. Two men walked out, both wearing dark clothes and carrying duffel bags. "We need to move faster," one of them was saying. "The boss wants this shipment out by morning." "Relax," the other replied. "No one ever comes here. We've got all the time in the world." As they passed by my hiding spot, I caught a glimpse inside the room they'd left. My eyes widened in shock. The space was filled with tables covered in white powder, scales, and packaging materials. It was a drug lab, right here in the old factory. My mind raced. What should I do? Call the police? Try to gather more evidence? As I was debating my next move, I heard a sharp intake of breath. I turned to see one of the men staring right at me, his face a mask of surprise and anger. "Hey!" he shouted. "What the hell are you doing here?" I didn't wait for him to say anything else. I bolted, running as fast as I could down the hallway. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of heavy footsteps in pursuit. My heart was pounding as I raced through the factory, trying to remember the layout and find the quickest way out. But in my panic, everything looked unfamiliar. I took a wrong turn and found myself in the old production area, a vast space filled with rusting machinery. I ducked behind an old conveyor belt, trying to catch my breath and think. I could hear the men searching for me, their voices echoing off the high ceilings. "He's got to be the night guard," one of them said. "Find him. We can't let him get out of here." I knew I had to call for help. With shaking hands, I pulled out my phone, only to see there was no signal. Of course, the thick factory walls always blocked reception. I'd have to get outside to call for help. As I was trying to figure out my next move, a hand grabbed my shoulder. I spun around to see one of the men, his face twisted in a snarl. "Got you," he growled. Acting on pure instinct, I swung my flashlight, connecting with the side of his head. He stumbled back, cursing, and I took off running again. I could see the exit sign glowing faintly in the distance. Freedom was so close. But as I ran towards it, more figures emerged from the shadows. I was surrounded. "Nowhere to run now, buddy," one of them said, a cruel smile on his face. "You should have minded your own business." I backed up, my eyes darting around for any chance of escape. That's when I saw it, the old freight elevator. Without thinking, I lunged for it, slamming the button and praying it still worked. To my amazement, the doors creaked open. I dove inside just as the men reached me, the doors closing on their angry shouts. The elevator groaned and began to move, taking me up towards the roof. As I caught my breath, I realized I'd only bought myself a little time. They would be waiting for me when the doors opened again. I needed a plan. The elevator shuddered to a stop, and I braced myself. As the doors opened, I was hit with a blast of cold night air. I was on the roof, the town spread out below me, lights twinkling in the distance. I could hear shouts and footsteps coming from the stairwell. They were coming. I ran to the edge of the roof, looking for any way down. That's when I saw it, the old fire escape, rusted but still intact. Without hesitation, I swung myself over the edge and onto the metal stairs. They creaked ominously under my weight, but held. I started to climb down, moving as fast as I dared. I was about halfway down when I heard voices above me. They'd found the fire escape. I looked down. It was still a long drop to the ground, but I had no choice. I took a deep breath and jumped. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting through my legs, but adrenaline kept me moving. I staggered to my feet and ran, heading for the fence that surrounded the factory grounds. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit. My lungs burned and my legs felt like lead, but I didn't dare slow down. The fence loomed ahead, topped with barbed wire. It might as well have been 100 feet tall. But then I saw it. A small gap where the fence had pulled away from the post. It was a tight squeeze, but it was my only chance. I threw myself at it, feeling the metal scratch and tear at my clothes as I wriggled through. I was out. I ran across the empty lot, not stopping until I reached the main road. There, under the glow of a streetlight, I finally pulled out my phone. This time, there was a signal. With shaking fingers, I dialed 911. "Please," I gasped as soon as the operator answered. "I need help. There's a drug operation at the old Riverside factory. They're after me." The next few hours were a blur. Police cars with flashing lights, questions from stone-faced detectives, a trip to the hospital to check out my injuries. By the time the sun rose, the factory had been raided, the drug operation shut down, and several arrests made. As I sat in the police station, giving my statement for what felt like the 100th time, I couldn't help but think about how differently the night could have gone. If I'd been a few seconds slower, if the elevator hadn't worked, if the fence had been intact, I might not have made it out alive. The detectives told me I was a hero, that I'd helped bust one of the biggest drug operations in the state, but I didn't feel like a hero. I felt exhausted, sore, and more than a little traumatized. As I finally left the station, stepping out into the bright morning sunlight, I realized my life would never be the same. My quiet job as a night watchman was over. The simple life I'd known had been shattered. But as I walked home, my body aching but my spirit unbroken, I felt something else too. A sense of pride, of accomplishment. I'd faced true danger and come out the other side. I'd made a difference. Whatever came next, I knew I was ready for it. After all, how many aspiring novelists get to live through their own thriller? The moment I saw his eyes glinting in the flickering porch light, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. What I thought was a refuge from the storm had just become a trap, and I was the prey. It had been a long day on the road. I was driving cross-country, chasing a job opportunity in California that promised to turn my life around. The weather had been perfect for the first 2 days of my journey, but as I crossed into Nevada, things took a turn for the worse. Dark clouds rolled in, bringing with them a downpour unlike anything I'd ever seen. The rain was coming down in sheets, making it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet in front of my car. I slowed to a crawl, my knuckles white on the steering wheel as I strained to make out the road ahead. That's when it happened. A deafening crack of thunder startled me, and I jerked the wheel. My old Honda skidded on the wet asphalt, spinning once before coming to a stop on the shoulder. When I tried to restart it, the engine sputtered and died. "No, no, no," I muttered, turning the key again and again. Nothing. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere, in a storm that showed no signs of letting up. I pulled out my phone, hoping to call for help, but there was no signal. Of course, I was miles from the nearest town, surrounded by desert and scrubland. As I sat there, trying to figure out what to do, I saw a faint light in the distance. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a gas station or a rest stop, somewhere I could at least wait out the storm and call for help. I grabbed my backpack, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the rain. The wind nearly knocked me off my feet, and within seconds I was soaked to the bone. But I pressed on, my eyes fixed on that distant light. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a gas station, but a house. It was an old place, 2 stories of weathered wood and peeling paint. But the porch light was on, a beacon of hope in the storm. I hesitated for a moment at the bottom of the porch steps. Knocking on a stranger's door in the middle of the night wasn't ideal, but neither was staying in my broken-down car or trying to walk to the next town. I climbed the steps and knocked. For a long moment, there was no response. I was about to knock again when I heard movement inside. The door creaked open, revealing a man in his 60s, with weathered skin and sharp, dark eyes. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I explained my situation, practically shouting to be heard over the howling wind. I'm sorry to bother you, but my car broke down, and I saw your light. Could I use your phone to call for help? The man studied me for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, he nodded. Come on in, he said, stepping aside. Can't leave you out in this storm. Relief washed over me as I stepped inside. The house was warm and dry, if a bit musty. Old newspapers and books were stacked everywhere, and the furniture looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. The phone's in the kitchen, the man said, leading me through the cluttered living room. I'm Frank, by the way. Sarah, I replied, following him. Thank you so much for this. But when we reached the kitchen, my heart sank. The phone on the wall was an ancient rotary model, its cord frayed and yellowed with age. Frank must have seen my expression. It still works, he assured me, but the lines might be down because of the storm. Why don't you get dried off and wait it out? I'm sure it'll pass soon. I hesitated. Every instinct was telling me to leave, to brave the storm, rather than stay in this strange house with this strange man. But another crack of thunder made me jump, and I realized I had no choice. That'd be great, I said, forcing a smile. Thank you. Frank nodded and disappeared upstairs, returning a moment later with a towel and some clothes. These were my daughters, he explained. She doesn't live here anymore. I thanked him, and he showed me to a small bathroom where I could change. As I peeled off my wet clothes, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the way Frank's eyes had lingered on me a bit too long, or the odd way he'd spoken about his daughter. I changed quickly and stepped back into the hallway. That's when I heard it. A thump from upstairs, followed by what sounded like a muffled cry. My heart began to race. Frank, I called out. No answer. Against my better judgment, I moved towards the stairs. The crying sound came again, definitely human, definitely in distress. I climbed the stairs slowly, my heart pounding so loud I was sure Frank would hear it. At the top was a long hallway with several closed doors. The sound seemed to be coming from the one at the end. I approached it cautiously, straining my ears. Yes, there was definitely someone in there. I reached for the doorknob, my hand shaking. Just as I was about to turn it, a hand clamped down on my shoulder. I spun around to find Frank standing there, his eyes no longer friendly but cold and hard. Now, he said, his voice low and dangerous. Didn't anyone ever tell you it's rude to snoop in other people's houses? I tried to back away, but he held me firmly. I'm sorry, I stammered. I heard a noise. Frank's grip tightened. You shouldn't have come up here, Sarah. You really shouldn't have. In that moment, I knew I was in serious trouble. I did the only thing I could think of. I brought my knee up hard, catching Frank in the groin. He doubled over, cursing, and I ran. I thundered down the stairs, hearing Frank's heavy footsteps behind me. I reached the front door and yanked it open, plunging back into the storm. The rain was still coming down in sheets, but fear drove me forward. I ran blindly, slipping and sliding in the mud, the sound of pursuit close behind. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness and the rain. But eventually, I saw lights ahead, real lights, the lights of a town. As I burst onto the main street, I saw a police car parked outside a diner. I ran towards it, waving my arms frantically. The officer got out, alarmed by my appearance. Through gasping breaths, I told him what had happened. More police were called, and soon, a whole team was heading out to Frank's house. What they found there chilled me to the bone. Frank had been kidnapping people for years, luring in stranded motorists and holding them captive. They found 3 people locked in upstairs rooms, including a young woman who Frank had been calling his daughter. In the days that followed, as I gave statements and tried to process what had happened, I couldn't stop thinking about how close I'd come to becoming another one of Frank's victims. If I hadn't heard that cry, if I hadn't managed to get away. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, more aware of the potential dangers lurking behind seemingly innocent facades. But it also showed me my own strength, my ability to fight back when it mattered most. I did eventually make it to California, though the job opportunity had long since passed. But I found something else there, a sense of purpose. I started volunteering with organizations that help victims of kidnapping and abuse, sharing my story to help others stay safe. Every time I drive now, especially at night or in bad weather, I think about that stormy night in Nevada. I think about Frank's house, with its welcoming porch light that nearly lured me to my doom. And I'm reminded that sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones that look the most harmless. But I'm also reminded of my own resilience, my ability to survive. That night could have been the end of my story. Instead, it was just the beginning of a new chapter, a chapter where I'm stronger, wiser, and dedicated to helping others avoid the trap I nearly fell into. So if you're ever driving on a dark, stormy night, and you see a light in the distance promising shelter, think twice. Sometimes, the storm outside is safer than what's waiting behind that friendly porch light. The moment I saw the glint of the knife in his hand, I knew the man who had offered me shelter was no savior. He was a predator, and I had just walked willingly into his lair. It was supposed to be a simple day hike. I'd been feeling stressed at work, and my therapist had suggested I try spending some time in nature to clear my head. The trails in the nearby national forest seemed perfect, challenging enough to be interesting, but well-marked and supposedly safe. I set out early on a crisp Saturday morning, my backpack loaded with water, trail mix, and a first aid kit. The first few hours were exactly what I needed. The fresh air, the sound of birds chirping, the crunch of leaves under my boots. It all helped to melt away the tension I'd been carrying for weeks. But as the day wore on, things started to go wrong. First, I realized I'd underestimated the difficulty of the trail. What was supposed to be a moderate hike turned out to be much more strenuous. Then, clouds rolled in, bringing with them an unseasonable chill and the threat of rain. I decided to turn back, but in my haste, I must have taken a wrong turn. Suddenly, none of the landmarks looked familiar. I tried to retrace my steps, but each attempt only seemed to take me further off course. As the light began to fade and the temperature dropped, panic set in. I was lost. I pulled out my phone, hoping to use the GPS, only to find I had no signal. Of course, I was miles from the nearest cell tower, surrounded by dense forest and steep hills that blocked any hope of reception. As darkness fell, the forest took on a sinister quality. Every snapping twig made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hide some unknown threat. I was cold, tired, and increasingly desperate. That's when I saw it. A faint light through the trees. Hope surged through me. Maybe it was a ranger station or a campground. I moved towards it, my pace quickening despite my exhaustion. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a station, but a cabin. It was a rustic structure, weathered wood and a tin roof, with smoke curling from a stone chimney. A single window glowed with warm light, beckoning me like a beacon in the darkness. I hesitated at the edge of the small clearing. Knocking on a stranger's door in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, wasn't exactly safe, but neither was spending the night lost in the increasingly cold forest. I took a deep breath and approached the door. My knock was answered almost immediately. The door creaked open to reveal a man in his 60s, with a weathered face and sharp blue eyes. He looked me up and down, taking in my disheveled appearance. "You lost?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. I nodded, explaining my situation. To my relief, his expression softened. "Can't leave you out here to freeze," he said, stepping aside. "Come on in. Name's Bill." "Thanks," I said, gratitude washing over me as I stepped into the warm cabin. "I'm Mike. I really appreciate this." The interior was snug and cluttered, every surface covered with books, tools, and what looked like animal pelts. A fire crackled in a stone fireplace, filling the space with warmth and the scent of wood smoke. "Sit," Bill said, gesturing to a worn armchair. "I'll make some coffee. Warm you up." As he moved to the small kitchenette, I sank into the chair, the events of the day catching up with me. I was safe. I'd be able to get directions back to my car in the morning. Everything was going to be okay. But as I watched Bill prepare the coffee, something began to nag at me. Maybe it was the way his eyes kept darting to me, or the tense set of his shoulders. Something felt off. "So," I said, trying to break the tension, "do you live out here full time?" Bill grunted an affirmative. "Going on 30 years now. Don't much care for people or their noise." "Must get lonely," I ventured. He turned to me then, and the look in his eyes made my blood run cold. "Oh, I get visitors now and then," he said, his lips curling into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Folks like you, who lose their way." The way he said it sent a chill down my spine. I stood up, suddenly feeling the need to put some distance between us. "You know, maybe I should just get going. If you could just point me in the direction of the main trail." "Sit down," Bill said, his voice hardening. And that's when I saw it, the knife in his hand, its blade catching the firelight. My heart began to race. I looked around frantically, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But Bill was between me and the only door, and the windows were small and likely nailed shut. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Bill's smile widened, showing yellowed teeth. "Company," he said simply. "It does get so lonely out here." He took a step towards me, the knife held loosely at his side. I backed up until I felt the wall behind me. My mind raced, trying to remember the self-defense class I'd taken years ago. "Look," I said, holding up my hands. "You don't have to do this. I won't tell anyone I was here. Just let me go, and we can forget this ever happened." Bill laughed, a harsh sound that echoed in the small cabin. "Oh, I'm not worried about you telling anyone. No one would believe you anyway. And even if they did, they'd never find this place, just like they never found the others." The implications of his words hit me like a punch to the gut. Others? How many hikers had wandered to this cabin, thinking they'd found salvation, only to never leave? As Bill took another step forward, I knew I had to act. I feinted to the left, then dove right, aiming for the fireplace. My hand closed around a poker just as Bill crashed into me, sending us both to the floor. We grappled, rolling across the rough wooden planks. The knife flashed, and I felt a searing pain across my arm. But adrenaline kept me going. I brought the poker up hard, catching Bill in the side of the head. He grunted in pain, his grip loosening just enough for me to scramble away. I bolted for the door, fumbling with the latch as I heard Bill getting to his feet behind me. The door flew open and I plunged into the night. The cold air hit me like a slap, but I didn't slow down. I ran blindly through the trees, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I could hear Bill crashing through the underbrush behind me, his angry shouts echoing through the forest. I ran harder than I ever had in my life, fear and adrenaline pushing me beyond what I thought I was capable of. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness and the terror, but eventually, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by the normal nighttime noises of the forest. I slowed to a walk, my lungs burning, my legs feeling like jelly. I was lost again. But this time, that seemed like the least of my problems. I was injured, exhausted, and being hunted by a madman who knew these woods far better than I did. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the pain in my arm became more intense. I looked down to see my sleeve soaked with blood. I needed to stop and tend to the wound, but I was afraid to stay in one place for too long. Just as I was about to give in to despair, I heard something that made my heart leap. The sound of running water. A stream or river could lead me out of the forest, or at least to a road or trail. I followed the sound, moving as quietly as I could. The sky was beginning to lighten, the first hints of dawn breaking through the trees. And there, just ahead, I saw it. A small river, its waters reflecting the pale morning light. Relief washed over me, but I didn't let my guard down. I followed the river, staying close to the bank where the terrain was easier to navigate. After what felt like hours, I heard something that brought tears to my eyes, the distant sound of traffic. I quickened my pace, hope giving me a second wind. Finally, I broke through the tree line to see a highway stretching out before me. I flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a madman with my torn clothes and bloodied arm. The elderly couple in the car were alarmed at first, but after hearing my story, they quickly offered to drive me to the nearest hospital. As we drove away from the forest, I couldn't help but look back, wondering if Bill was still out there, waiting for his next victim. At the hospital, I told my story to the police. They were skeptical at first, but the evidence of my injuries and my obvious terror convinced them to investigate. They never found Bill or his cabin. It was as if they had vanished into the forest. In the weeks and months that followed, as I recovered from my physical and emotional wounds, I couldn't stop thinking about how close I'd come to becoming another missing hiker, another mystery for someone else to solve. The experience changed me, made me more cautious but also more appreciative of life. I still go hiking sometimes, but never alone. And I always make sure someone knows exactly where I'm going and when I'll be back. Because I learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones that look like they're offering help. The headlights behind me hadn't moved for the last hour. At first, I dismissed it as coincidence, after all. How many roads lead out of the city at 2 a.m.? But as the miles stretched on and the lights remained fixed in my rearview mirror, a chill began to creep up my spine. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. The monotonous hum of the road had long since faded into the background, replaced by the thundering of my own heartbeat in my ears. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my eyes kept darting back to the mirror, watching those unwavering lights. It had been a long day. I'd stayed late at the office, finishing up a project that couldn't wait until morning. By the time I left, the city streets were nearly empty, save for the occasional taxi or late-night reveler. I'd welcomed the quiet drive home, looking forward to crawling into bed and forgetting about deadlines and demanding clients. Now, as I sped down the highway, that solitude felt oppressive. The darkness pressed in on all sides, broken only by the glow of my dashboard and those persistent headlights behind me. I fumbled for the radio, desperate for some noise to fill the silence. Static crackled through the speakers, punctuated by fragments of late-night talk shows and country music. I left it on, preferring the disjointed chatter to the deafening quiet. I considered pulling over, letting the car pass me, but something held me back. What if they didn't pass? What if they stopped too? The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me, and I pressed down harder on the accelerator. The speedometer crept up, 70, 75, 80 miles per hour. The headlights kept pace effortlessly. My hands were slick with sweat now, slipping on the wheel as I took a curve too fast. The tires squealed in protest, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought I might lose control. But the car held the road, and I let out a shaky breath. I needed to calm down. I was letting my imagination run wild. There was a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Maybe they were just heading to the same place I was. Maybe they were as scared of me as I was of them. Maybe. A flash of red and blue in my rearview mirror cut through my rationalizations. My stomach dropped. It wasn't just a car behind me. It was a police car. Relief and embarrassment washed over me in equal measure. Of course it was the police. They'd probably clocked me speeding and were waiting for a safe place to pull me over. I eased my foot off the gas, looking for a good spot to stop. Up ahead, I saw a sign for a rest area. Perfect. I'd pull in there, take my ticket, and be on my way. This whole ordeal would make for a funny story tomorrow. The rest area was deserted when I pulled in, my tires crunching on the gravel. I parked near the entrance bus under the harsh glow of a flickering streetlight. In my mirror, I watched the police car pull in behind me, blocking my exit. I took a deep breath, reaching for my license and registration. But the police car door didn't open. The light stayed on, casting eerie shadows across the empty lot. I waited, my heart rate picking up again. Why weren't they getting out? I turned in my seat, trying to get a better look. That's when I saw it. Or rather, didn't see it. There was no one in the driver's seat of the police car. The cab was empty. Ice flooded my veins. This wasn't possible. I blinked hard, sure I must be seeing things. But when I opened my eyes, the scene remained unchanged. An empty police car, lights flashing, blocking my only way out. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had the officer gotten out without me noticing? Were they approaching my car now? I scanned the area but saw no movement in the shadows. I reached for my phone with trembling hands, ready to call for help. But as the screen lit up, my heart sank. No signal. Of course, I was miles from anywhere, alone in a deserted rest stop with a ghost car. A sound to my left made me jump. I whipped my head around, searching for the source. There, at the edge of the light, I saw a figure. Tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in what looked like a police uniform. Relief flooded through me. There was an officer after all. This was all just a misunderstanding. I rolled down my window, ready to explain myself. But as the figure stepped closer, the words died in my throat. This was no police officer. The uniform was right, but everything else was wrong. The face was hidden in shadow, but I could see that the proportions were off. The arms were too long, the gait too jerky and unnatural. I fumbled for the window control, desperate to close it. But before I could, a hand shot out, gripping the frame. It was pale, almost translucent, with long fingers that ended in sharp, blackened nails. A low, guttural sound emerged from the figure, something between a growl and a laugh. Panic took over. I jammed the key in the ignition, not caring about the consequences. The engine roared to life, and I slammed the car into reverse. The tires spun on the gravel, kicking up stones. The hand on my window tightened, leaving deep scratches in the paint. For a terrifying moment, I thought I was stuck, but then the tires found purchase, and the car shot backward. There was a horrible screech as the creature's hand was torn away from the window. I didn't look to see if I'd hit it. I just kept going, swerving around the empty police car and back onto the highway. I drove like I'd never driven before, pushing my old sedan to its limits. The speedometer needle trembled past 90, past 100. The world outside became a blur of darkness and scattered lights. I kept expecting to see those flashing lights appear behind me again, but the road remained empty. It wasn't until I saw the familiar skyline of the city that I finally began to slow down. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. Sweat had soaked through my shirt, leaving me chilled in the night air. I pulled into the first 24-hour gas station I saw, parking under the bright fluorescent lights. For a long time, I just sat there, engine idling, trying to process what had happened. Had it been real? Or had I dozed off at the wheel, conjuring up a nightmare from my overtired mind? Slowly, I got out of the car. My legs felt weak, barely able to support me. I walked around to the driver's side, dreading what I might find. And there they were. 4 deep gouges in the paint, right where the window met the door. Undeniable proof that something had tried to get in. I sank to the ground, my back against the car, and let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. A concerned attendant came out to check on me, probably thinking I was drunk or high. I waved him off, not even knowing how to begin explaining what had happened. When I finally felt steady enough to drive again, I headed straight home. I double-checked every lock, closed every curtain, and huddled under my blankets like a child afraid of the dark. Sleep was out of the question. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale hand reaching for me. As the first light of dawn began to filter through my windows, I made a decision. I called in sick to work, packed a bag, and booked a flight to visit my parents. I needed to get away, to be somewhere familiar and safe while I figured out what to do next. But as I drove to the airport, constantly checking my mirrors for any sign of pursuit, I knew one thing for certain. I would never drive alone at night again. The darkness held too many secrets, too many things that defied explanation. And somewhere out there, on a lonely stretch of highway, something was waiting. Waiting for the next unsuspecting driver to come along, unaware of the terror that lurked in the shadows. The experience changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I've become hypervigilant, always aware of my surroundings, always looking for potential threats. Friends have noticed, commenting on my newfound paranoia. But how can I explain it to them? How can I make them understand the fear that now lives in my bones, the knowledge that the world is not what we think it is? Sometimes, late at night, I find myself drawn to the window, peering out at the empty street below. And in those moments, I swear I can see a figure in the distance, standing just beyond the reach of the streetlights, waiting, watching, reminding me that no matter how far I run, no matter how safe I think I am, the night will always be there, and with it, the memory of that terrifying drive and the creature that almost caught me. The forest had swallowed the trail an hour ago, but I kept pushing forward. As the sun dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across the unfamiliar terrain, I realized I was hopelessly lost. That's when I saw it, a flicker of light in the distance, promising shelter from the encroaching darkness. Little did I know, I was walking straight into a nightmare. My boots crunched on the carpet of pine needles as I made my way towards the light. The day had started so perfectly. Clear skies, a well-marked trail, and the promise of breathtaking views at the summit. I'd told myself this solo hike was just what I needed to clear my head after weeks of stress at work. Now, as the temperature dropped and the forest grew darker, I cursed my overconfidence. I'd veered off the main path hours ago, lured by what I thought was a shortcut. By the time I realized my mistake, the familiar markers had disappeared, replaced by dense underbrush and towering trees that all looked the same in the fading light. My phone had lost signal long ago, the map app useless without a connection. I was on my own. The light grew stronger as I approached, and I could make out the shape of a small cabin nestled in a clearing. Relief flooded through me. Even if no one was home, it would provide shelter for the night. I could figure out my way back in the morning. As I drew closer, details emerged from the gloom. The cabin was old, its wooden walls weathered and gray. A small porch sagged slightly under the weight of years, but warm light spilled from the windows, and I could see smoke curling from the chimney. Someone was home. I paused at the edge of the clearing, suddenly hesitant. There was something off about the scene, though I couldn't put my finger on what. Maybe it was the absolute silence, no birds, no insects, not even the whisper of wind through the trees. Or maybe it was the way the light from the window seemed to flicker and dance, as if from a fire rather than electric bulbs. My survival instincts warred with my desperation for shelter. In the end, desperation won out. I took a deep breath and stepped into the clearing, making my way to the front door. The porch creaked ominously under my weight as I raised my hand to knock. Before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open. A man stood there, backlit by the warm glow from inside. He was tall and lean, with a scraggly beard and piercing eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Well now," he said, his voice rough as if from disuse. "What brings you to our neck of the woods?" I swallowed hard, fighting down a surge of unease. "I'm sorry to bother you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I got lost on the trail and saw your light. I was hoping I could use your phone to call for help, or maybe get directions back to the main road." The man's eyes narrowed slightly, but then his face broke into a wide grin. Of course. Of course. Can't leave a fellow traveler out in the cold. Come on in. He stepped back, gesturing for me to enter. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped over the threshold. The interior of the cabin was sparse but cozy, dominated by a large fireplace where flames danced merrily. A few pieces of rustic furniture were scattered around, and I could see a small kitchenette in one corner. "Have a seat," the man said, pointing to a worn armchair near the fire. "Warm yourself up. I'll see about that phone for you." I sank into the chair gratefully, feeling the heat from the fire chase away the chill that had settled into my bones. As the man disappeared into another room, I took the opportunity to look around more closely. Something felt off about the cabin's interior, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what. The furnishings looked old, almost antique, but well maintained. There were no personal touches though, no photos, no knickknacks, nothing to suggest someone actually lived here. My eyes fell on a small table near the door. A collection of odd items was spread across its surface. A tarnished pocket watch, a handful of what looked like old coins, a smudged pair of glasses. They looked like the sort of things you'd find in the pockets of... A chill ran down my spine, one that had nothing to do with the cool night air outside. These were personal effects, but they didn't belong to the cabin's owner. They were trophies. The sound of footsteps made me turn. The man had returned, but he wasn't alone. Two other figures followed him into the room, both men with the same lean, hungry look as their companion. "No luck with the phone, I'm afraid," the first man said, his tone casual but his eyes sharp. "Seems the storm last week knocked out the lines. They haven't been repaired yet." I stood up slowly, my heart pounding. "That's okay," I said, fighting to keep my voice level. "If you could just point me in the direction of the main road, I'll be on my way." The three men exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. Then the first man spoke again, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Now why would we do that? It's been so long since we've had a guest." I backed away, looking frantically for an escape route, but they had positioned themselves between me and the door. I was trapped. "What do you want?" I asked, hating the tremor in my voice. The man's grin widened, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. "Why, we want you to stay, of course, forever." They moved with inhuman speed, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye. I lashed out blindly, my fist connecting with one man's jaw. He stumbled back, more surprised than hurt, and I used the moment of confusion to make a break for it. I dove past them, yanking the door open and plunging into the night. Behind me, I could hear shouts of anger, followed by the sound of pursuit. I ran like I'd never run before, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I had no idea where I was going, no plan beyond putting as much distance between myself and that cabin as possible. The forest was pitch black now, the trees looming like silent sentinels on all sides. More than once I stumbled, only to scramble back to my feet and keep running. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter, but I didn't slow down. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, finally collapsing against a tree, gulping in great lungfuls of air. As my racing heart began to slow, I strained my ears for any sign that I was still being followed. The forest was silent, save for the pounding of blood in my ears. Had I lost them? Or were they out there still, watching, waiting? I stayed there for what felt like hours, too afraid to move, too afraid to make a sound. Gradually, the adrenaline began to wear off, leaving me exhausted and shivering in the cool night air. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to keep moving, had to find my way out of this forest before they found me again. With aching muscles protesting every movement, I pushed myself to my feet. The sky had begun to lighten, the first gray hints of dawn breaking through the canopy above. With the growing light came a surge of hope. I could do this. I could survive this. I picked a direction at random and started walking, keeping my ears tuned for any sound of pursuit. As I walked, my mind raced, trying to make sense of what had happened. Who were those men? What did they want with me? The questions tumbled over each other, each more terrifying than the last. It was mid-morning when I finally broke free of the tree line, stumbling onto a paved road. I nearly wept with relief at the sight. A passing motorist took pity on me, giving me a ride to the nearest town where I immediately went to the police. They listened to my story with skeptical expressions, but agreed to send a team to investigate the cabin. They came back empty-handed. There was no cabin, they said. No clearing. No sign that anyone had lived in that part of the forest for decades. I've tried to put that night behind me, to convince myself it was all a stress-induced hallucination. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see those men, still hear their voices, still feel the terror of being hunted through the dark forest. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I swear I can see something in my eyes. Something hungry, something that doesn't belong. And I wonder, did I really escape that night? Or did a part of me stay behind in that cabin, replaced by something else? Something that followed me home from those dark woods. I don't go hiking anymore. I avoid forests altogether. But no matter how far I run, no matter how brightly lit the city streets are, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, in the depths of the wilderness, 3 men are waiting. Waiting for me to lose my way again. Waiting to welcome me home. The first thump from upstairs made me pause the movie. The second sent chills down my spine. By the third, I knew something was terribly wrong in this house. I was supposed to be watching the kids, but now I wasn't sure if they were even in their beds anymore. I'd been babysitting for the Millers for about 6 months now. They were good people, always paid on time, and their kids, Emma, 8, and Liam, 6, were generally well behaved. Tonight was supposed to be like any other night. Mr. and Mrs. Miller had gone out for their monthly date night, leaving me in charge until around midnight. The evening had started normally enough. I'd made mac and cheese for dinner, the kids' favorite, supervised bath time, and then tucked them into bed with a story. By 9 p.m., the house was quiet, and I'd settled onto the couch with some homework and the TV for background noise. That's when I heard it, a soft thump from upstairs, like something heavy falling onto carpet. I muted the TV, listening intently. For a few moments, there was nothing but silence. I was about to chalk it up to my imagination when I heard it again, louder this time. My heart began to race. It could be nothing, I told myself. Maybe one of the kids had gotten up to use the bathroom, or perhaps it was just the house settling. Old houses made weird noises all the time, right? But then came the third thump, followed by what sounded like footsteps. Heavy footsteps, not the light patter of children's feet. I stood up slowly, my textbook falling forgotten to the floor. "Emma? Liam?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is everything okay up there?" No response, just more silence. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. I had to check on the kids. It was my job, after all. But as I approached the stairs, every instinct screamed at me to run, to get out of the house and call for help. I ignored the voice of fear and began to climb, each step creaking under my weight. The upstairs hallway was dark, shadows stretching ominously from the nightlight plugged into the wall. I made my way to Emma's room first, pushing the door open slowly. "Emma," I whispered, peering into the darkness. My hand fumbled for the light switch, and I blinked as the room was suddenly illuminated. The bed was empty, covers thrown back as if she'd left in a hurry. My breath caught in my throat as I noticed her favorite stuffed animal, a worn teddy bear she never slept without, lying on the floor. Panic rising, I rushed to Liam's room next door. The scene was the same, an empty bed, rumpled sheets, no sign of the little boy who should have been sleeping soundly. "Emma, Liam," I called out, no longer caring about keeping quiet. "Where are you?" The house remained silent, mocking my growing fear. I checked the bathroom, finding it empty, then the guest room, the closets, even under the beds. Nothing. As I stood in the hallway, trying to figure out what to do next, I heard another noise. This time, it was coming from downstairs. A soft scraping sound, like furniture being moved. My mind raced. Had someone broken in and taken the kids? Were they still in the house? Should I call the police? What would I tell the Millers? I crept back downstairs, my phone clutched tightly in my hand, 911 pre-dialed and ready to call. The scraping sound had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A low, rhythmic humming. It was coming from the kitchen. I inched closer, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure whoever was in there would hear it. As I reached the doorway, I took a deep breath and peered around the corner. What I saw made my blood run cold. Emma and Liam were there, but they weren't alone. They stood hand in hand with a figure I can only describe as wrong. It was tall, impossibly tall, its head nearly brushing the ceiling. Its limbs were too long, too thin, bending at odd angles. And its face. God, its face. Where features should have been, there was only smooth, pale skin, interrupted by a wide, tooth-filled grin that stretched from ear to ear. The creature was swaying gently, humming that eerie tune, and the children swayed with it, their eyes glassy and unfocused. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a whimper, I'm not sure, because suddenly, that featureless face turned towards me. The grin widened, if that was even possible, and it raised one long-fingered hand in a grotesque parody of a wave. I ran like I'd never run before, out the front door and into the street, screaming for help. Lights came on in neighboring houses, curious and concerned faces appearing in windows. But I couldn't stop, couldn't explain. All I could do was run and scream. I don't remember much of what happened next. I have vague memories of police cars, of trying to explain what I'd seen to skeptical officers, of the Millers rushing home, their faces pale with worry, of the frantic search of the house that turned up nothing, no creature, no sign of a break-in, and most disturbingly, no Emma and Liam. The days that followed were a blur of questioning and accusations. The police suspected me at first, the babysitter who conveniently lost the kids she was supposed to be watching. But there was no evidence of foul play, no signs of struggle. It was as if Emma and Liam had simply vanished into thin air. The Millers didn't blame me, at least not openly, but I could see it in their eyes, the unspoken question. How could you let this happen? Weeks turned into months. The search for Emma and Liam continued, but hope dwindled with each passing day. I tried to move on with my life, to forget that terrible night, but the memories haunted me. The sound of that humming, the sight of that grinning, featureless face, they followed me into my dreams, turning them into nightmares. I stopped babysitting. I couldn't bear the thought of being responsible for someone else's children, not after what had happened. I threw myself into my studies, trying to drown out the guilt and fear with academic pursuits. But late at night, when the house was quiet and the shadows grew long, I'd find myself listening for that soft thump, that eerie hum, wondering if the creature would come for me next. It was almost a year later when it happened. I was home alone, studying for finals, when I heard it, that familiar thump from upstairs. My blood ran cold, memories of that night flooding back. For a long moment, I sat frozen, unable to move. Then, slowly, I stood up. I knew I should run, should call for help, but a part of me needed to know, needed to see. I climbed the stairs, each step feeling like it took an eternity. The upstairs hallway was dark, just like that night. But this time, there was a faint glow coming from under my bedroom door. With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob. I hesitated for a moment, then steeled myself and pushed the door open. There, in the center of my room, stood Emma and Liam. They looked exactly as they had a year ago, not a day older. And behind them, its long arms draped over their shoulders, was the creature. It raised its head as I entered, that terrible grin spreading across its featureless face. And then, in a voice that seemed to bypass my ears and speak directly into my mind, it said, "We've been waiting for you. It's time to come home." Emma and Liam turned to me, their eyes still glassy and unfocused. They reached out their hands, inviting me to join them, and despite every instinct screaming at me to run, to fight, to do anything but give in, I felt my feet moving forward. As I took their hands, the creature's grin widened impossibly. The room began to fade away, replaced by swirling darkness. The last thing I remember is the sound of that eerie humming, growing louder and louder until it drowned out everything else. I woke up in my bed the next morning, convinced it had all been a terrible nightmare. But as I got up, I noticed something on my nightstand that made my blood run cold. A small, worn teddy bear, Emma's teddy bear. I don't babysit anymore. I don't sleep with the lights off. And every night I lie awake, listening for that soft thump, that eerie hum, wondering when the creature will return, wondering if, next time, I'll have the strength to resist its call. Because deep down, I know the truth. It's not a matter of if, but when. And when it comes, I'm not sure I'll be able to say no. The first sign of trouble was the too wide smile of the gas station attendant. The second was the way the entire town seemed to go quiet as we drove through. By the time we realized something was terribly wrong, it was already too late to leave. My wife and Sarah and I had been on the road for hours. We were on our way to her sister's wedding, cutting through back roads to avoid highway traffic. It had been Sarah's idea, a chance to see some of the country's hidden gems, she'd said. Now, as our car sputtered and died on the outskirts of a town I couldn't even name, I was beginning to regret agreeing to her plan. "This can't be happening," Sarah groaned, her head thudding against the headrest. "We're going to miss the rehearsal dinner." I tried to start the car again, but the engine just wheezed pathetically. "Let's not panic," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "There's a town just up ahead. We'll get some help and be back on the road in no time." Sarah didn't look convinced, but she nodded. We got out and started pushing the car towards the town. The late afternoon sun beat down on us, and by the time we reached the quiet "Welcome to Millbrook" sign, we were both sweating and irritable. The town itself looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting, all quaint storefronts and neatly trimmed lawns. But there was something off about it. The streets were empty, despite it being barely past 5 p.m. The only sound was the crunch of our shoes on the pavement and the distant bark of a dog. We pushed the car to a gas station on the corner of Main Street. A bell jingled as we entered the attached convenience store, and a man behind the counter looked up. His smile was immediate and wide, too wide, stretching his face in a way that made my skin crawl. "Well, hello there, strangers," he said, his voice overly cheerful. "Welcome to Millbrook. What can I do for you folks today?" I explained about our car trouble, and his grin, impossibly, widened further. "Oh, that's no problem at all. Our town mechanic, old Bill, he can fix anything with an engine. Why don't you folks have a seat and I'll give him a call." We sat in plastic chairs by the window, watching as the attendant made his call. Outside, I noticed a few people had appeared on the street. They all seemed to be looking our way, their faces bearing the same unsettling smiles as the attendant. "Is it just me?" Sarah whispered. "Or is something weird about this place?" Before I could answer, the attendant was back. "Good news. Bill's on his way. Should be here in about an hour. Why don't you folks take a walk around town while you wait? Millbrook's got some real nice sights." We thanked him and stepped outside, both of us eager to get some fresh air. As we walked down Main Street, more people appeared. They all greeted us enthusiastically, their smiles wide and unwavering. "Welcome to Millbrook," a woman called from her porch. "Hope you folks are enjoying your stay," a man shouted from across the street. It was friendly, sure, but there was an intensity to it that set my nerves on edge, and the smiles, those unchanging, too wide smiles, were starting to make me feel dizzy. We turned a corner and found ourselves in a small park. A group of children were playing on a rusty swing set, their laughter echoing unnaturally in the quiet town. As we passed, they all stopped and turned to us in unison, their faces splitting into those same eerie grins. "Sarah," I said, my voice low, "I think we should head back to the gas station." She nodded, her face pale. We turned around, only to find our path blocked by a group of townspeople. They were all smiling, all staring at us with an intensity that made my heart race. "Now, where are you folks off to in such a hurry?" one of them asked, his voice syrupy sweet. "The fun's just getting started." We backed away, but more people were appearing from all directions, hemming us in. Their smiles never faltered, even as their eyes grew cold and predatory. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Why? We want you to stay," a woman chirped. "Millbrook's always looking for new residents, and you two look like you'd fit right in." Sarah grabbed my hand, squeezing it tight. I could feel her trembling. "That's very kind," I said, forcing a smile of my own. "But we really need to get going. My sister-in-law's wedding, you see." The crowd's smiles widened, and I swear I heard joints popping from the strain. "Oh, but we insist," the first man said. "Millbrook's the kind of place you never want to leave. Isn't that right, folks?" A chorus of agreement rippled through the crowd, the sound unnaturally in sync. They began to move closer, their hands outstretched as if to grab us. Panic surged through me. I grabbed Sarah's arm and yelled, "Run!" We took off, pushing through the crowd, hands grasped at our clothes, trying to hold us back, but somehow we broke free. We ran down unfamiliar streets, the sound of pursuit close behind. The entire town seemed to have come alive, all of them chasing us with those horrible, unchanging smiles. We turned a corner and found ourselves back on Main Street. Our car was still at the gas station, and to my shock, it looked like it had been fixed. The hood was closed, and I could see the keys in the ignition. "The car," Sarah gasped. "We can make it." We sprinted towards it, the sounds of the townspeople growing closer. Just as we reached the car, a hand grabbed my shoulder. I turned to see the gas station attendant, his smile now a rictus of fury. "Now that's not very neighborly," he snarled, trying to leave without saying goodbye. I shoved him away and dove into the driver's seat. Sarah was already in, slamming her door shut. I turned the key and the engine roared to life. The townspeople had surrounded the car, their hands beating against the windows, those terrible smiles still plastered on their faces. I threw the car into reverse, not caring if I hit anyone. They fell back as I peeled out of the gas station and onto the road. In the rearview mirror, I could see them standing in the middle of the street, watching us go. Their smiles never faltered, even as they grew smaller in the distance. We drove in silence for a long time, both of us too shaken to speak. It wasn't until we passed a sign welcoming us to the next county that Sarah finally spoke. What was that place?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, my hands still gripping the steering wheel tightly. "I don't know, and I don't ever want to find out." We made it to her sister's wedding, arriving just as the rehearsal dinner was wrapping up. We made excuses about car trouble, leaving out the details of our experience in Millbrook. Who would believe us anyway? But in the weeks and months that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of those smiles. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of their two cheerful voices ringing in my ears. Sarah and I would avoid talking about it, but I could see in her eyes that she was haunted by it too. We never took back roads again, sticking to main highways no matter how bad the traffic. And whenever we passed a small town, I'd feel my heart rate pick up, half expecting to see those wide, unnatural smiles greeting us. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself wondering about Millbrook. Is it still there, waiting for unsuspecting travelers? Are there others trapped behind those smiling faces, silently screaming for help? Or was it all some kind of shared hallucination, brought on by heat and stress? But then I'll catch a glimpse of someone smiling just a bit too widely, or hear a laugh that sounds just a little too cheerful, and I'll feel that same panic rising in my chest. And I'll know, deep in my bones, that what we experienced was real. That somewhere out there in the hidden corners of the country, Millbrook is waiting with open arms and wide, unchanging smiles, ready to welcome its next new residents. And I'll drive a little faster, eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead, trying to outrun the memory of a town where everyone smiles, but no one is happy. The first time I caught him staring, I brushed it off as coincidence. The second time, I told myself he was just being neighborly. But by the third time, when I found my favorite mug in the wrong cabinet, I knew something was terribly wrong with the man who had moved in next door. It all started on a crisp autumn morning, the kind where the air smells of fallen leaves and possibility. I was lugging groceries up to my third-floor apartment when I first saw him. He was standing in the doorway of the unit across the hall, watching me struggle with my bags. I offered a polite smile, which he returned after a beat too long. "Just moved in?" I asked, fumbling for my keys. He nodded, his eyes never leaving my face. "Yesterday, I'm Michael." "Nice to meet you, Michael. I'm Emma," I replied, finally managing to unlock my door. "Welcome to the building." He just stood there staring until I closed the door behind me. I chalked it up to social awkwardness and thought nothing more of it. Over the next few weeks, I kept running into Michael. He always seemed to be in the hallway when I left for work or came home. At first, I tried to be friendly, making small talk about the weather or complaining about the temperamental elevator, but his responses were always short, his gaze intense and unwavering. Then I started noticing him outside the building. I'd catch glimpses of him across the street when I went for my morning run. He'd be at the coffee shop where I worked on my laptop on weekends. Once, I even spotted him at the grocery store, lurking at the end of the aisle as I picked out cereal. I told myself I was being paranoid. New York was a big city, but neighborhoods could feel small. It was probably just coincidence that we kept crossing paths. Besides, Michael had never done anything threatening. He was just there. Always there. But then things in my apartment started to change. Little things at first. A book out of place on the shelf. A window I could have sworn I'd closed left open an inch. I blamed it on absent-mindedness, on the stress of my job and the late nights I'd been pulling to finish a big project. The mug was what finally convinced me something was wrong. It was my favorite, a handmade pottery piece my sister had given me for my birthday. I always kept it in the cabinet right above the coffee maker, but one morning, I opened that cabinet and it wasn't there. I found it 2 cabinets over, nestled between plates I rarely used. My hands shook as I made my coffee that morning. There was no way I had put it there. No way I could have been that distracted, which meant someone else had been in my apartment. And I had a sinking feeling I knew who it was. I started taking precautions. I changed the locks, installed a security camera in my living room, and asked the building manager to check if anyone had requested access to my apartment. She assured me no one had, but the uneasy feeling in my stomach didn't go away. The camera footage showed nothing out of the ordinary, but items kept moving around my apartment. My throw pillows would be arranged differently when I came home. The books on my nightstand would be in a new order. Once, I even found a shirt I'd never seen before mixed in with my laundry. I became a nervous wreck. I couldn't sleep, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. I started staying late at work, dreading the moment I'd have to return home. My friends noticed the change in me, but how could I explain? I had no proof, just a growing certainty that my neighbor was somehow getting into my apartment and... what? Moving things around, watching me sleep. The possibilities were terrifying. One night, about 2 months after Michael had moved in, I woke up to a noise in my living room. My heart leapt into my throat as I lay there, ears straining in the darkness. There it was again, a soft, shuffling sound like someone trying to move quietly across my hardwood floors. I reached for my phone with trembling hands, ready to call 911. But as my fingers touched the screen, a shadow fell across my bedroom doorway. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. To Emma. Michael's voice was soft, almost gentle. I know you're awake. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying this was just a nightmare. But when I opened them again, he was still there, a dark silhouette against the faint light from the living room. How did you get in here? I managed to whisper, my voice shaking. He chuckled, a low sound that sent chills down my spine. I've always been here, Emma. You just didn't notice me before. He took a step into the room, and I scrambled back against my headboard. Stay away from me, I yelled, finally finding my voice. I'm calling the police. No, you're not, he said calmly. And to my horror, I saw my phone in his hand. I didn't want it to be like this, Emma. I wanted you to invite me in willingly, but you're making things so difficult. My mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. The window was too high to jump, and he was blocking the only door. I was trapped. What do you want from me? I asked, trying to keep him talking while I looked for something, anything I could use as a weapon. Michael took another step closer, and in the dim light, I could see his face. His eyes were wide, feverish, his smile too wide and full of teeth. I want us to be together, Emma. I've watched you for so long. I know everything about you. Your hopes, your fears, your dreams. We're perfect for each other. Can't you see that? I shook my head, tears streaming down my face. You don't know me. You're sick, Michael. You need help. His face darkened, the smile twisting into something ugly. I'm not sick, he snarled. I love you. Why can't you understand that? He lunged forward, hands outstretched. I screamed and rolled off the bed, narrowly avoiding his grasp. I ran for the door, but he was faster, grabbing my arm and yanking me back. We struggled, crashing into my dresser. I felt something sharp against my hand and grabbed it without thinking, a pair of scissors I'd left out. I swung blindly, feeling the blade connect with something soft. Michael let out a howl of pain and stumbled back. I didn't wait to see how badly I'd hurt him. I ran out of the bedroom, through the living room and into the hallway. I pounded on doors, screaming for help. Lights came on, doors opened. My neighbors emerged, confused and alarmed. Someone was calling the police. I collapsed in the hallway, shaking and sobbing. The police arrived quickly. They found Michael in my apartment, bleeding from a cut on his arm. As they led him away in handcuffs, he kept calling my name, telling me he loved me, that we were meant to be together. The aftermath was a blur of police statements and victim support services. I learned that Michael had been stalking women for years, moving from city to city when things got too hot. He'd chosen me as his latest obsession, but I was the first to fight back. I couldn't stay in that apartment after what happened. I moved, changed jobs, even changed my name. But the fear lingered. For months, I'd wake up in the middle of the night, certain I could hear footsteps in my living room. I'd check and double-check my locks, jump at unexpected noises, and flinch when strangers got too close. It's been 2 years now. I'm doing better, thanks to therapy and a support group for survivors of stalking. But I'll never forget the terror of that night, the feeling of violation knowing someone had been in my space, watching me when I thought I was alone. Sometimes, when I'm walking down the street or sitting in a cafe, I'll catch someone looking at me. It's probably innocent, just a curious glance or a friendly smile. But for a moment, I'm back in that apartment, with Michael's eyes boring into me. And I'll hurry home, lock my doors, and remind myself that I'm safe now, that he can't hurt me anymore. But late at night, in the quiet darkness of my new apartment, I still wonder, how long had he really been watching me? How much did he see? And most chillingly of all, is there someone else out there, watching me even now, waiting for their chance to make me their obsession? The moment the lights flickered and died, I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary night shift. In the sudden darkness, surrounded by the hum of servers and the eerie glow of emergency lights, I realized I was no longer alone in the data center. Someone was here who shouldn't be, and they were after something far more valuable than hardware. I'd been working the night shift at Centex Data Solutions for about 6 months. It was a cushy gig, most nights. Monitor the systems, run some routine maintenance, and occasionally restart a server that decided to throw a tantrum. The pay was good, the hours suited my night owl tendencies, and the solitude gave me time to work on my side projects. That night started like any other. I arrived at 10 p.m., nodded to the day shift guy as he practically ran out the door, and settled in for my 12-hour stint. The first few hours were uneventful. I ran some diagnostics, answered a couple of emails from the overseas team, and was just about to dig into my midnight snack when it happened. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. For a moment, there was total darkness. Then the red glow of emergency lights kicked in, casting everything in an ominous crimson hue. My first thought was power failure, but that didn't make sense. We had multiple redundancies in place, including a generator that could power the entire building for days. This kind of total blackout shouldn't be possible. I reached for the phone to call my supervisor, but the line was dead. My cell phone showed no signal. It was as if we'd been completely cut off from the outside world. That's when I heard it. A soft thud from somewhere in the server room. My heart rate spiked. I was supposed to be the only one here. "Hello," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is someone there?" No response, but I could have sworn I heard the shuffle of feet. I grabbed a flashlight from my desk and slowly made my way into the maze of server racks. The beam of light cut through the red-tinged darkness, illuminating rows upon rows of blinking lights and humming machines. "This is a secure facility," I said, louder this time. "If someone's in here, you need to identify yourself immediately." Again, no response. But as I rounded a corner, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. Someone ducking behind a server rack. My palms were sweaty now, the flashlight slippery in my grip. I should leave, I thought. Call the police. But with the phones down, I had no way to contact anyone. And if these intruders were after what I thought they were, I couldn't just walk away. I crept forward, every sense on high alert. The constant hum of the servers, usually background noise to me, now seemed deafening. I strained to hear any sound that might give away the intruders' positions. As I neared the back of the room, where our most sensitive servers were kept, I heard voices, low, urgent whispers that I couldn't quite make out. I killed my flashlight and pressed myself against a server rack, inching closer. "Faster," one voice hissed. "We don't have much time." "I'm working as fast as I can," another replied. "This encryption is state-of-the-art. It's not like cracking your grandma's Facebook password." I peered around the corner and my blood ran cold. 2 figures hunched over a laptop, which was connected directly to one of our most secure servers. They were dressed all in black, faces obscured by ski masks. This was bad, really bad. That server contained some of our clients' most sensitive data, trade secrets, financial records, personal information, the kind of stuff that could ruin lives and topple companies if it fell into the wrong hands. I had to do something. But what? I was no action hero. My combat skills were limited to button mashing in video games. But I couldn't just stand by and let this happen. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out from my hiding place. "Step away from the server," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "You're trespassing in a secure facility." The 2 figures whirled around. For a moment, we all just stared at each other, frozen in shock. Then one of them laughed. Well. Looks like we missed one. What are you gonna do, tech boy? Call the cops?" I swallowed hard. The silent alarm has already been triggered. Police are on their way. It was a bluff, but I hoped they couldn't know that for sure. The 2 shared a look. "He's lying," the one by the laptop said. "If the alarm had been triggered, we'd know." Our guy on the inside made sure of that. My heart sank. They had someone on the inside. That explained how they'd gotten past our security. Doesn't matter, the first one said. We're almost done here anyway. He turned to me, and I saw the glint of a gun in his hand. As for you, I'm afraid we can't have any witnesses. Time seemed to slow down. I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. In that moment, pure instinct took over. I dove to the side, crashing into a server rack. The gun went off, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. Alarms started blaring. Apparently, gunshots were enough to trigger the system that the hackers thought they'd disabled. Red lights began flashing, adding to the chaos. I scrambled to my feet and ran, darting between the rows of servers. I could hear them behind me, shouting and knocking things over in their pursuit. I needed a plan. I couldn't outrun them forever, and eventually, they'd corner me. Then I remembered. The fire suppression system. It was my last resort, a desperate move that would likely fry millions of dollars worth of equipment. But right now, it was my only chance. I made a sharp turn, heading for the control panel. Bullets pinged off metal around me, spurring me to run faster than I'd ever run before. I reached the panel and slammed my hand down on the emergency release. Immediately, a klaxon began to sound, even louder than the alarms already blaring. Warning, fire suppression system activated. You have 30 seconds to evacuate, an automated voice announced. No, I heard one of the hackers yell. We're not done. But it was too late. With a great hiss, the room began to fill with halon gas. The hackers' curses turned to coughs, then to gasps for air. I held my breath and ran for the exit, praying I could make it before the gas overwhelmed me. My lungs were burning, spots dancing in front of my eyes, when I finally burst through the door into the hallway, gulping in great lungfuls of clean air. Behind me, I could hear the hackers stumbling out as well, but they were clearly disoriented. By the time they recovered, the sound of approaching sirens filled the air. The next few hours were a blur of police statements, paramedic checkups, and frantic calls from upper management. The damage to the data center was extensive, but our clients' data was safe. The hackers were arrested, and their inside man was soon identified and apprehended as well. As I finally drove home, the sun peeking over the horizon, I was exhausted, but oddly exhilarated. I'd faced real danger and come out on top. I'd protected the data I was responsible for, even at great cost. But as the adrenaline faded, a sobering thought occurred to me. This attack was sophisticated, well planned. It wouldn't be the last. In our increasingly digital world, data was the new gold, and there would always be those willing to go to extreme lengths to get it. I realized then that my job wasn't just about maintaining servers and running updates. I was on the front lines of a new kind of war, one fought with keyboards and code rather than guns and bombs, and I was determined to be ready for the next battle. As I crawled into bed, my mind was already churning with ideas for improving our security. But for now, sleep beckoned. After all, I had another night shift tomorrow, and in this line of work, you never knew what challenges each night might bring. The first growl echoed through the cave, freezing us all in place. The second made our blood run cold. By the third, we knew with terrifying certainty that we weren't alone in this dark, underground maze. And whatever was in here with us, it was hungry. It was supposed to be a simple day hike, a chance for me and my 3 closest friends to escape the city and enjoy some fresh air. Jake, our self-proclaimed wilderness expert, had heard about a little-known trail that led to some spectacular views. Sarah, always up for an adventure, jumped at the idea. Mike and I were more hesitant, but we eventually gave in to their enthusiasm. The hike started off great. The weather was perfect, cool and crisp with a light breeze. We laughed, shared stories, and marveled at the beauty of nature around us. But as the hours wore on, the trail became less defined. Jake assured us we were going the right way, but I could see the uncertainty in his eyes. By late afternoon, we had to admit it. We were lost. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. That's when Sarah spotted the cave entrance, half hidden behind a cluster of boulders. "We should stay there for the night," she suggested. "It'll shelter us from the wind, and we can figure out our way back in the morning." None of us liked the idea much, but with darkness approaching and no better options, we reluctantly agreed. The cave entrance was narrow, forcing us to go in single file. I went last, casting one final glance at the fading daylight before ducking into the darkness. The interior of the cave opened up into a larger chamber. Our flashlights cast eerie shadows on the rough stone walls. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, the sound echoing ominously. "Well, this is cozy," Mike said, his attempt at humor falling flat in the oppressive atmosphere. We set up our makeshift camp, spreading out sleeping bags and dividing up the meager rations we had left. No one felt much like talking. The weight of our situation, lost in a cave with limited supplies, was starting to sink in. I was just about to suggest we try to get some sleep when we heard it. A low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from the very walls of the cave. We all froze, eyes wide in the dim light of our flashlights. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Probably just the wind," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. Then we heard it again, louder this time, and closer. "That's not the wind," Mike said, scrambling to his feet. "We need to get out of here." But as we turned towards the entrance, another growl came from that direction. Whatever it was between us and our only way out. "There's got to be another way," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Caves like this often have multiple chambers. Maybe we can find another exit." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was all we had. We quickly packed up our things, hands shaking as we stuffed sleeping bags into backpacks. The growls were getting more frequent now, interspersed with the sound of something large moving in the darkness. We moved deeper into the cave, our flashlights providing meager illumination in the pitch black. The passage narrowed, then widened again into another chamber, but this one wasn't empty. Our lights fell on a pile of bones in the corner. Some were clearly animal, but others looked disturbingly human. Sarah let out a choked sob. Oh God, what is this place?" As if in answer, a roar shook the cave, so loud it made my ears ring. And then we saw it. It emerged from a shadowy crevice, a creature that shouldn't exist. It was massive, easily 7 feet tall, with a body that seemed to be a nightmarish blend of bear and something almost human. Its eyes reflected our flashlight beams, glowing an eerie yellow. Saliva dripped from jaws filled with teeth as long as my fingers. For a moment, we all stood frozen in terror. Then Jake shouted, "Run!" And we all snapped into action. We bolted down a side passage, the creature's roars and the sound of its massive body scraping against stone close behind. We ran blindly, taking turns at random, driven by pure terror. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness. But eventually, we found ourselves in a small chamber with no other exits. We were trapped. The creature's growls grew closer. We pressed ourselves against the far wall, flashlights pointed at the entrance. I could feel Sarah trembling beside me, hear Mike's rapid, panicked breathing. "What do we do?" Sarah whimpered. I looked around desperately, searching for anything that might help us. That's when I noticed the strange markings on the wall behind us. They looked ancient, like cave paintings. But there was something off about them. They seemed to shimmer faintly in the light of our flashlights. On impulse, I reached out and touched one. To my shock, my hand passed right through the stone. "Guys," I gasped. "I think I found something." But before I could explain, the creature appeared at the entrance to our chamber. It filled the entire opening, its yellow eyes fixed on us with predatory intensity. "Go!" I shouted, pushing Sarah towards the wall. "Through the markings!" I don't think they understood, but survival instinct took over. One by one, they pressed against the wall and vanished. I could hear the creature's enraged roar as it realized its prey was escaping. Just as I felt its hot breath on my neck, I threw myself at the wall. There was a moment of vertigo, a sensation of falling, and then I was tumbling onto soft grass under an open sky. I looked up to see Sarah, Mike, and Jake staring at me with wide eyes. Behind us was a sheer rock face, no sign of a cave entrance, just those same strange, shimmering markings. We were safe, somehow transported out of the cave and back to the surface. But as the adrenaline faded and relief set in, new questions arose. What was that creature? How had we traveled through solid rock? And most troublingly, how many other hikers had stumbled into that cave, never to return? We made our way back to civilization in a daze. Our story met with disbelief by the park rangers. They searched the area we described, but found no cave, no monster. Just those strange markings, which they dismissed as ordinary rock formations. In the months that followed, we tried to move on with our lives, but the memory of that night in the cave haunted us. We'd seen something that defied explanation, experienced something that challenged everything we thought we knew about reality. I found myself researching cryptozoology, cave systems, even quantum physics, searching for any explanation for what we'd encountered. Sarah threw herself into her work, while Mike turned to religion, finding comfort in faith. Jake, ironically, swore off the outdoors entirely. We don't talk about that night much anymore. It's too unbelievable, too terrifying to put into words. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear a distant growl, and I wonder about that creature, still lurking in its underground lair, waiting for its next unsuspecting victims. And I think about those markings, that impossible portal that saved our lives. What were they? Who put them there? Are there others, scattered around the world, waiting to be discovered? I don't have answers, but I know one thing for certain. The next time someone suggests a hike to see some spectacular views, I'm staying home. Some adventures, it turns out, are better left unexplored. The first crack of the window pane sent my heart racing. The second made me realize this wasn't just the wind. By the third, I knew with sickening certainty that someone was trying to break in, and I was alone in a house miles from help. I never should have agreed to house sit for my aunt. Sure, her place was beautiful, a sprawling country home nestled in the rolling hills of Vermont. But it was also isolated, the nearest neighbor a good mile down the winding dirt road. When she'd asked me to stay for a week while she was on vacation, I jumped at the chance for a quiet getaway. Now, as I heard the sound of shattering glass downstairs, I was regretting my decision with every fiber of my being. The day had started normally enough. I'd woken up late, enjoying the luxury of sleeping in without an alarm. I'd made myself a leisurely breakfast, then settled on the porch with a book, basking in the warm summer sun. As evening approached, I'd come inside and made dinner, then curled up on the couch to watch a movie. That's when I'd heard it, a soft thud from outside. I'd paused the movie, listening intently. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then another thud, followed by the sound of footsteps on the porch. My first thought was that my aunt had come home early, but as I approached the front door, I saw a shadow move past the window, a figure much larger than my petite aunt. That's when the first crack of glass sent me scrambling back. Now, huddled in the upstairs guest room, I could hear them moving around downstairs. The heavy tread of boots on hardwood, the crash of something being knocked over. My hands shook as I fumbled with my phone, trying to dial 911. But as the call tried to connect, I remembered my aunt's words from when I'd arrived. Cell service is spotty out here. If you need to make a call, use the landline in the kitchen. The kitchen, where the intruders were now. I bit back a sob of frustration and fear. Think, I told myself. There has to be a way out of this. I looked around the room, searching for anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on a heavy brass lamp on the bedside table. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I unplugged it, gripping it tightly as I crept towards the door. The hallway was dark. the only light coming from downstairs. I could hear them talking now, their voices low and gruff. "Check upstairs," one of them said. "Make sure we're alone." My heart leapt into my throat. I looked around frantically, spotting a linen closet at the end of the hall. Without thinking, I darted towards it, slipping inside just as I heard footsteps on the stairs. Through a crack in the door, I watched as a man passed by. He was tall and broad-shouldered, dressed all in black. In his hand, he held a crowbar. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't check the closet. He moved from room to room, his boots heavy on the wooden floor. I could hear him rifling through drawers, opening closets. He was getting closer. Just as I thought he was about to discover my hiding place, a shout came from downstairs. "Hey, I found something." The man turned and hurried back down the stairs. I let out a shaky breath, my legs trembling so badly I had to lean against the wall for support. I knew I couldn't stay in the closet forever. Sooner or later, they'd find me. I had to get out of the house. Clutching the lamp, I eased the closet door open. The hallway was empty. I crept towards the stairs, straining my ears for any sound of movement below. I could hear them in what sounded like my aunt's study. They were arguing about something, their voices rising in frustration. This was my chance. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs, wincing at every creak of the old wood. My heart was pounding so loudly I was sure they must be able to hear it. I made it to the bottom of the stairs and paused, listening. They were still in the study. The front door was just a few feet away. If I could make it there. I took a step forward, then another. The door was so close. Just a few more steps. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked loudly under my foot. The voices in the study stopped abruptly. "What was that?" one of them asked. Panic surged through me. I abandoned all attempts at stealth and ran for the door, yanking it open and bursting out into the cool night air. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the pounding of feet. I ran down the porch steps and across the lawn, heading for the woods that bordered the property. Branches whipped at my face as I plunged into the trees, but I didn't slow down. I could hear them crashing through the underbrush behind me, their angry shouts echoing in the darkness. I ran blindly, with no idea where I was going, driven only by the need to get away. My lungs were burning, my legs aching, but I pushed on. The sound of pursuit seemed to be getting fainter, or was that just my imagination? Just as I thought I might have lost them, my foot caught on a root. I went down hard, the lamp flying from my hand. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and winded. Then I heard it, voices. Closer now. They were coming. I struggled to my feet, looking around desperately for somewhere to hide. That's when I saw it. A large, hollow log a few feet away. Without hesitation, I dove into it, curling up as small as I could make myself. From my hiding place, I watched as flashlight beams swept across the forest floor. I could see their feet moving past, hear their angry muttering. Where'd she go? She can't have gotten far. Keep looking. I held my breath, pressing myself further into the log. Please, I thought, please don't let them find me. Minutes passed like hours. I could hear them moving around, searching. More than once, a beam of light passed over my hiding place, and I was sure I'd been discovered. But each time, they moved on. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard one of them say, "Forget it. She's long gone. Let's get out of here before someone shows up." Their footsteps receded, and soon the forest was quiet once more. But I didn't move. I was too scared, too unsure if it was really over. I don't know how long I stayed in that log. Hours, probably. The sky was starting to lighten when I finally gathered the courage to crawl out. My whole body ached, and I was covered in dirt and scratches. But I was alive. Somehow, I'd survived. I made my way back to the house cautiously, half expecting the intruders to jump out at any moment. But the place was quiet. The front door stood open, and inside, I could see evidence of their search. Drawers pulled out, items strewn across the floor. With shaking hands, I picked up the landline and called the police. They arrived quickly, lights flashing and sirens blaring. I gave my statement in a daze, still not quite believing what had happened. The intruders were never caught. The police said they were probably just burglars, opportunists who'd thought the house was empty. But in my nightmares, I still see them chasing me through those dark woods, their angry shouts echoing in my ears. I didn't stay at my aunt's house after that. I couldn't. The place that had seemed so peaceful now felt tainted, unsafe. I went back to my small apartment in the city, finding comfort in the constant noise and presence of other people. But sometimes, late at night, when the city grows quiet and the shadows seem to lengthen, I find myself thinking about that night, about how close I came to, I don't even know what. And I wonder about those men. Who were they really? What were they looking for? I'll probably never know the answers. But one thing's for certain. I'll never house sit in a remote location again. Some peace and quiet just isn't worth the risk. The moment I saw his thumb jutting out from the side of the desolate highway, I knew I shouldn't stop. But as the lone figure grew larger in my rearview mirror, curiosity overrode my better judgment. Little did I know, this decision would plunge me into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. The sun was setting over the vast expanse of the Mojave Desert, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. I'd been driving for hours, the monotony of the landscape broken only by the occasional tumbleweed or distant mountain range. My eyes were heavy, my back aching from too many hours behind the wheel. I was looking forward to reaching the next town, wherever that might be, and calling it a night. That's when I saw him. A solitary figure on the side of the road, arm outstretched, thumb raised in the universal sign of a hitchhiker. As I got closer, I could make out more details. He was a man, probably in his mid-30s, with a scruffy beard and clothes that had seen better days. A large backpack sat at his feet. Every instinct told me to keep driving. I'd heard all the stories about the dangers of picking up strangers, especially in the middle of nowhere. But something about the man's posture, the slump of his shoulders, made me hesitate. He looked defeated, desperate. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was slowing down, pulling onto the shoulder a few yards ahead of him. I watched in my side mirror as he jogged towards the car, his face breaking into a relieved smile. "Thank you," he said as he opened the passenger door. I didn't think anyone was going to stop. I nodded, trying to quell the unease in my stomach. "Where are you headed?" "Just as far as you're willing to take me," he replied, settling into the seat. "I'm Jim, by the way." "Alex," I said, pulling back onto the highway. "Nice to meet you, Jim." For the first hour or so, everything seemed fine. Jim was quiet but polite, answering my occasional questions with brief responses. He was from back east, he said, trying to make his way to California for a fresh start. I found myself relaxing, thinking maybe I'd been paranoid earlier. As night fell and the desert grew dark around us, Jim began to get more talkative. He asked about me, where I was from, where I was going. I gave him vague answers, still not entirely comfortable with sharing too much personal information. "You ever wonder what it would be like to just disappear?" Jim asked suddenly, his voice taking on a strange edge. "To leave everything behind and become someone else entirely?" I glanced at him, a chill running down my spine despite the warm night air. "Can't say I have," I replied cautiously. Jim chuckled, but there was no humor in it. "I have. A lot. Lately." The conversation lulled after that, an uncomfortable silence filling the car. I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter, my eyes flicking more frequently to the rearview mirror. The road behind us was empty, stretching into darkness. "Mind if I change the radio station?" Jim asked after a while. "Go ahead," I said, grateful for the break in tension. As he leaned forward to fiddle with the dial, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Tucked into the waistband of his jeans, partially hidden by his shirt, was the unmistakable shape of a gun. My mind raced. What had I gotten myself into? Was he a criminal on the run? Was he planning to rob me, or worse? I tried to keep my voice steady as I spoke. So, Jim, where exactly in California are you headed? He turned to me, his eyes narrowing slightly. I thought I said I didn't have a specific destination. Right, sorry, I mumbled, cursing myself for the slip-up. I must have misheard. Jim was watching me now, his earlier friendliness replaced by something harder, more calculating. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, my heart pounding in my chest. You seem nervous, Alex, he said, his voice low. Everything okay? I nodded, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically. Yeah, fine. Just tired, I guess. Been driving a long time. Maybe we should pull over, Jim suggested. Take a break. No, I said quickly, then tried to recover. I mean, I'm okay. There's a town coming up soon, I think. We can stop there. Jim didn't respond, but I could feel his eyes on me. The silence in the car was oppressive, broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional static from the radio. I was trying to figure out what to do when I saw it. A sign for a rest stop, just a mile ahead. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. Maybe I could find a way to get help, or at least get away from Jim. I'm going to pull into this rest stop, I announced, trying to sound casual. Need to use the restroom. Jim nodded slowly. All right. I pulled into the rest stop, my mind whirling with half-formed plans. There were a few other cars parked there, which gave me a small measure of comfort. As soon as I stopped the car, I unbuckled my seatbelt and reached for the door handle. Alex, Jim said, his voice stopping me cold. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I turned to find the gun in his hand, pointed directly at me. My heart felt like it might burst out of my chest. Jim, I said, my voice shaking, you don't have to do this, whatever you're running from. Shut up, he snapped. Start the car, we're leaving. Please, I begged. Just take the car. You don't need me. His laugh was cold, humorless. Oh, but I do. See, you're my insurance policy. As long as I have you, no one's going to look too closely at me. We're just two friends on a road trip, right? With trembling hands, I started the car. As we pulled out of the rest stop, I saw a family returning to their minivan. I wanted to scream, to honk the horn, to do something to get their attention, but the cold press of the gun against my ribs kept me silent. We drove through the night, Jim directing me onto smaller and smaller roads. I lost track of where we were, each mile taking us further from safety, further from any hope of rescue. As dawn began to break, Jim instructed me to pull onto a dirt road that led into the desert. We bumped along for what felt like hours, until finally, he told me to stop. End of the line, Alex, he said, gesturing for me to get out of the car. On shaky legs, I stepped out into the desert. The sun was rising, casting long shadows across the barren landscape. Jim walked me a short distance from the car, the gun never wavering. I'm sorry it had to be this way, he said, and for a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of regret in his eyes. You seem like a good guy. Wrong place, wrong time, I guess. I closed my eyes, waiting for the shot that would end it all. But it never came. Instead, I heard the sound of retreating footsteps, then a car door slamming. I opened my eyes just in time to see my car disappearing in a cloud of dust. Jim was gone, leaving me stranded in the middle of the desert with nothing but the clothes on my back. It took 2 days for someone to find me. 2 days of scorching heat and freezing nights, of thirst and hunger and the very real fear that I would die out there. When a park ranger finally spotted me, I was delirious, sunburned, and on the verge of collapse. The police never found Jim or my car. They told me I was lucky to be alive, that many victims of similar crimes weren't so fortunate. But as I lay in the hospital, trying to make sense of what had happened, I didn't feel lucky. I felt violated, betrayed by my own compassion. It's been years since that night, but I still see Jim's face in my dreams. I still feel the press of that gun against my ribs. and every time I see a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I feel a mixture of fear and guilt as I speed past, windows locked, eyes straight ahead. I learned a hard lesson in the desert that day. Sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones that look just like us, the ones that prey on our kindness, our empathy. And sometimes, the choice to help a stranger can lead us down a road from which there's no turning back. The first night in our new house, I heard footsteps when everyone else was asleep. The second night, I found a door that hadn't been there before. By the third night, I knew with chilling certainty that we weren't alone in this place, and whatever was sharing our home didn't want us here. We'd been so excited about the move. After years of cramped apartment living, Sarah and I had finally saved enough for a down payment on a house. It was an old Victorian, a bit rundown, but with good bones, as the realtor kept emphasizing. The price was surprisingly low for the neighborhood, but we didn't question our luck. We were too thrilled at the prospect of space for our growing family. Sarah was 5 months pregnant with our first child. The first few days were a whirlwind of unpacking and settling in. The house creaked and groaned, but we chalked it up to its age. "It's just settling," I'd tell Sarah when she mentioned hearing odd noises at night. I was so focused on getting everything ready for the baby that I barely noticed the strange cold spots in certain rooms or the way shadows seemed to move in the corners of my vision. It was on the third night that things took a turn. I was up late, painting the nursery, when I heard it, clear, distinct footsteps coming from the floor above. But that was impossible. We didn't have an attic, and Sarah was sound asleep in our second-floor bedroom. Heart pounding, I crept up the stairs, paint roller still in hand. The sound had stopped, but as I reached the top of the stairs, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the wall across from our bedroom, was a door that I was certain hadn't been there that morning. I stood frozen, staring at it. It was old, the wood dark with age, with an ornate brass knob that seemed to gleam in the dim light. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to go back downstairs and pretend I'd never seen it. But curiosity, that damned human trait, propelled me forward. My hand shook as I reached for the knob. It was ice cold to the touch, sending a shiver down my spine. I took a deep breath and turned it slowly. The door opened with a creak that seemed to echo through the silent house. Beyond it was darkness, thick and impenetrable. The beam of my phone's flashlight barely seemed to make a dent in it. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and frightened even to my own ears. "Is someone there?" No response, just that oppressive silence. I took a tentative step forward, then another. The floorboards groaned under my weight. The air felt thick, heavy with the musty smell of long disused spaces. Suddenly, my light fell on something that made my heart leap into my throat. A figure, standing motionless in the darkness. I stumbled back, a cry of terror caught in my throat. But it wasn't a person. As my eyes adjusted, I realized it was a mannequin, dressed in what looked like clothes from another century. Around it were piles of boxes and old furniture, all covered in a thick layer of dust. I let out a shaky breath, relief washing over me. It was just an old storage space, probably sealed up years ago and forgotten. Nothing sinister, nothing supernatural, just an oddity in an old house. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye. A glint of metal nestled among the boxes. Curiosity got the better of me once again, and I moved closer to investigate. It was a locket, tarnished with age, but still beautiful. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. There was an inscription on the back, but it was too worn to make out. As I fumbled with the clasp, trying to open it, I heard something that made my blood run cold. Footsteps, coming from behind me. I whirled around, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. But there was nothing there. Just the open doorway, leading back to the familiar hallway of our home. That should have been my cue to leave, to slam that door shut and never look back. But I didn't. Instead, I pocketed the locket and continued exploring. The room was larger than I'd initially thought, stretching back into shadows my light couldn't penetrate. I moved deeper, past more mannequins and piles of antique furniture. The further I went, the colder it got, until I could see my breath misting in front of me. That's when I heard it, a whisper, so faint I almost missed it. "Get out." I spun around, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the room. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Get out." The whisper had become a roar, seeming to come from everywhere at once. I ran like I'd never run before, back through the maze of forgotten things, towards the door. But it wasn't there. Where the door had been was now just more wall, more darkness. Panic seized me. I pounded on the walls, screaming for help. But my cries seemed swallowed by the oppressive silence of the room. Just as despair was about to overwhelm me, my hand brushed against something. The doorknob. With a sob of relief, I turned it and burst through, slamming the door behind me. I stood there in the hallway, gasping for breath, my heart racing. Had that really happened? Or had I fallen asleep while painting and had some kind of vivid nightmare? But the weight of the locket in my pocket told me it had been real. All too real. I stumbled back to the bedroom, my mind reeling. Should I wake Sarah? Tell her what had happened? But how could I explain something I barely understood myself? In the end, exhaustion won out. I crawled into bed, telling myself I'd figure it out in the morning. But when morning came, the door was gone. The wall was smooth, unbroken, as if the events of the night had been nothing but a dream. Even the locket had vanished from my pocket. I tried to convince myself that's all it had been, a dream, a hallucination brought on by stress and paint fumes. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something was in our house, something that didn't want us here. Over the next few weeks, strange occurrences became our new normal. Items would move on their own, doors would slam shut without warning, and always, there were the footsteps at night. Sarah noticed too. I'd catch her staring at the walls sometimes, a look of confusion and fear on her face. But we didn't talk about it. It was as if speaking about the strange events would make them more real, more dangerous. Then came the night I woke to find Sarah's side of the bed empty. Panic gripped me as I searched the house, calling her name. I was about to call the police when I heard it. Her voice, muffled but unmistakable, coming from behind that damned door that had reappeared in the hallway. I didn't hesitate this time. I flung the door open and plunged into the darkness beyond. "Sarah!" I yelled, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. John, help me!" Her voice sounded distant, frightened. I ran towards the sound, barely aware of my surroundings. Objects loomed out of the darkness, more mannequins, old furniture, things I couldn't even identify. But none of that mattered. All that mattered was finding Sarah. I found her in what looked like an old nursery, surrounded by creepy antique dolls and a rusted crib. She was curled up in a rocking chair, her hands protectively over her swollen belly. "Sarah," I breathed, relief washing over me. "What happened? How did you get here?" She looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear. I don't know. I woke up and I was just here." "John, what is this place? What's happening to us?" Before I could answer, a cold wind swept through the room. The dolls' heads turned, their glassy eyes fixing on us. And then we heard it, that voice again, no longer a whisper but a bone-chilling shriek. "This is our home." We ran, hand in hand. We fled through the twisting, impossible space of that hidden room. Behind us, we could hear things moving, pursuing. The air was filled with whispers and screams, the sound of 100 years of trapped souls. Somehow, we made it back to the door. We burst through it and I slammed it shut, leaning against it as if my weight alone could keep the horrors at bay. We didn't stay another night in that house. We packed what we could and left, abandoning most of our possessions and any hope of recovering our down payment. Some things are more important than money. We later learned the history of the house, the tragic deaths, the disappearances, the string of owners who fled in the night. We were lucky, the local historian told us. Lucky to have escaped. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those footsteps, still feel the cold touch of that locket in my pocket. And I wonder about the souls trapped in that hidden room, and I pray that they stay there, locked away in that house where reality bends and nightmares come to life. Because I know the truth now. Some houses are never truly empty, and some doors, once opened, can never really be closed again. The moment I stepped onto the porch of that isolated farmhouse, I knew something was terribly wrong. The door hung askew on its hinges, and an eerie silence blanketed the property. As a social worker, I'd seen my share of troubled homes, but nothing could have prepared me for the nightmare that awaited inside. My name is Claire, and I've been a social worker for nearly a decade. I thought I'd seen it all. Homes ravaged by poverty, families torn apart by addiction, children bearing scars both visible and hidden. But the Lawson case, that was different. That was the case that almost broke me. It started like any other day. I'd received a report about the Lawson family, concerns about neglect, possible domestic violence. Standard procedure was to do a home visit, assess the situation, and determine if further intervention was necessary. The file noted that the family lived in a remote area, but I hadn't realized just how isolated until I found myself driving down a narrow dirt road, fields of dying corn stretching endlessly on either side. The farmhouse appeared suddenly, looming against the gray sky like something out of a Gothic novel. Paint peeled from its weathered boards, and several windows were boarded up. As I parked my car, I noticed there were no other vehicles in sight. Strange, considering the file mentioned 2 parents and 3 children. I gathered my bag and clipboard, took a deep breath, and approached the front door. That's when I noticed the first sign that something was amiss. The door wasn't just unlocked, it was partially open, swaying slightly in the breeze. Smears of what looked disturbingly like blood stained the white paint. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the oppressive silence. "Mr. and Mrs. Lawson, this is Claire from Social Services. I'm here for our scheduled visit." No response, not even the sound of movement from within the house. Just that unnerving silence. Every instinct told me to turn back, to call the police and let them handle whatever was going on here. But I couldn't shake the thought of those 3 children mentioned in the file. What if they were in there, hurt or scared? I had a duty to make sure they were safe. Steeling myself, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. The interior was dark, the air thick with the musty smell of neglect and something else, something coppery and sickening that made my stomach turn. "Hello?" I called again, fumbling for the light switch. It clicked, but nothing happened. The power was out. I pulled out my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the room. What I saw made my blood run cold. The living room was a scene of chaos, furniture overturned, picture frames shattered on the floor. And there, on the faded floral wallpaper, were more of those dark, rust-colored smears. My heart pounding, I moved deeper into the house. The kitchen was equally disturbed, drawers pulled out and their contents scattered across the linoleum. A half-eaten meal sat on the table, covered in a fine layer of mold. Whatever had happened here, it hadn't been recent. As I turned to check the rest of the house, something caught my eye. A child's drawing was pinned to the refrigerator, held in place by a magnet shaped like a smiling sun. The crayon sketch showed a house, this house, with 5 stick figures standing in front. But 3 of the figures had been violently scribbled out with black crayon, leaving only 2 standing. A chill ran down my spine. What had happened to this family? I made my way upstairs, each step creaking ominously under my weight. The upper floor was a long hallway with several doors leading off it. The first room I checked appeared to be the master bedroom. The bed was unmade, clothes strewn about as if someone had left in a hurry, but it was the message scrawled on the mirror in what looked horribly like lipstick that made my breath catch. "They're coming for us." The next room was clearly a child's. Pink wallpaper, stuffed animals piled on the bed. But here too, signs of violence marred the innocent space. Deep gouges scored the walls, and a family photo on the nightstand had been smashed, glass shards glittering in the beam of my flashlight. As I backed out of the room, a sound from downstairs made me freeze. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving across the kitchen floor. My heart leapt into my throat. I wasn't alone in the house. I tried to calm my breathing, to think rationally. It could be one of the Lawsons, returned home to find a stranger in their house. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Whatever was down there, it wasn't the family I'd come to check on. I crept towards the stairs, straining my ears for any further sound. The footsteps had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A low, guttural sound, almost like an animal growling. I reached the top of the stairs and peered down into the darkness below. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, a shape moved in the shadows at the bottom of the staircase. A figure, hunched and misshapen, its movements jerky and unnatural. Terror seized me. This was no person, no animal I'd ever seen. It was something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist in our world. I must have made a sound, a gasp, a whimper, I'm not sure. But suddenly, the thing's head snapped up, and I found myself staring into eyes that glowed an unnatural, sickly yellow in the darkness. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, down the hallway towards what I prayed was another staircase, another way out. Behind me, I could hear it coming, its movements faster now, accompanied by a high-pitched keening that made my skin crawl. I found the back stairs and practically flew down them, my feet barely touching the steps. I burst out the back door into the fading daylight, not daring to look back as I sprinted towards my car. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As the engine roared to life, I caught a glimpse of movement in my rearview mirror, something emerging from the house, its form seeming to shift and change as it moved. I peeled out of the driveway, gravel spraying behind me as I accelerated down the dirt road. I didn't slow down until I hit the main highway, my heart still pounding in my chest. When I finally felt safe enough to pull over, I called the police with trembling hands. I told them about the signs of struggle, the disturbing messages, the feeling that something terrible had happened in that house. But I couldn't bring myself to mention what I'd seen inside. Who would believe me? The police investigation turned up nothing. No bodies, no evidence of foul play. The Lawson family had simply vanished, leaving behind a house full of unanswered questions. The case went cold, filed away as just another mysterious disappearance. But I knew the truth. I knew that something inhuman had been in that house, something that had likely been responsible for whatever fate had befallen the Lawsons. And sometimes, late at night, I still see those glowing yellow eyes in my dreams, still hear that unearthly keening sound. I left social work soon after. I couldn't face the possibility of walking into another house like that, of encountering whatever nightmare had taken up residence in that isolated farmhouse. Some days, I can almost convince myself it was all a stress-induced hallucination. Almost. But then I'll catch a glimpse of something moving in the shadows, or hear a sound that's not quite natural, and I'll remember. I'll remember that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the dark corners of isolated homes, waiting for unsuspecting visitors. And I'll say a silent prayer for the Lawson family, hoping that whatever fate befell them was quick, because the alternative, that they might still be out there somewhere, in the clutches of that unnatural thing, is too horrifying to contemplate. So I keep my doors locked, my lights on, and I never, ever venture into isolated farmhouses anymore. Because once you've seen behind the veil, once you've glimpsed the horrors that lurk just out of sight, you can never truly feel safe again. The first splash of red caught my eye, a stark contrast against the dull green of the forest floor. The second made my heart race, a sinking feeling in my gut. By the third, I knew we had stumbled upon something we were never meant to see, and the distant sound of engines told me we weren't alone anymore. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend camping trip, just me and my 3 best friends, Mike, Sarah, and Tom. We'd been planning it for months, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of city life and reconnect with nature. The spot we'd chosen was deep in the national forest, far off the beaten path. No cell signal, no worries, Mike had said with a grin as we set off down the narrow, winding trail. The hike in was grueling, but the payoff seemed worth it. We found a beautiful clearing next to a babbling stream, the perfect spot to set up camp. As we pitched our tents and gathered firewood, the stress of our daily lives seemed to melt away. That night, we sat around the campfire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows, the stars twinkling brightly overhead. It was early the next morning when things took a turn. Tom and I had volunteered to fetch more water from the stream while Mike and Sarah prepared breakfast. We were about a quarter mile from camp when I saw it, a splash of red on a fallen log. "Hey, Tom," I called out, pointing. "What do you think that is?" He squinted, then shrugged. "I'm probably just some berries or something. Come on, let's fill these jugs and get back. I'm starving." But as we moved closer to the stream, we saw more splashes of red, too many to be berries, too dark. My stomach churned as I realized what it probably was. "Tom," I said, my voice barely above a whisper, "I think that's blood." His eyes widened, and I saw the same fear I felt reflected in them. Maybe an animal got hurt," he suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. We should have turned back then. Should have grabbed Mike and Sarah and hightailed it out of there. But curiosity, that damned human trait, got the better of us. We moved forward, following the trail of blood. The scene we stumbled upon will haunt me for the rest of my days. In a small clearing, partially hidden by dense underbrush, lay a body, or what was left of one. It was a man, or had been. His chest was a mangled mess, his face frozen in a rictus of terror. But it was the symbol carved into his forehead that made my blood run cold, a crude pentagram, still oozing blood. Tom retched beside me, and I wasn't far behind. This was no animal attack, this was something much, much worse. "We need to get out of here," I managed to gasp between dry heaves. "We need to call the police." Tom nodded frantically, his face pale. We turned to run back to camp, but froze as we heard a sound that didn't belong in these woods. The distant rumble of engines. "Oh God," Tom whispered. "What if they're coming back?" The smart thing would have been to hide, to wait until whoever it was had passed. But panic had taken hold, and all we could think about was getting back to Mike and Sarah, getting as far away from this nightmare as possible. We ran, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. The sound of engines grew louder, and now we could hear voices too, gruff, angry voices that sent chills down my spine. We burst into our campsite, startling Mike and Sarah, who were sitting by the remains of last night's fire. "Pack up," I gasped. "We need to leave, now." "What? Why? What's going on?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. "No time to explain," Tom cut in, already starting to dismantle his tent. "There are people coming, bad people. We need to go." To their credit, Mike and Sarah didn't argue. They must have seen the terror in our eyes, heard the urgency in our voices. We packed in record time, leaving behind anything non-essential. Just as we were about to head out, the voices became clearer. They were close, Too close. Split up, Mike whispered. Sarah, you go with Tom. Head east. I'll go with Alex. We'll head west. Meet back at the car if you can. If not, just keep going until you find help. We nodded, the gravity of the situation hitting us all. This wasn't a movie or a game. This was real, and our lives were in danger. Sarah and Tom disappeared into the trees, heading east. Mike and I waited a beat, then plunged into the underbrush in the opposite direction. We hadn't gone more than a few yards when we heard shouts from behind us. Hey, there's a campsite here. They can't be far. We ran. Branches tore at our clothes. Rocks and roots bruised our feet through our hiking boots. But we didn't slow down. The voices behind us grew fainter, but we could still hear them crashing through the woods, hunting us. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we paused, gasping for breath. The forest was quiet now, save for our ragged breathing and the pounding of blood in my ears. Do you think we lost them? I whispered. Mike shook his head. I don't know, but we can't stay here. We need to keep moving. We pressed on, trying to be quieter now, constantly looking over our shoulders. The sun climbed higher in the sky, filtering through the canopy above. Under different circumstances, it might have been beautiful. Now, it felt oppressive, the heat and humidity sapping our strength. We were just starting to hope that maybe, just maybe, we'd gotten away when we heard it. A scream, high-pitched and terrified. Sarah's scream. Mike's face went pale. No, he breathed. Oh God, no. We stood there, frozen in indecision. Every instinct screamed at us to run towards the sound, to help our friends. But we knew that would be suicide. Whatever had happened to Sarah and Tom, the same fate awaited us if we went back. With heavy hearts, we pushed on. The scream had come from behind us, which meant we were still heading in the right direction. If we could just reach the car. But it seemed the universe had other plans. As we crested a small hill, we found ourselves face to face with two men. They were dressed in dark clothes, their faces obscured by ski masks, and they were armed. Well, one of them said, his voice muffled by the mask. Looks like we found the stragglers. We turned to run, but more figures emerged from the trees behind us. We were surrounded. What followed was a blur of terror and pain. They marched us back to their camp, a collection of RVs and tents hidden in a large clearing. Others were there, all masked, all armed, and in the center of it all was an altar, dark with dried blood. They tied us up and threw us in one of the RVs. Through the window, I could see them preparing for some kind of ritual. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the clearing. As darkness fell, they lit torches, the flickering light making their masked faces even more terrifying. I don't know how long we were in there. Hours, maybe. We didn't speak, couldn't speak. The horror of our situation was too overwhelming. What had happened to Sarah and Tom? Were they already dead? Were we next? Just when I thought all hope was lost, we heard it. Sirens. Lots of them, getting closer. The camp erupted into chaos, people running, shouting, engines starting up. In the confusion, someone must have forgotten about us. The door to the RV burst open, and there stood a police officer, his gun drawn. "Are you okay?" he asked, quickly moving to untie us. "Can you walk?" We nodded, too shocked to speak. He led us out of the camp, past other officers who were rounding up some of the cultists. An ambulance was waiting, and paramedics swarmed around us, checking for injuries. It wasn't until much later, after hours of questioning and medical exams, that we learned the full story. A hiker had stumbled upon the cult's previous campsite, found evidence of their rituals, and alerted the authorities. They'd been tracking the group for days, and our lucky encounter with their search party had led them right to the cultists' new location. Sarah and Tom were found alive, thankfully, beaten and traumatized, but alive. The body we'd found, that hadn't been their first victim. And if the police hadn't arrived when they did, It wouldn't have been their last. Years have passed since that day, but the memories still haunt me. I don't go camping anymore. Can't stand to be in the woods, because now I know that sometimes the most dangerous predators aren't the ones with claws and fangs. Sometimes they're the ones who look just like us, hiding behind masks, waiting in the shadows to prey on the unsuspecting. And in the dark of night, when the wind rustles through the trees outside my window, I still hear those engines, those angry voices. I still feel the terror of being hunted. And I wonder, with a shudder, what might have happened if those sirens hadn't come when they did. The moment they walked in, I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary night shift. Their eyes were too sharp, their smiles too wide, and the way they looked at me, it was like a predator sizing up its prey. Little did I know, my quiet night at the 24-hour diner was about to turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. My name's Alice, and I've been working the graveyard shift at Mel's Diner for about 6 months now. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and suits my night owl tendencies. Most nights are pretty quiet, a few truckers stopping for coffee, maybe some college kids grabbing a late-night snack. Nothing I can't handle. That night started like any other. I'd just finished wiping down the counter when the bell above the door chimed. I looked up, plastering on my best customer service smile, but it froze on my face when I saw them. There were 5 of them, all men, dressed in dark clothes that seemed a bit too nice for our little diner. They swaggered in like they owned the place, talking and laughing loudly. The few other customers, an elderly couple and a lone trucker, glanced up nervously before quickly looking away. "Evening, gentlemen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Sit anywhere you like. I'll be right with you." They chose a booth in the corner, sprawling out across the seats. As I approached with menus, I could feel their eyes on me, assessing, calculating. It made my skin crawl. "What can I get for you?" I asked, pen poised over my notepad. The one closest to me, a man with a scar running down his cheek, grinned up at me. His teeth were too white, too sharp. "Coffee, sweetheart, lots of it, and keep it coming." I nodded and turned to leave, but he caught my wrist. His grip was like iron, his skin cold against mine. "And don't go anywhere," he added, his voice low. "We might need some extra service." I pulled my hand away, my heart pounding. As I walked back to the counter, I could hear them laughing, the sound grating against my nerves. For the next hour, I kept them supplied with coffee, deflecting their increasingly crude comments and wandering hands. The other customers left quickly, casting sympathetic glances my way as they hurried out the door. Soon, it was just me and them. I was refilling their cups for what felt like the 100th time when things took a turn. The man with the scar grabbed my arm again, pulling me close. "You know," he said, his breath hot against my ear, "we're not really here for the coffee." I tried to pull away, but his grip tightened. "Let go of me," I said, my voice shakier than I'd have liked. He laughed, a harsh sound that sent chills down my spine. "Or what? You'll call for help." He gestured around the empty diner. "There's no one here but us, sweetheart." That's when I saw it, the glint of metal tucked into his waistband. A gun. My blood ran cold as I realized just how much trouble I was in. "Now," he continued, standing up slowly, "why don't you be a good girl and open that cash register for us?" I backed away, my mind racing. The phone was on the other side of the counter, if I could just reach it, but they were too fast. 2 of them vaulted over the counter, cutting off my escape. The others spread out, blocking the exits. I was trapped. "Come on, Alice," the scarred man said, reading my name tag. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Open the register, give us the money, and maybe we'll let you walk away from this." I knew he was lying. The look in his eyes told me they had no intention of letting me go. Whatever happened here tonight, they couldn't leave any witnesses. My hands shaking, I moved towards the register. My mind was whirling, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. As I punched in the code to open the drawer, I remembered something. The silent alarm button hidden under the counter. If I could just reach it without them noticing. I opened the register, making a show of gathering the bills. "Here," I said, holding out the money. "Take it. It's all we have." The scarred man snatched the cash from my hand, quickly counting it. His face darkened. "This is it. This is all you've got." I nodded, trying to look scared and helpless. It wasn't hard. "Business has been slow. Please, that's everything in the register." He exchanged glances with his companions, a silent communication passing between them. Then, without warning, he lashed out, backhanding me across the face. I stumbled, tasting blood. "Don't lie to me," he snarled. "Where's the rest of it? Where's the safe?" I touched my stinging cheek, tears welling in my eyes. "There is no safe," I said. "I swear, that's all we have." He grabbed me by the hair, yanking my head back. "Wrong answer, sweetheart. Boys, tear this place apart. Find that safe." The others started ransacking the diner, upending tables and smashing dishes. I watched in horror as they destroyed the place, knowing that each passing minute decreased my chances of making it out of here alive. The scarred man dragged me into the kitchen, throwing me against the industrial refrigerator. "Last chance," he growled. "Tell me where the safe is, or things are going to get real unpleasant for you." I saw the knife in his hand then, the blade catching the fluorescent light. Terror coursed through me, but with it came a surge of adrenaline. I knew I had to act now or I'd never get another chance. I pretended to slump in defeat. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay, I'll show you." He grinned, victorious. "That's more like it. Where is it?" Under the counter," I said. "There's a hidden panel." He dragged me back out to the main area. "Show me," he ordered. I moved behind the counter, my heart pounding so loud I was sure he must be able to hear it. This was it, my one chance. As I knelt down, pretending to reach for a non-existent panel, my hand found the silent alarm button. I pressed it, praying it still worked, praying help would come in time. "There's nothing here," the man shouted, realizing he'd been tricked. He grabbed me, spinning me around to face him. The knife was at my throat now, the cold metal pressing against my skin. "You lying bitch!" I closed my eyes, certain these were my last moments. But then, like an answer to a prayer I hadn't dared to make, I heard it. Sirens in the distance, growing louder. The man's eyes widened in shock, then narrowed in fury. "You!" he hissed. "You did this!" What happened next was a blur of violence and fear. The men panicked, running for the exits. The scarred man made a move as if to drag me with him, but his companions called for him to leave me. In his moment of hesitation, I managed to break free, scrambling over the counter and running for the kitchen. I huddled in the walk-in freezer, shivering not just from the cold but from the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I could hear shouts, the sound of breaking glass, car engines roaring to life. Then, blessedly, the sound of police sirens, right outside the diner. When a police officer finally found me, I was half frozen and in shock. They wrapped me in a blanket and led me out to an ambulance, assuring me that I was safe now. In the days that followed, I learned the full story. The men were part of a gang that had been terrorizing small businesses across 3 states. They'd hit 2 other diners that same night before coming to Mel's. Thanks to my quick thinking with the silent alarm, the police had not only saved me but had managed to apprehend 3 of the 5 men. I'd like to say I went back to work, that I didn't let them win by scaring me away. But the truth is, I couldn't do it. Every time I looked at that diner, all I could see was the glint of a knife. All I could hear were those mocking laughs. I found a new job, working days at a bookstore, but I still have nightmares about that night. Still wake up in a cold sweat, feeling phantom hands grabbing at me, hearing that scarred man's voice in my ear. They caught the other 2 eventually, I had to testify at their trial, had to relive that night all over again. But seeing them led away in handcuffs, knowing they couldn't hurt anyone else, made it worth it. I'm stronger now in some ways, more cautious in others, and I never, ever work night shifts anymore. Because I know now that sometimes the monsters don't hide under your bed or in your closet. Sometimes they walk right through the front door, with smiles too wide and eyes too sharp, ready to turn an ordinary night into a waking nightmare. The first time I tried the door, I thought it was just stuck. The second time, I started to worry. By the third time, as the reality of our situation sank in, I knew we were trapped. What had begun as a simple overnight stay at a rundown motel had turned into a claustrophobic nightmare. And I had no idea if we'd make it out alive. My girlfriend, Sarah, and I had been driving for hours. We were on our way to her sister's wedding, cutting through back roads to avoid highway traffic. It was Sarah's idea, a chance to see some of the country's hidden gems, she'd said. Now, as our eyes strained against the darkness and fatigue set in, I was beginning to regret agreeing to her plan. "We should stop for the night," Sarah said, stifling a yawn. "We're both exhausted." I nodded, relief washing over me. "Next place we see, we'll pull over." That place turned out to be the Pine Grove Motel, a dilapidated establishment that had clearly seen better days. The neon sign flickered weakly, half the letters burnt out. But it was late. We were tired, and neither of us fancied driving any further. The man at the front desk looked like he'd been there since the motel opened. His roomy eyes regarded us with disinterest as he handed over a key attached to a faded plastic fob. "Room 13, he croaked. "End of the row." I hesitated. "13, don't you have any other rooms available?" He shook his head slowly. "13's all we got. Take it or leave it." Sarah squeezed my hand. "It's fine, babe. We're not superstitious, remember? If only we'd been a little more superstitious. If only we'd listened to that nagging feeling and driven on to the next town. But we were tired, and the lure of a bed, any bed, was too strong to resist. Room 13 was about what you'd expect from a place like this. Faded wallpaper, a sagging mattress, and a bathroom that had last been cleaned when Reagan was in office. But it was a place to rest our heads, and that was all we needed. We fell asleep almost immediately, the exhaustion of the day catching up with us. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that things took a turn for the worse. I woke up needing to use the bathroom. In my groggy state, I stumbled towards the door, fumbling with the handle. It didn't budge. Still half asleep, I assumed I was just turning it wrong. I tried again, putting more force into it. Nothing. That's when the first inkling of unease crept in. I blinked, forcing myself to wake up fully. I examined the door handle, tried it again. It was definitely locked, but not from our side. We were locked in. "Sarah," I called, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "Sarah, wake up." She stirred, mumbling something incoherent. "What is it?" "The door," I said. "I can't open it. I think we're locked in." That got her attention. She sat up, suddenly alert. "What do you mean, locked in?" I stepped aside, letting her try the door herself. She rattled the handle, then threw her shoulder against the wood. It didn't so much as creak. "This isn't funny," she said, her voice rising. "Let us out." But there was no response from outside. No sound at all. In fact, the silence was oppressive, broken only by our increasingly panicked breathing. We tried the windows next, but they were sealed shut. The glass was too thick to break without making a lot of noise, and even if we did, we were on the second floor. The fall would likely injure us too badly to escape. As the reality of our situation sank in, I felt a cold sweat break out across my skin. We were trapped, with no way to call for help. Our phones had no signal. Of course they didn't, not out here in the middle of nowhere. "What do we do?" Sarah asked, her voice small and frightened. I took a deep breath, trying to think rationally. We wait, I said. Someone will come to clean the room eventually, or maybe check us out. When they do, we'll be ready. But as the hours ticked by, no one came. We shouted ourselves hoarse, pounded on the walls until our hands were bruised. Nothing. It was as if the entire motel had been abandoned, leaving us as the only souls for miles around. The worst part was not knowing why. Were we simply victims of a cruel prank, or was there something more sinister at play? My mind conjured up horrible scenarios: human trafficking, organ harvesting, some sick game where people paid to watch others slowly lose their minds in captivity. As day turned to night again, our situation grew dire. We had no food, and the tap water tasted metallic and wrong. Thirst drove us to drink it anyway, but it left us feeling nauseous and lightheaded. Sarah broke down first. We're going to die here, she sobbed, curled up on the bed. No one knows where we are. No one's coming for us. I held her, murmuring reassurances I didn't believe. The truth was, she was right. We'd told no one about our detour, about staying at this godforsaken motel. For all anyone knew, we were still on our way to the wedding. As the second night wore on, I began to hallucinate. Shadows moved at the corners of my vision, and I could swear I heard voices whispering just beyond the walls. Was it the lack of food? The strange water? Or was I simply losing my mind? It was during one of these hallucinatory episodes that I noticed something odd about the ancient TV in the corner. It wasn't plugged in, hadn't been since we arrived, but I could have sworn I saw a flicker of static across its screen. Curious, desperate for any change in our circumstances, I approached it. As I drew closer, the static grew stronger, resolving into a grainy image. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was us, Sarah and I, asleep on the bed. But the angle was wrong, as if the camera was positioned in a corner of the ceiling. With a growing sense of horror, I looked up. There, almost invisible against the textured ceiling, was a tiny camera lens. Sarah, I said, my voice hoarse, we're being watched. She looked up from the bed, her eyes red-rimmed and unfocused. What? I pointed to the camera, then to the TV. Her eyes widened as she made the connection. Oh God, she whispered. What is this place? Before I could respond, the TV screen changed. The image of our room was replaced by text, stark white against a black background. Welcome to the game, it read. You have 60 minutes to escape. Fail, and you forfeit your lives. Your time starts now. A timer appeared in the corner of the screen, counting down from 60 Mao. For a moment, we just stared, too shocked to move. Then survival instinct kicked in. We tore the room apart, looking for clues, for anything that might lead to our escape. We found cryptic messages hidden in the Bible, a key taped to the bottom of a drawer, a series of numbers scratched into the bathroom mirror that only appeared when fogged up. Each solved puzzle led to another, each solution bringing us closer to freedom, but the clock was ticking, and we were running out of time. With less than a minute left, we finally cracked the last code. The door swung open with an anticlimactic click, revealing an empty hallway beyond. We ran, not stopping until we reached our car. As we peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The motel stood silent and dark, giving no hint of the horrors it contained. We drove straight to the police, but when they investigated, they found nothing. The motel was abandoned, had been for years, they said. No cameras, no locked rooms, no evidence of the game we'd been forced to play. Sometimes, late at night, I still wake up in a cold sweat, convinced I'm back in that room. I'll check the corners for cameras, strain my ears for the sound of a ticking clock. Sarah and I don't talk about it much. Who would believe us? But we know what happened. We know what we survived. And we know that somewhere out there, in some nondescript motel off the beaten path, the game is waiting for its next unwitting players. So take my advice. Stick to the main roads, stay in chain hotels, And if you ever find yourself checking into room 13, turn around and drive away as fast as you can, because once the game begins, there's no guarantee you'll make it out alive. The moment his hand closed around my wrist, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. His smile, once friendly, now seemed predatory, and the pulsing lights of the festival faded into a sickening blur. As he led me away from the crowds, I realized with growing horror that my search for my friends had led me straight into a trap. It was supposed to be the best weekend of the summer. The Starlight Music Festival was legendary. 3 days of non-stop music, art, and celebration. My best friends and I had been planning this trip for months, saving every spare dollar and coordinating our outfits with an enthusiasm that bordered on obsession. The first day was everything we'd hoped for. We danced until our feet ached, sang along to our favorite bands until our voices grew hoarse, and reveled in the electric atmosphere that only a music festival can create. As night fell, the festival grounds transformed into a wonderland of neon lights and pulsating rhythms. It was during a set by our favorite DJ that it happened. One moment, I was dancing between Sarah and Mike, our arms linked as we swayed to the beat. The next, I turned around to find them gone, swallowed up by the surging crowd. At first, I wasn't worried. We'd gotten separated before and had always managed to find each other again. But as one song bled into another and there was still no sign of them, anxiety began to gnaw at my stomach. I pushed my way out of the crowd, scanning faces in the dim light. The festival grounds seemed to have grown impossibly large, a maze of stages, food vendors, and art installations. The press of bodies was overwhelming, the noise deafening. For the first time since we'd arrived, I felt small and very alone. That's when he appeared, tall, with a kind face and eyes that crinkled when he smiled. He seemed like a lifeline in the chaos. "You look lost," he said, raising his voice to be heard over the music. "Everything okay?" I hesitated for a moment, years of stranger danger warnings flashing through my mind. But he looked so normal, so concerned, and I was desperate for help. "I can't find my friends," and I shouted back. "We got separated during the last set." He nodded sympathetically. "That happens a lot here. I'm a volunteer," he added, pointing to a badge I hadn't noticed before. "I can help you find the lost and found tent. They might have gone there to look for you." Relief washed over me. Of course, the lost and found tent. Why hadn't I thought of that? "That would be great," I said. "Thank you so much." He smiled again, and this time I noticed how white his teeth were. How perfect. "No problem at all. It's this way. Follow me." I fell into step beside him as he led me away from the main stage area. The crowds began to thin out, the music fading to a distant thrum. I noticed we were heading towards the outskirts of the festival grounds, where the lighting was sparse and the revelry seemed far away. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked, unease creeping back into my voice. "Shortcut," he said breezily. "It's just past these tents here." That's when he grabbed my wrist. His grip was like iron, his fingers digging into my skin. I tried to pull away, but he was too strong. "Let go of me," I demanded, fear making my voice shrill. His smile widened, but there was no warmth in it now. "Now why would I do that? We're just getting to the fun part." I screamed then, a sound of pure terror that was swallowed up by the distant music and laughter. No one could hear me. No one was coming to help. He started dragging me towards a cluster of dark tents, his free hand clamped over my mouth. I fought with everything I had, kicking and clawing, but it was like fighting against a statue. He was too strong, too prepared. Just as we reached the tents, a voice rang out. "Hey, what's going on over there?" My attacker froze, his head whipping around to locate the source of the voice. It was all the distraction I needed. I bit down hard on the hand covering my mouth, tasting blood. He yelped in pain and his grip loosened just enough for me to wrench free. I ran. I ran like I'd never run before, my heart pounding in my ears, my lungs burning. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps pounding on the packed earth, his curses growing fainter as I pulled ahead. I burst back into the main festival area, the sudden press of bodies both a relief and a new kind of terror. What if he was still behind me? What if he caught up to me in this crowd? Blind panic drove me forward. I pushed through the throng of dancers, ignoring their annoyed shouts and glares. I had to find security, had to find my friends, had to get away. I don't know how long I ran or how far. The festival had become a nightmare funhouse, every smiling face a potential threat, every shadowy corner hiding unseen dangers. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I found myself near the medical tent. A concerned-looking woman in a Red Cross vest approached me. "Are you all right, honey? You look like you've seen a ghost." The story poured out of me in a rush, my words tumbling over each other in their haste to escape. The woman's face grew grave as she listened, and she quickly ushered me into the tent. What followed was a blur of police statements, medical checkups, and tearful reunions. Sarah and Mike had indeed gone to the lost and found tent, frantic with worry when they couldn't find me. The festival security launched a manhunt for my attacker, but in the chaos and darkness, he had vanished. They found others, though. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that I wasn't the only one who had been targeted. There were other stories, other close calls. My attacker had been part of a larger operation, preying on the lost and vulnerable in the festival crowd. The rest of the weekend passed in a haze. I couldn't bring myself to enjoy the music or the atmosphere, jumping at every sudden movement, every unexpected touch. The magic of the festival had been irreparably tarnished. In the months that followed, I struggled to come to terms with what had happened. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and crowded places became a source of anxiety rather than excitement. I couldn't shake the feeling that danger lurked around every corner, that the next friendly face might hide sinister intentions. Therapy helped, as did the unwavering support of my friends and family. Slowly, I began to reclaim my life, to find joy in the things I once loved. But I never forgot the lesson I learned that night at the Starlight Music Festival. Now, when I go to concerts or festivals, I'm always aware of my surroundings. I keep my friends close, never wander off alone, and trust my instincts when something feels off. Because I know firsthand how quickly a dream can turn into a nightmare, how easily predators can hide behind a mask of kindness. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear his voice in my head. I see his too perfect smile, feel the iron grip on my wrist. But then I remind myself that I survived. I got away, and in doing so, I helped expose a dangerous operation and potentially saved others from a similar fate. The Starlight Music Festival continues each year, but I've never gone back. The memories are too raw, too painful. But I hope that my story serves as a warning to others, to stay vigilant, to look out for one another, and to remember that even in the brightest of celebrations, darkness can lurk just out of sight. Because the truth is, the most dangerous predators aren't always hiding in the shadows. Sometimes, they're right there in plain sight, offering a helping hand and a friendly smile. And it's up to us to recognize the danger before it's too late. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was the eerie silence. The second was the half-eaten meals on the tables, as if the entire village had vanished mid-bite. By the time night fell and the shadows began to move, we realized our discovery of this abandoned hamlet was about to become a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a simple 3-day hike through the Appalachian wilderness. Just me and my 4 closest friends, Mike, Sarah, Alex, and Jess, getting away from the hustle of city life and reconnecting with nature. We'd done trips like this before, but nothing could have prepared us for what we stumbled upon on that fateful second day. The morning had started normally enough. We broke camp at dawn, the air crisp and fresh with the promise of adventure. As we hiked, we joked and shared stories, our laughter echoing through the dense forest. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that things took a turn. "Hey guys," Mike called out, squinting at his GPS. "I think we might be off course." We gathered around him, peering at the small screen. According to the map, We should have been in the middle of uncharted forest. Instead, a clearing loomed ahead, barely visible through the trees. Maybe it's just not on the map, Sarah suggested. Could be an old logging camp or something. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to investigate. As we emerged from the tree line, what we saw made us stop in our tracks. It wasn't a logging camp. It was a village. Nestled in the heart of the forest was a cluster of buildings that looked like they belonged to another century. Wooden cabins with thatched roofs lined dirt paths, and in the center stood what appeared to be a town square, complete with a well and a small chapel. "This is impossible," Alex breathed, voicing what we were all thinking. "How is this not on any map?" We approached cautiously, calling out greetings, but no one answered. The village was eerily silent, save for the rustle of leaves in the breeze. As we explored, the sense of wrongness grew. Everything looked lived in, as if the inhabitants had just stepped out moments ago. Laundry still hung on lines, swaying gently. Gardens were well tended, vegetables ripe on the vine, but there wasn't a soul in sight. "Guys," Jess called from one of the cabins, "you need to see this." We crowded into the small dwelling and saw what had caught her attention. The table was set for dinner, plates filled with now moldy food. Chairs were pushed back haphazardly, as if the diners had left in a hurry. "What the hell happened here?" I murmured, a chill running down my spine despite the warm afternoon sun. We split up to search the rest of the village, agreeing to meet back in the square in an hour. As I explored, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I turned around, I expected to see someone standing there. But the village remained deserted. In one cabin, I found a diary. The last entry was dated just a week ago. It spoke of strange noises in the night, of livestock going missing, of an overwhelming sense of dread. The final words sent a shiver through me. "They're coming. God help us all." When we regrouped, everyone had similar stories. Alex had found more half-eaten meals. Sarah discovered a schoolhouse with lessons still written on the blackboard. Mike had explored the chapel and found it set up for a service that never happened. "We need to leave," Jess said, her voice shaking slightly. "Something bad happened here, and I don't think we want to be around when night falls." But as we turned to go, we realized with growing horror that the sun was already setting. Somehow, hours had passed without us noticing. The forest beyond the village had grown dark and forbidding. "We can't go stumbling through the woods at night," Mike argued. "We'll break our necks." "So what? We stay here," Alex countered, gesturing at the empty village. "In this creepy ghost town." In the end, we didn't have much choice. We chose a cabin near the edge of the village, one with a clear view of the path back to the forest. We barricaded the door and windows as best we could, then settled in for an uneasy night. No one slept. We sat in a tight circle, flashlights at the ready, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. As the hours crawled by, the silence of the village grew oppressive. It was just past midnight when we heard it, a sound so faint at first that I thought I was imagining it. But then it came again, a soft shuffling, like something being dragged across the ground. "Do you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. We all nodded, too scared to speak. The sound was getting closer, coming from the direction of the village square, and it wasn't alone. Other noises joined it, a low moan, the clatter of something heavy falling, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Lots of footsteps. Jess was the first to peek through a crack in the barricaded window. She recoiled almost immediately, her face pale in the dim light of our flashlights. "Oh God," she breathed. They're people, but not people. Something's wrong with them." One by one, we looked. What we saw defied explanation. Figures moved through the village square, their movements jerky and unnatural. In the moonlight, their skin looked gray and mottled. Some were missing limbs. Others had gaping wounds that should have been fatal, but they moved with purpose, searching. Zombies, Alex whispered incredulously. Are we seriously dealing with zombies right now? But we all knew that wasn't quite right. These weren't the mindless, shambling corpses of movies. These things moved with an unsettling coordination, as if guided by some unseen intelligence. As we watched, frozen in horror, one of the creatures paused. It turned slowly, its head swiveling until it was facing directly at our cabin. A sound emerged from its throat, not quite a growl, not quite a word, but it was a call. And the others answered. We need to go, I said, already moving to unbarricade the door. Now! We burst out of the cabin just as the first of the creatures reached it. The cool night air was filled with their moans, the sound chilling me to my core. We ran, not towards the forest path, but deeper into the village. It was our only chance, to lose them in the maze of buildings and find another way out. What followed was a nightmare of narrow escapes and heart-stopping terror. We darted from shadow to shadow, always just one step ahead of our pursuers. At one point, we got separated. I found myself alone in what looked like a workshop, the sound of those things scratching at the door. I was certain I was going to die there, torn apart by whatever these creatures were. But then I heard Mike's voice, calling my name. Somehow, I found the strength to break a window and climb out, reuniting with my friends just in time to flee from another group of the monsters. As dawn broke, we finally found our way back to the forest path. The creatures seemed unable or unwilling to follow us past the village boundary. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs gave out, collapsing in a clearing far from that accursed place. We made it back to civilization, but our story was met with disbelief. When authorities finally investigated, they found no trace of the village. It was as if it had never existed. But in my nightmares, I still hear those moans, still see those grasping hands reaching for me. We never went hiking again after that. How could we, knowing what might be lurking in the untamed wilderness? Sometimes, late at night, I find myself wondering about that village. Where did it come from? What happened to its people? And most chillingly, is it still out there, waiting for more unsuspecting travelers to stumble upon its cursed grounds? I don't have answers, but I know one thing for certain. Some places are meant to remain undiscovered, and some mysteries are better left unsolved, because in the depths of the forest, in the shadows of forgotten places, there are horrors beyond imagination. And once you've seen them, you can never unsee them. You can only hope to survive. The moment the lock clicked shut behind us, I knew we were in trouble. The house, once inviting, now felt like a trap. As darkness fell and strange noises echoed through the empty rooms, we realized that what should have been a routine property showing had become a fight for survival. My name's Emma, and I've been a real estate agent for nearly a decade. I've seen my fair share of unusual properties, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that day. It was supposed to be a simple showing of a Victorian-era mansion on the outskirts of town, the kind of place that usually excites history buffs and restoration enthusiasts. My clients, the Johnsons, were a lovely couple in their mid-30s, looking for their forever home. They'd fallen in love with the photos online and were eager to see the place in person. I'd visited the property once before to get the keys and do a quick walkthrough, but something about it had unsettled me. I chalked it up to the usual creepiness of old, empty houses and thought nothing more of it. We arrived at the mansion just as the sun was starting to set. The fading light cast long shadows across the overgrown lawn, making the house look more imposing than I remembered. "Oh, it's perfect," Mrs. Johnson exclaimed as we walked up the creaking porch steps, just like something out of a Gothic novel. If only we'd known how prophetic those words would turn out to be. The interior of the house was impressive, if a bit musty. High ceilings, intricate woodwork, and huge windows that would let in plenty of light during the day. But as we moved from room to room, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. "And this," I said, pushing open a heavy oak door, is the master bedroom. As we stepped inside, a gust of wind slammed the door shut behind us. We all jumped, then laughed nervously. Old houses, you know, Mr. Johnson said with a forced chuckle, always full of surprises. We continued the tour, making our way up to the third floor. That's when things started to get weird. As we entered what looked like an old study, the temperature dropped noticeably. Mrs. Johnson shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. "Is there a draft in here?" she asked. Before I could answer, we heard it. A low, mournful sound, like someone crying. It seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "What was that?" Mr. Johnson asked, his voice tight with tension. "Probably just the wind," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. These old houses make all sorts of noises. But deep down, I knew it wasn't the wind. It sounded too human. We decided to cut the tour short and head back downstairs. That's when we realized we were trapped. Every door we tried was locked, including the front door we'd come in through. Even the windows wouldn't budge. "This isn't funny, Emma," Mrs. Johnson said, panic edging into her voice. "Let us out." "I'm not doing this," I insisted, my own fear rising. "I don't know what's happening." As if in response, the lights flickered and went out, plunging us into darkness. Mrs. Johnson screamed, and I felt Mr. Johnson grab my arm. "We need to find a way out," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "There has to be a key or something." We used our phone flashlights to search the house, looking for anything that might help us escape. But as we moved from room to room, it became clear that we weren't alone. Shadows moved at the edge of our vision, disappearing when we turned to look. That crying sound grew louder, sometimes right behind us, sometimes far away. In the kitchen, we found an old rotary phone. To our surprise, it had a dial tone. I quickly dialed 911, hope surging through me. "911, what's your emergency?" a calm voice answered. "Please, we're trapped in a house at 1313 Oakwood Lane," I said in a rush. "The doors are locked. We can't get out. There's something here with us." There was a pause. Then the operator spoke again. But it wasn't the same voice. This one was deep, distorted, barely human. "No one's coming to help you," it growled. "You belong to the house now." The line went dead. We stared at each other in horror, the reality of our situation sinking in. We were on our own. As the night wore on, the house seemed to come alive around us. Doors slammed on their own. Objects moved when we weren't looking. And always, that crying sound, sometimes turning into screams that made our blood run cold. We huddled together in the living room, too scared to separate. Mrs. Johnson was praying quietly, tears streaming down her face. Mr. Johnson kept trying to break a window with a fireplace poker, but the glass wouldn't even crack. Around midnight, things escalated. A chair flew across the room, narrowly missing Mr. Johnson's head. Books launched themselves off shelves, and then we saw it, a figure, translucent and glowing faintly, hovering at the top of the stairs. It was a woman, dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Her face was twisted in a mask of sorrow and rage. When she spoke, it was the same distorted voice we'd heard on the phone. "You shouldn't have come here," she said. "No one ever leaves." She floated down the stairs, other ghostly figures emerging from the walls to join her. They surrounded us, their cold presence making it hard to breathe. In that moment, I remembered something I'd read in the property history but had dismissed as local legend. The house had once belonged to a wealthy family in the 1800s. The daughter had fallen in love with a man her parents didn't approve of. They'd locked her in the attic until she agreed to marry someone else. Instead, she'd taken her own life. "I'm sorry," I said, addressing the ghost directly. "What happened to you was terrible, but we're not the ones who hurt you. Please, let us go." The ghost paused, her form flickering. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of humanity in her eyes. "It's too late," she whispered. We're all trapped here, forever. But something had changed. The other ghosts were retreating, fading into the walls. The main ghost, the daughter, I realized, remained. "There is a way," she said, her voice sounding more human now. "In the attic, my room, find what was taken from me." With that, she vanished. The oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly, and we heard a click. The attic door had unlocked. We raced up the stairs, hope giving us new energy. The attic was dusty and cluttered, filled with old furniture and boxes. In the corner was a small room, more of a cell, really. And there, on a decaying vanity, we saw it, a locket, tarnished with age. As soon as Mrs. Johnson picked it up, the house shuddered. We heard a sound like 1,000 voices sighing in relief. The front door swung open, and the first light of dawn spilled into the hallway. We didn't hesitate. We ran out of that house as fast as our legs could carry us, not stopping until we reached my car. As we drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw the ghost girl standing on the porch, smiling. Then she was gone, and the house was just a house again. We never spoke publicly about what happened that night. Who would believe us? The police report simply stated that we'd been accidentally locked in due to a faulty mechanism. The house was eventually torn down, the land turned into a park. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that crying sound in my dreams. And I wonder about the ghost girl and all the others trapped in that house. Did we really free them? Or are they still there, waiting for the next unsuspecting visitors to walk through the door? I don't show old houses anymore. The risk is too great, because now I know that some properties come with a history that can't be seen in photos or disclosed in paperwork. Some houses are more than just buildings. They're prisons for lost souls, waiting for a chance to escape or to pull others in to share their eternal torment. So if you're ever house hunting and you come across a place that seems too good to be true, a beautiful old mansion with a surprisingly low price tag, think twice before you step inside, because you never know what might be waiting for you. And once those doors lock behind you, there's no guarantee you'll ever come out again. The first impact jolted us out of our casual conversation. The second sent us skidding towards the ditch. By the third, as our car rolled off the road, I knew this was no accident. Someone wanted us off this lonely stretch of highway, and they didn't care if we survived the fall. It was supposed to be a fun family road trip. My wife, Lisa, our 2 kids, Emma, 10, and Jack, 8. And I had been planning this vacation for months. We'd mapped out a route through some of the most beautiful parts of the country, with plenty of stops at quirky roadside attractions to keep the kids entertained. We'd been on the road for 3 days, and everything had been going great. The kids were getting along better than usual, probably thanks to the excitement of the trip. Lisa and I were enjoying the chance to spend some uninterrupted time together, sharing the driving and rediscovering why we'd fallen in love in the first place. That fateful evening, we were on a lonely stretch of highway cutting through dense forest. The sun was setting, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. I was behind the wheel, with Lisa dozing in the passenger seat. The kids were in the back, Emma reading a book and Jack playing on his handheld game. I first noticed the car in my rearview mirror about an hour before sunset. It was a dark sedan, nondescript except for how fast it was approaching. I moved over to let it pass, but it just stayed behind us, uncomfortably close. "That guy's riding our tail," I said to Lisa, who had woken up and was stretching. She glanced back and frowned. "Maybe he's in a hurry. There's a rest stop coming up in a few miles. We can pull over and let him pass." I nodded, keeping an eye on the car behind us. But as we approached the rest stop, the car suddenly accelerated, swerving into the oncoming lane and pulling up beside us. That's when the first impact came. The sedan slammed into our side, the sound of crunching metal filling the air. The kids screamed in the back seat as I fought to keep control of the car. "What the hell?" I shouted, adrenaline surging through me. "Is he crazy?" Before Lisa could respond, the car hit us again, harder this time. We skidded towards the edge of the road, tires squealing as I desperately tried to steer us back on course. The third hit sent us over the edge. The world spun as our car rolled down the embankment. I heard the crunch of metal, the shattering of glass, the terrified screams of my family. Then everything went black. I came to hanging upside down, held in place by my seatbelt. The car was on its roof, the windshield shattered. Through the ringing in my ears, I could hear Emma crying. "Lisa," I croaked, turning my head. My wife was next to me, unconscious but breathing. "Emma? Jack? Daddy?" Emma's voice came from the back, shaky and scared. "I'm okay, but Jack won't wake up." Fear gripped my heart. I fumbled with my seatbelt, falling awkwardly as it released. Ignoring the pain shooting through my body, I twisted around to check on the kids. Emma was already unbuckled, a cut on her forehead but otherwise seeming okay. Jack was slumped in his seat, a nasty bruise forming on his temple, but he was breathing, and when I checked, his pulse was strong. "We need to get out of here," I said more to myself than to Emma. "Can you unbuckle Jack while I help Mommy?" Emma nodded bravely, her hands shaking as she reached for her brother's seatbelt. I turned back to Lisa, gently shaking her. "Lisa, honey, wake up. We need to move." Her eyes fluttered open, confusion quickly turning to fear as she took in our situation. "The kids?" she asked immediately. "They're okay," I assured her, "but we need to get out of the car. That guy might come back." As if on cue, we heard the sound of a car engine approaching. Panic surged through me. I helped Lisa with her seatbelt, then turned to help Emma with Jack. Together, we managed to drag ourselves out of the wreckage. We were at the bottom of a steep embankment, the forest dark and imposing around us. Up on the road, I could see headlights approaching slowly. "Into the trees," I whispered urgently. "We need to hide." Lisa took Emma's hand while I carried Jack, who was starting to stir. We stumbled into the forest, the undergrowth scratching at our legs as we pushed through. Behind us, I heard a car door slam, then footsteps crunching on gravel. A flashlight beam cut through the darkness, one arm sweeping over our wrecked car. "I know you're out there," a man's voice called out, sounding almost gleeful. "Come on out and make this easy on yourselves." We pressed ourselves against a large tree, hardly daring to breathe. Jack had woken up fully now, and I could feel him trembling in my arms. I put a finger to my lips, silently urging him to stay quiet. The flashlight beam came closer, sweeping back and forth through the trees. I could hear the man muttering to himself, leaves crunching under his feet as he searched. "Found your phone?" he called out. "No service out here. No one's coming to help you." My heart sank. He was right. We were miles from the nearest town, with no way to call for help. We were on our own. The sound of his footsteps faded as he moved further into the forest. I turned to Lisa, speaking in a whisper. "We need to move. Head deeper into the forest. Try to circle back to the road further down." She nodded, her face pale in the moonlight. We set off as quietly as we could, every snapping twig sounding like a gunshot in the silent forest. We walked for what felt like hours, the kids growing tired and scared. Jack was able to walk on his own now, but he clung to my hand like a lifeline. Emma was being incredibly brave, but I could see the fear in her eyes. Just when I thought we might have lost our pursuer, we heard it, the rev of an engine, closer than it should have been. Headlights cut through the trees ahead of us. "He's on a road," Lisa gasped. "He's trying to cut us off." We changed direction, pushing through denser undergrowth. The sound of the engine faded, then grew loud again as he turned onto another road. It was a cat and mouse game, with us as the mice. Every time we thought we were making progress, the sound of that engine would reach us, forcing us to change course. As dawn began to break, we finally stumbled onto a paved road. But it wasn't the highway we'd been driven off. This was a smaller, local road. "Look!" Emma pointed down the road. In the distance, we could see buildings, a small town. Hope surged through us, giving us a second wind. We started down the road, moving as fast as our exhausted bodies would allow. That's when we heard it, the now familiar sound of an engine approaching. Headlights appeared around a bend behind us. "Run!" I shouted, all pretense of stealth abandoned. We ran, the kids finding energy they didn't know they had. The car behind us accelerated, closing the distance rapidly. Just as I thought it was over, that we'd come so far only to be caught at the last moment, another set of headlights appeared ahead of us. A police cruiser rounded the corner, its lights flashing as it sped towards us. The car behind us screeched to a halt, then reversed quickly, disappearing back the way it had come. The police car pulled up beside us, the officer inside looking at us with concern. "Are you folks all right?" he asked, taking in our battered, exhausted appearance. The story poured out of us in a rush. The officer called for backup and an ambulance, assuring us that we were safe now. In the days that followed, as we recovered in the hospital and gave statements to the police, we learned the full story. Our attacker was a serial killer who had been targeting families on remote highways for years. Thanks to our escape and description, they were able to track him down and arrest him. We never did finish that road trip, but we did gain a new appreciation for life, for family, and for the strength we all had inside us. Now, when we travel, we stick to busier roads and well-populated areas. And we always keep an eye on the rearview mirror, watching for cars that get too close. Because we learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous predators aren't the ones hiding in the forest. Sometimes they're right there on the road with you, just waiting for the right moment to strike. The first anonymous note was easy to dismiss as a prank. The second made my stomach churn with unease. By the third, as I stared at the words, "Keep quiet, or else," I knew that my discovery at the disaster relief site had put my life in danger. What had started as a simple volunteer effort had turned into a nightmare of corruption and threats, and I was in way over my head. My name is Alex, and I never thought I'd find myself in the middle of a conspiracy. I'm just an ordinary guy who wanted to help out after a devastating hurricane hit our coast. The destruction was heart-wrenching. Homes reduced to splinters, entire communities underwater, and thousands of people displaced. When the call went out for volunteers, I didn't hesitate to sign up. The relief center was a hive of activity from the moment I arrived. Trucks loaded with supplies rolled in constantly, and a small army of volunteers worked tirelessly to sort and distribute food, water, and other essentials. I threw myself into the work, grateful for the chance to make a difference. It was during my second week that I first noticed something odd. I was helping to unload a truck of bottled water when I overheard two of the site managers arguing in hushed tones. "The numbers don't add up," one of them hissed. "We're short almost a third of what was supposed to be here." The other man grabbed his arm, eyes darting around nervously. "Keep your voice down. We'll deal with it later." They noticed me then and quickly separated, plastering on fake smiles. I pretended I hadn't heard anything, but the exchange stuck with me. Over the next few days, I started paying closer attention. I noticed discrepancies between the supplies that were logged as received and what actually made it to the distribution area. Boxes of expensive medical supplies would arrive, only to disappear before they could be handed out. Even some of the monetary donations seemed to be vanishing into thin air. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was a logical explanation. Maybe I was misunderstanding something about how relief efforts worked. But the more I saw, the more certain I became that something was very wrong. I decided to do some digging. Late one night, after most of the other volunteers had left, I snuck into the main office. What I found there made my blood run cold. Hidden behind a false panel in one of the filing cabinets was a ledger. It detailed hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of supplies and cash that had been diverted, stolen, from the relief efforts. My hands shook as I took photos of the ledger with my phone. I knew I had to report this, but to whom? The local authorities were stretched thin dealing with the aftermath of the hurricane. And what if they were in on it too? I was so lost in thought that I almost didn't hear the footsteps approaching. I barely had time to replace the ledger and duck out of sight before the door opened. Through a crack in the cabinet I was hiding in, I saw two men enter, the site manager and someone I didn't recognize, dressed in an expensive suit that looked out of place in the relief center. "The boss isn't happy," suit guy said, his voice cold. "We're not meeting our quotas." The site manager wrung his hands nervously. "It's getting harder to hide the shortages. Some of the volunteers are asking questions." "Then get rid of them," suit guy snapped. "We can't afford any loose ends." They left shortly after, but I stayed hidden for what felt like hours, my heart pounding so loud I was sure someone would hear it. When I finally crept out of the office and back to my quarters, my mind was reeling. This was bigger than I had imagined, and far more dangerous. The next morning, I found the first note tucked under my door. "We know what you saw. Stay quiet and walk away." I crumpled it up, telling myself it was just a coincidence, a prank by one of the other volunteers. But then came the second note, this one pinned to my pillow. "Last warning. Forget what you found or suffer the consequences." The threat was clear, and fear coiled in my gut. They knew. Somehow, they knew I had been in that office. I wanted to leave, to run as far from this place as I could. But how could I abandon the people who genuinely needed help? And how could I live with myself if I let these criminals continue to steal from those who had already lost so much? I decided to gather more evidence. Using my phone, I secretly recorded conversations, took photos of suspicious shipments, and made copies of incriminating documents. All the while, I felt eyes on me, watching my every move. The third note appeared in my bag during lunch. "Keep quiet or else." This time, it was accompanied by a photo of my family back home. The message was clear. They could get to me, and they could get to those I loved. That night, as I lay awake wrestling with what to do, I heard a commotion outside. Peering out my window, I saw several men loading boxes into an unmarked van. I recognized those boxes. They were supposed to contain vital medications for a nearby shelter. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and started recording. I had to get proof, something concrete I could take to the authorities. I crept outside, using the shadows for cover as I tried to get a clearer shot. I was so focused on the men at the van that I didn't notice someone approaching from behind until it was too late. A hand clamped over my mouth, stifling my startled cry. "You should have listened to the warnings," a voice growled in my ear. I was dragged away from the scene, my heart racing as I realized this might be the end. They took me to a secluded area behind one of the storage tents. 3 men surrounded me, the site manager, suit guy from the office, and a burly man I'd seen working security. "We gave you every chance to walk away," suit guy said, his tone almost conversational. "But you just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you?" "People are suffering," I spat back, finding a courage I didn't know I had. "You're stealing from those who have nothing left." The site manager at least had the decency to look ashamed, but suit guy just laughed. "It's business, kid, nothing personal. But now, well, now it is personal." He nodded to the security guy, who cracked his knuckles ominously. I closed my eyes, bracing for the blow, but it never came. Instead, I heard shouts and the sound of running feet. I opened my eyes to see a group of people rushing towards us. Other volunteers, led by Sarah, one of the team leaders I'd grown close to over the past weeks. "Alex, are you okay?" Sarah called out as she reached us. She turned to suit guy, her eyes blazing. "We heard everything. It's over. The police are on their way." It turned out I wasn't the only one who had noticed something was wrong. Sarah and a few others had been conducting their own investigation. When they saw me being dragged away, they followed, recording everything on their phones. The next few hours were a blur of police statements and media cameras. The scale of the corruption was staggering. Millions of dollars worth of aid had been stolen, not just from our site, but from relief efforts all along the coast. In the days that followed, as the story broke nationwide, I struggled with a mix of emotions. Relief that the truth was out, guilt that I hadn't acted sooner, fear of retaliation. But mostly, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. I stayed on at the relief center, helping to rebuild not just the community but also the trust that had been shattered. It wasn't easy. Many people were angry, feeling betrayed by those who were supposed to help them. But slowly, as legitimate aid began flowing in and real progress was made, hope began to return. I learned a lot from this experience, about the depths of human greed, yes, but also about the power of standing up for what's right, even when it's scary. About the importance of trusting your instincts and not being afraid to ask questions, and about the incredible impact a group of dedicated people can have when they work together for a common cause. Sometimes, late at night, I still find myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadowy figure or find another threatening note. The fear may never fully go away, but I know I did the right thing. And if I had to do it all over again, even knowing the danger, I wouldn't change a thing. Because in the face of disaster, whether it's a natural catastrophe or human corruption, staying silent is never the answer. It's up to each of us to speak up, to fight for what's right, and to help those in need. That's the real essence of disaster relief, and it's a lesson I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. The first twig snap could have been a deer. The second might have been the wind. But when I heard the third, followed by heavy breathing just outside our cabin window, I knew with chilling certainty that our weekend getaway had become a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a fun, relaxing trip. My best friend Jake had found an amazing deal on a remote cabin rental, nestled deep in the mountains. Just what we need, he'd said. A break from the city. No cell phones, no internet, just nature and good company. Our group of 5, Jake, his girlfriend Sarah, our friends Mike and Lisa, and myself, had jumped at the chance. The drive up was beautiful, winding mountain roads framed by towering pines and breathtaking vistas. We arrived just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the small clearing where the cabin stood. It was rustic but charming, with a wide porch and large windows that promised amazing views come morning. We spent that first evening settling in, unpacking our supplies and exploring the cabin. There were 3 bedrooms, a cozy living room with a stone fireplace, and a kitchen stocked with all the basics. After a simple dinner of pasta and wine, we gathered around the fire pit outside, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories under a canopy of stars. It wasn't until we were heading to bed that I first felt a twinge of unease. As I was closing the curtains in my room, I could have sworn I saw movement at the edge of the clearing. A shadow, darker than the surrounding night, that seemed to shift and disappear as soon as I focused on it. I shook it off as imagination, fueled by one too many ghost stories around the fire. The next day dawned bright and clear. We spent it hiking the nearby trails, marveling at waterfalls and hidden meadows bursting with wildflowers. By the time we returned to the cabin, we were pleasantly exhausted and looking forward to another quiet evening. That's when things started to feel off. Small things at first. A chair on the porch that wasn't where we'd left it. A window we were sure we'd closed found wide open. Our firewood pile, neatly stacked that morning, now scattered as if something had crashed through it. Probably just animals, Mike said with a shrug. Bears, maybe. We all nodded, eager to accept this rational explanation. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. As night fell, the feeling intensified. We were in the living room, playing a board game by firelight, when the first twig snapped outside. We all froze, looking at each other with nervous smiles. Just the wind, Sarah said, but her voice trembled slightly. A few minutes later, another snap, closer this time. Jake got up to look out the window, but the darkness outside was impenetrable. I don't see anything, he said. But he double-checked the lock on the door as he sat back down. We tried to return to our game, but the mood had shifted. Every creak of the cabin's old wood, every gust of wind outside, sent shivers down my spine. That's when we heard it. Heavy breathing, just outside the living room window. It was too loud, too close, to be anything but intentional. Lisa screamed, dropping her wine glass. It shattered on the floor, the sound impossibly loud in the sudden silence that followed. For a long moment, we all sat frozen, hardly daring to breathe. Then, slowly, deliberately, something started scratching at the window. "We need to get out of here," I whispered urgently. Mike shook his head. "The car's on the other side of the clearing. We'd never make it." He was right. Whatever was out there, it was between us and our only means of escape. "The bedrooms," Sarah suggested, her voice shaking. "We can barricade ourselves in." It seemed like our only option. We moved as quietly as we could, grabbing anything that might serve as a weapon: fireplace pokers, heavy flashlights, a kitchen knife. We chose the largest bedroom, pushing a heavy dresser in front of the door once we were all inside. "What do they want?" Lisa asked, tears streaming down her face. Nobody had an answer. We huddled together in the center of the room, listening to the sounds of movement outside. Footsteps on the porch, the creak of floorboards in the living room. They were inside the cabin now. Hours passed like this, each sound from beyond our barricaded door sending fresh waves of terror through us. We took turns watching, trying to stay alert despite our exhaustion. It was during my watch, as the first light of dawn began to filter through the curtains, that I heard it, a new sound, different from the others, a rhythmic thumping, growing louder. "Guys," I hissed, shaking the others awake. "Listen." As we strained our ears, the sound resolved into something recognizable: helicopter blades. Hope surged through me. Someone had found us. We were saved. But our elation was short-lived. From just outside our door came an animalistic growl, followed by the splintering of wood. Whatever was out there knew its time was running out, and it was making one last, desperate attempt to get to us. The dresser shuddered as something heavy slammed into the door. We pressed ourselves against the far wall, weapons raised, ready for a final stand. The door burst open with a crash, the dresser toppling over, and there, framed in the doorway, was a figure that defied explanation. It was human in shape, but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, its limbs bent at unnatural angles. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over protruding bones. But it was the face that would haunt my nightmares for years to come, noseless, with sunken cheeks and eyes that glowed with an unholy, hungry light. For a heartbeat, we all stared at each other in horrified silence. Then the creature let out an unearthly shriek and lunged towards us. What happened next was chaos. We fought with a desperation born of sheer terror. I swung the fireplace poker wildly, feeling it connect with something solid. Sarah and Lisa were screaming. Jake had tackled the thing, wrestling with it on the floor. And then, suddenly, it was over. A deafening explosion filled the room as Mike fired the flare gun we'd found in the emergency kit. The creature howled in pain, its skin smoldering where the flare had struck it. It scrambled backwards, out the door and down the hall. We heard the sound of breaking glass, and then silence. We didn't dare move until we heard voices outside, human voices, calling out. Park rangers, drawn by the helicopter we'd heard earlier. Apparently, the cabin's owners had called them when we failed to check out on time. The rangers found us huddled in the bedroom, wild-eyed and babbling about monsters in the woods. They were skeptical at first, but the state of the cabin, the broken windows, the claw marks on the walls, was hard to explain away. A search of the surrounding forest turned up nothing, save for some strange tracks leading deep into the mountains. The official report blamed our experience on a bear attack, fueled by group hysteria and too much alcohol. But we knew the truth. In the years that followed, we researched obsessively, trying to make sense of what we'd encountered. We found old legends of mountain demons, stories of hikers gone missing in those same woods. Nothing concrete, but enough to convince us that we weren't crazy. We never went back to those mountains. How could we, knowing what lurked in their shadowy depths? But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind howls outside my window, I find myself thinking about that cabin, about the creature with the glowing eyes and hungry smile. And I wonder, is it still out there, waiting in the darkness, watching, hungry, for the next group of unsuspecting vacationers to stumble into its territory? I hope not, but I keep my doors locked, just in case. Because I know now that sometimes, the scariest monsters aren't the ones in our imaginations. Sometimes, they're all too real, hiding just beyond the reach of our campfire's light, waiting for their chance to strike. So if you're ever planning a trip to a remote cabin in the woods, remember our story. Keep your eyes open, your wits about you, and maybe, just maybe, bring a flare gun.